span and movement of the relationship with the natural and human world, and see our laws as life ways that we've learned these laws from all of these beings that create measures, standards, principles, and movement, criteria of the relationship with the natural and human, tradition, signposts, guideposts, tenets, procedures, conventions, and customs. Right? These are the words of law. That is, Anishinaabe people have laws to create better climate governance. And this doesn't just flow through parliaments or legislatures or courts assisted by lawyers or the police. I'm talking about this flowing from our treaty relationships, those that we know come before us. We need Indigenous law because this law comes from those broader relationships to respect and reconnect with the environment so that we can have a sustainable relation. I want to go back to that idea about fire again, this rekindling, this resurgence. Think about that in terms of replenishment, tending, brightness, warmth, power to create, the power to destroy. This is fire. Ishkode, fire. Ode, heart, the heart of our home, the heart of our bodies. Smoke rising, prayers. Smoke rising, cleansing, purifying, ascending. This smoke rising into the substance of all life around us. Fire, water, earth, air, tobacco, sweetgrass, sage, and cedar. This is the stuff of life. This is what promises new life, burning brightly. What do? We counsel together a round of fire to bring justice up from the depths. This immersion, this beginning, this setting apart, this agreement, this covenant, this creation of sacred space. Miigwech Bazindueg Mi'u Ahau. I appreciate the time that I have to be able to speak with you. Take care.
Miigwech, John, and I think he really.
Are we ready? Are we on? Okay. Ani, Minokajap. Welcome. Welcome back to day 2 of our Robinson Huron Waawiindamaagewin Treaty Week. We had a great opening day yesterday. It was all on Zoom, but we're happy to see all you smiling faces here in our room today. Happy to have a great lineup of events for this afternoon and this morning. But before we get started, we're going to pass it over to Nokomis and Brenda to start us off in a good way. Take it away, Martina.
Aujourd'hui, magnetok, gemak, gemakwe, eajik manpi, gematstame, tamdash, nganamme. As you see, I have a backup singer back here. Okay, let's hear your voice. Ngake no na so manedo. Manda says me go trend man and go gishgak. Manda sa kasha go chmegwa. Sema given in the magwa. Chinawa. Manda we so much time. Manda way when we so much time. Manda sa the one that wanna come agak. Organic question they go. Make know them. Makondenad mark me on my ingan. You get to go near the go and make when a massa Manda Salongo Kishep. As you me go training, Manda be mad so in Manda Chatuana Sewin, can I answer baby Shigashamina going Manda? Be the woman though, Jimmy Guetrok, Mabasames Homes Jesus. Ibe was Arjet Cheba. Is me wet strokes again, Mebsaway Asa, Wabmakwa, Miss Homes Jesus, me wet nicket. Mishmino cook mesna, the Vic Jesus. Muyewi Memos Kneshing Nangwa. Minango Manda we do kada wat ge no wanda misho miskisas mino kokmesna. Je get we mi we chwaso kokmesna ge no eshe dwam da mengsa knego pi we misaki no manda we miskakna ge mino ge kweo ke shnog do en matsma kokmesna. Mino manda nebe ekwent sing ode espeming ode. Mokwen mao kokmesna is nog doendang soem nebe miigwetske in dena. Mispina maba skak me kang is an abia odessa. Din me winige is miigwetwen masage kidiasa. Ni benege gugmina go me man pi we maat seeing. Man pi skak me kwebe me dat hang en sebebeshik. Je get geen mi wetwa swam de dosa. Kinaman piu gat magwing beme nishing sa esakik. Tigok. No chgo gego beme sakik. Skikin. Ames gak na ming shashwa. En kazing man pim de do king. Mi gwetke und den asam de do kinaman de king gashmina going. Mishpinau wessie kwedemago. Femeniu gadejik. Femedi miigwejik na wiwisning. Fememotejik. Makwed maki no me gwanong gwaneska kiat. Mina bishing baby yajik gigoik. Makwed mak to miigwejwe wa. Mina bemes sikik kejik. Deshik. The mama chat or the shout on the king the shot. So, swan the Asian Queen Master and go kishap. Mino ye woman the dos Kashmina going mandani when we and down the Maxa. Wabadong Vishom Sananic cook Mesnanic. On the kings, Miigwech Kitigom. Miigwech West seen the Nasa what they she. She meges again, my maji dot mandag did me on the ishpiming. Maji dot nedonsa, is a quedwing, go megesh miigwetrening, miigwatras, so megesa. Benoji again, Maquel Max and Ibada, every binigash kachik shrenik king spondeming. Gay, no, Jom the Matsama, the Nishnabe Adzawin. Manda kinage watch and a kinamot gave with some little kewin. Ye Maquin Maxa did me talk. Mishpina on the kings and the Shanashkamas and did me when on the kings a shawnong. Ye get gay, miigwechwa so many dosta. Bashmina going you one of the wish one them was so washkesh. Is miigwet ye manda. Mandage is a miigwet we listening, can a swell be an object causing sa. Miigwetrak with the king san so can again, or Mishum Sanani Kokmastan again, or Shen king sabeme, and now then begin gay. Mishpina on the kings, Nindabinong, Epigishmok. You get gain miigwetra some nedo, Skodeb Shekishagi sat we now then the gay wish on them. Gain Maquin Max again or Netau Gitchik share, gain or Eshimnes what's one the tin milnanin. You get one on Chinakio gain or Minagwen Marta or share one. Mino get Simon. You get Williams Nagang Shelksa, did me talk a. Mishpin on the king Shanash commanded Melna, not in the kings a give at noon. You get gay me wet so Nito Makwa, Opskimakwa. Yabe Eshanat Mauging some other Sanoch Moin. Manda Noch Moin, sir. You get woman the Menesla, sir, Shabbat seeing, sir. Washum the door, Chiquetmakum the Dobqua, Chibishanash Mandasa, Noch Moin. You get go batino, Sabemats, Jekinong, which one them the doke when Bemen Kiotsa. You get one Maquin Mark with the Chigaming the king, or the sir, Egypt Eshnakadexa. Get the Maquin Mark Niven Quilk. Minon and Oak, Gain Omnid Cats, Mandango, Manda P. Mino Manda Nebe, Ncha, Gain Osha, Isha, Quedrat, Gain or with another Margay when Gain or we deb in the motor the Ishpilling. Miguetra, the Shumne Dosa, Kashmina way Manda, good on the Giswin. Manda sa Gigino, Nido odds when Kashmina going. Manda women are doing enemy Manda a care. Nebe Skode. Mino Manda Gigino, Bemadsoin. You get gain me which was some Nido, some other. Gets twin dog, Kashmina going, some on the solid win. Manda not in the boy. Manda Okade win, quick quads win, but then this win. Debwe win, Manda and Bokka win. You get just go, me which was so many do. Manda Sagashmina going, washing home the minks Manda the mouths win. Miigwech just no one deket, Mandasa Gibson do yaks, Manda win sock in the ya, Mandasa way when I win sock in the morning go, Manpiwana Nakamagok Samanda. One winter Magia when we mentioned Jagadex son of Goshanda. Miigwech just deket. Oh, now to do my translation. So good morning, everyone. I'm called Nokmas Martina, and my English name is Rosewoman, which was given to me many, many years ago by my uncle Sam Ozalmic. And the Beaver is my clan, and I have helpers. The bear is my helper, and the wolf. And so I walk this Bimadzoin. And in my prayers, but first of all, I'd like to acknowledge Neil Beneg. You know, that was his song that he gifted to all of us to sing. And it's a beautiful song that talks about almost everything that I said in my prayer. And talks about, giving thanks to grandfather's son. So in my prayer, this is exactly what I did, giving thanks to Mishomis Jesus, so to have it shine upon us every day. Today, this morning, I say miigwech. And to Grandmother Moon, how important she is, and that relationship. She's the eclipse that happened probably already in the eastern side. But we are always told about that special relationship. So I give thanks to Grandmother Moon, since it helps us, it guides us through life, when to plant, when to harvest, and it's for women, and it also takes care of the waters in that third level. And so I give gratitude to Nokomis Bekizas. And then as I forward my prayers to the star life, and thinking about that song too, with we all return back to the stars, so acknowledging the stars. And as I forward my prayers to Shkakmekwe, Mother Earth, and that I give gratitude for everything that Mother Earth does provide for us. Our sacred breath, we're all come into this world. And so we give gratitude for everything. And I think about, in the prayer, thinking about the tree life, all the plant life, and the medicines that we've picked, as we harvested all the medicines and the medicines that we use here in ceremonies. And today, I think about all those, especially when I think about ceremony, I think about all those Native veterans that went off to war. And so we have ceremony. And so I'm going to be going to do that around 10:30 over at Cambrian College. And so I think about, the Indigenous Veterans Day. And as I directed my prayers, to those 4 directions that were given to us, that Eastern direction where all life comes from, us as we come into this world through that doorway of man and woman. And so we give gratitude for that doorway. And we still give gratitude for that eagle that takes up our prayers to Gjeminado. And I think about the children that are being born and that will be born. We always think about the 7 generations. So I think about all those children that are coming into this world and that they may be healthy. And for the children that are sick, prayers to them as well. As I directed my prayers to that southern doorway, I give gratitude for those grandfathers and grandmothers that sit at that doorway. And also for that animal that guards that doorway is that Wawashkesh, the deer, and how that Wawashkesh is still providing for us, the wild meat that we grew up with, and, that everything that we do with the Wawashkesh, the hide and everything else. So we give gratitude. And as I directed my prayers to that western doorway, I give gratitude for that buffalo still standing at that doorway. And the same thing, still giving us that food and everything that we need. Those buffalo rugs are so important to people, eh? So I give gratitude for that. And for the grandmothers and grandfathers in that doorway that watch over us, our ancestors. And for the ones that are adults, having to take care of their loved ones, their parents and their grandchildren. Some of us grandmothers are taking care of our grandchildren. So much prayers for them because that is a lot of work. And as I directed my prayers to that northern doorway, giving thanks to the spirit bear, the white bear, and how the white bear, when we think about all the healing that our people need, we need that healing in so many ways. So I say miigwech to that spirit bear, and also for thinking about all the elders that are leaving us. And I especially think about another grandmother, a good friend of mine, and she's just traveling on now, Berdina Johnson. And I think about how she was a language holder and how she was into culture as well. So there's many of us, leaving this walk, this realm of life. And we learn from all of these elders that have come into our paths. And again, prayers for all the elders that are still doing their work. I think about all the things that I said miigwech for and prayers for this morning. And I'm probably missing a few things that I'm trying to translate everything that I said, but I'm sure the language speakers understood everything I said in the language. Ahaw, mira shwimaneke kiniasa, miigwech niket gibzendoyek, miigwech, 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 miigwech. Aho.
Oh, Chimigwech, Nook, Miss Martina and Brenda for sharing that beautiful song and sharing our beautiful language. So we have a jam-packed, fun-filled day for you guys today. We have quite the agenda, and we're very happy that this has been able to come together. We're calling this our panel day since we have many panels. So we're going to start off the day with a litigation update from Daniel McCoy. So I believe he's going to be coming with us, joining us on Zoom. So I'm sure that's almost all ready. But before we get to Daniel, I just want to recap the agenda for today. So after Daniel, we're going to have, we're going to have our TEK elders up on the panel over here. So I see them all in the room, and I see Nelson, who's going to be facilitating. So that is great. Very looking forward to hearing from you. And then after the TEK elders, we have our Ogimakwe panel, which will be facilitated by former Ogimakwe Valerie Riche. So I see her here as well. So Chimigwech, we're very much looking forward to hearing from our principal women as well. Then we're going to have a quick break for lunch, and then we're going to have hear from our youth panel. So I also see our youth in the room, so I'm so happy to hear from them. This was an idea that they had that we wanted to make sure we have an opportunity to hear from them. So Chimigwech to you guys as well. And then we're going to close up the day with Josh Mantwabi, who is here. Happy to see him too. So he'll be talking about Anishinaabeg diplomacy with the British Crown. So I encourage you guys to all stay here for that as well. This is our first in-person day. So happy that we're able to share some time together. Finally, our last few years have been on Zoom. So nice that we can gather again. And I also just wanted to invite you all to our play that we're sharing on Thursday. So we've teamed up with Shkakmakwa Health Center, who created Debwewin. It was directed and created by Sarah Gartshore, the playwright. So they launched this play on Truth and Reconciliation Day at Bell Park here in Sudbury. So you may have had a chance to see it, but if you haven't had a chance to see it, we have reserved seats for all of you. So the play will start at 11 a.m. at Place des Arts downtown, which is a brand new facility. It's part of the university, and I believe it's a very high-end, state-of-the-art Francophone auditorium. So we're excited to see the space, and we have 300 seats available. So we want to make sure that we fill those seats. So we encourage you all to come. You can register on Eventbrite just so we kind of have an idea of who's coming. But if you didn't register, just come and show up anyways. Our doors will be open. And then they're also having a second showing at 7 p.m. So if you can't make the 11 a.m. show, they'll also be having an evening show. And I believe our treaty store will be on site at the play if you guys are looking for any treaty gear. And if not, you can also get it online. So if you look at our new edition of our magazine, there is an advertisement for the treaty store on the inside back cover. And I think we'll be getting a little bit of T-shirts here today from a delivery. So anyways, let's get the day started. I think I see Daniel there. Daniel, how are you?
Morning, Cheryl.
Are you ready to go?
I'm ready to go.
Okay, well, fabulous. Let's pass it over to Daniel. Chimigwech.
Good morning, everyone. First off, I'm sorry that I can't be there in person. So I am here on Zoom. It would have been nice to be there in person, and then we could have had a bit more of an interaction as opposed to me just looking at my computer screen. But why don't we get started? I do have a PowerPoint presentation that I will use to help guide what I'm going to talk about today. And I suppose I would like to apologize a little bit if anyone who's in the room attended the treaty gathering back in September. There is going to be a lot of overlap with the content from today's presentation and the presentation that was 2 months ago. And really that is just a function of there's only been 2 months that have passed since there's been a major update on the litigation. So I'd like to just start and give a brief case overview, and that's particularly for anyone who's in the audience or who's connected online today that's not as familiar with the annuities litigation. I'd also like to talk about some significant developments that have happened over the last year, and then I want to move into the stage 3 component of the trial, which is scheduled to commence in the new year. And then I have just one little slide on negotiations. So, on September 9th, which was the anniversary of the signing of the Robinson-Huron Treaty, a notice of claim was issued to Canada and Ontario, seeking declarations as well as compensation for their failure to implement the augmentation promise that's contained within the Robinson-Huron Treaty. The intention was to have the Crowns negotiate with RHT leadership on a nation-to-nation level. However, neither Crowns really were interested in negotiating at that time. And so we filed our statement of claim in the Ontario Superior Court of Justice, again on September 9th, 2014. The matter is being heard by, or case managed, by Justice Patricia Hennessy, who sits in Sudbury. And it was decided to break the case up into 3 components, just to make it a little bit more manageable for all of the parties. And so the first phase of this trial started back in September of 2017. And then there was the second portion, which was heard in 2019. And then the final component is scheduled to be heard in the new year. And I'll talk a little bit more about each of those shortly. The annuities claim case for the Robinson-Huron Treaty is being heard at the same time as a similar claim for signatories to the Robinson Superior Treaty. And that action was brought by 2 of the First Nations in the in Robinson Superior Treaty territory, being Red Rock First Nation and White Sand First Nation. And so when I talk about the annuities, there's a particular provision in the Robinson-Huron Treaty that sets out for increases to the $4 payment, and initially that payment was about $1.60 per person, and then it was augmented in 1875, and it hasn't been augmented since. But I did put in to the slide deck the clause that's at issue, and that's really what this litigation is all about. And so the key component of that is underlined. In case the territory hereby ceded by the parties of the second part shall at any future period produce an amount which will enable the government of this province, without incurring loss, to increase the annuity hereby secured to them, then in that case the same shall be augmented from time to time. And so we go into stage 1, and the question in stage 1 was really about what is the obligation under the augmentation clause? Like, what is the Crown's obligation under that augmentation clause, which really became about an interpretation of the treaty. What did the parties, what was the common intention of the parties when they entered into treaty in 1850? So in December of 2018, Justice Hennessy released her stage 1 decision, and she found in favor of the Robinson-Huron Treaty plaintiffs. And so the court found, among other things, that the Crown has a mandatory and reviewable obligation to increase the Robinson-Huron Treaty annuities when the economic circumstances warrant, and that the economic circumstances will trigger an increase if the net Crown resource-based revenues permit the Crown to increase the annuities without incurring a loss. Justice Hennessy also released a significant cost award decision in favor of the RHT plaintiffs. There was, in total, it was a $4 million cost award. Canada paid half of that, and Ontario paid a portion, and then they appealed another portion of that cost award. And so, as I just alluded to, Ontario did bring an appeal to the stage 1 decision. Canada did not appeal the stage 1 decision. And the appeals were heard in the spring of 2021. It was actually over 13 days in total in April. And the stage 1 appeal focused on 3 main issues. The first was the treaty interpretation. So the question was the trial judge correct in finding that the treaty parties in 1850 had a common intention that the Crown had a mandatory obligation to augment the collective annuities if there were sufficient net Crown resource revenues from the treaty territory? And was the trial judge correct in finding that a $4 cap only applied to a distributive share paid to individuals? The second portion, or the second issue at the stage 1 appeal, was on fiduciary duty. And so Justice Hennessy found that there was an ad hoc fiduciary duty that attached to the procedure that the Crown has. Under Justice Hennessy's findings, there was a number of different procedural requirements that the Crown had to engage in with RHT leadership. And so the question before the Court of Appeal was, did the trial judge make a mistake in determining that the Crown owes the First Nation treaty parties a fiduciary duty regarding implementing the treaty augmentation promise? And the third issue was indexing to inflation. And so Ontario at the stage 1 trial advanced an argument that $4 was not sufficient and that there should be an implied term in the treaty so that the annuities could be indexed for inflation. Just recognizing that $4 is not even remotely, you wouldn't have the purchasing power of $4, or $4 doesn't have the same type of purchasing power in 2022 as it does in 1850. And the RHT plaintiffs, we never really brought a claim for indexing. It was always our position that the augmentation clause itself fulfills that requirement to increase these annuities. And so we don't talk about indexing for inflation, but this was an argument that was advanced by Ontario. And Justice Hennessy actually rejected this argument during the stage 1 appeal. Indexing isn't required because the augmentation clause or the augmentation promise is not limited to annuities are not limited to $4 per person. So Ontario did appeal this. And then on November 5th, 2021, so last year, the Court of Appeal released their decision on the appeal and also that cost appeal that I mentioned in the slide before. And the Court of Appeal affirmed most of the trial judge's decision, but overturned Justice Hennessy on a few issues. Particularly, it was fiduciary duty was the main thing. There was also questions about fair share that they had overturned, and of course they allowed the cost appeal to be heard. They allowed that in part. So we move on to stage 2, and the stage 2 trial was argued before Justice Hennessy in October of 2019. This was a shorter trial. It was only 3 weeks in total, and it was really focused on the legal defenses that Ontario had advanced. And there was 2 primary legal defenses that were advanced by the provincial Crown. The first is that with respect to the claim for breach of fiduciary duty, they argued that the Crown is immune from that claim. And the second was limitations, and this was really focused on the breach of treaty claim. And so briefly, just a limitations defense would say you have to bring your claim after a certain period, or else you're not entitled to any damages. And so they had made arguments that we were past the time that was needed to bring the claim. And the reason for that is they argued that a treaty is a contract for the purpose of limitations. Justice Hennessy released her decision on stage 2 in June of 2020. And again, she ruled in favor of the RHT plaintiffs, finding that our claims were not barred by Ontario's limitations legislation because a treaty is not a contract, and Ontario does not benefit from the doctrine of Crown immunity. Justice Hennessy also released another significant cost award decision in favor of the Robinson-Huron Treaty plaintiffs in an amount of approximately $351,000. And so we move on to the stage 2 appeal before the Ontario Court of Appeal. This was heard in June. It was a 3-day hearing in June of 2021. And again, it just focused on those 2 key issues. Did the trial judge err by finding the annuity claim for breach of fiduciary duty are not subject to the doctrine of Crown immunity? And did the trial judge err by finding that none of Ontario's pleaded limitation periods applied to not allow us to bring the annuities claim? And really that question boils down to, are treaties contracts? The stage 2 appeal was, the decision for the stage 2 appeal was released at the same time as the stage 1. They wrote one decision for both appeals, and the judges of the Ontario Court of Appeal rejected the stage 2 appeal completely. And so just a summary of stages 1 and 2, the trial judge held in favor of the RHT plaintiffs, and the Court of Appeal affirmed most of the trial judge's decision in stage 1, except on the fiduciary duty issue. And they did order that Justice Hennessy reconsider the stage 1 cost award, that $9.4 million cost award. And then they've, of course, rejected the stage 2 appeal completely. And so that brings us to the next level of appeals that are going on in this litigation. Ontario did seek leave to appeal to the Supreme Court of Canada. Now, at the Supreme Court, you don't have a right to appeal to the Supreme Court. You need to ask them for permission. And so that's what we call an application for leave to appeal. They filed that on January 5th of 2022. And the Supreme Court did approve that application on June 23rd, 2022. So it took them about 6 months to make that decision. In Ontario's application, they focused on 5 key issues in their leave to appeal application, which was treaty interpretation, treaty implementation, the standard of review for treaty interpretation. And this is, I think, an issue. It's a highly legal issue, and it doesn't really have a lot of play in the facts around the annuities, the augmentation promise. But it is something that I think the Supreme Court is very interested in tackling. And really the question is, how should appeal courts deal with appeals about treaty rights? So that's the standard of review question. The next one is honor of the Crown and the duty of diligent implementation. And finally, remedies that would be available for breach of treaty and breach of the duty of diligent implementation. We did prepare a response to that leave to appeal application, and it really focused on 2 components. The first was that Ontario is really just attempting to relitigate the arguments that they had in stage 1, the stage 1 trial, as well as before the Ontario Court of Appeal, which is the Crown has an unfettered and unreviewable discretion to increase annuities, and a court has no business in saying whether they've done it correctly or they need to do it. It's completely their discretion. And the second component to our response was that, granting Ontario's application for leave to appeal is really contrary to reconciliation because it keeps the parties within the litigation stream as opposed to focusing on treaty renewal, negotiation on a nation-to-nation level. That being said, we did bring we sought leave to cross appeal on the issue of fiduciary duty, and this was a conditional cross appeal. So what we said is only grant this if you're granting Ontario's main application. Otherwise, we don't need to hear this appeal. So as I said earlier, leave was granted by the Supreme Court on June 23rd of 2023. And then we received Ontario's notice of appeal, which is really their formal statement that they are appealing the case. So they have permission. Now they're giving their notice that they are actually appealing. That was delivered on August the 23rd. And then just recently, we received Ontario's factum and documents, which were delivered on October the 24th. And so I can't really go into a lot of the issues that Ontario is actually going to be arguing at the Supreme Court yet, because the legal team, we're still looking through that factum, we're still digesting it, and we need to really think about it. And then, of course, report to the Litigation Management Committee, who is really the driving force for instructing the legal team in this application. We do have a deadline for intervener motions at the Supreme Court, which is set for November the 18th. And so an intervener is really just another part there. It's an interested party who's going to assist the court. And we have heard from a number of First Nations and First Nation groups who are interested in intervening. We'll see, what the final roster looks like when the motions are all delivered on November the 18th. And then, of course, the Supreme Court will make a decision as to who is actually granted intervener status. The factum for RHT, which is our written argument, is due on January the 10th. And then Ontario and Canada will get a chance to respond to the cross appeal by February the 16th. We have heard from the Supreme Court that the hearing date will be in the fall of 2023. We don't have the actual date yet in the fall of 2023, but we were told that it will be in the fall of 2023. And then the Supreme Court usually renders their decision about 6 months after the hearing date. And so we can look into spring or early summer of 2024, just depending on when our hearing date is. Now, Ontario brought a motion before the Supreme Court asking them to stay or to stop the stage 3 hearing. And the argument that Ontario had put forward were that there's no urgency to hear stage 3. They would suffer irreparable harm of a retrial if the Supreme Court's decision is different from the original trial decision and the Court of Appeal decision. And then they also argued that there's a greater risk of delay before the resolution of the SEC appeal. So we argued against the Supreme Court granting Ontario their stay. We had said, this file has been effectively case managed by Justice Hennessy since 2015, and this is really a trial management issue, and so it should be left for Justice Hennessy. And so the Supreme Court agreed with our position. They denied Ontario's request, but they did direct them to bring their motion to Justice Hennessy to make a decision. And so Ontario did just that, and that was actually heard on November the 4th, so last Friday, the oral arguments. I'm not sure when we'll receive a decision on this. I would anticipate soon, because we are scheduled to start stage 3 on January the 16th. And so the last stage, and this is now we'll go into stage 3, the last stage of the trial will consider all of the remaining issues. And so it was scheduled to begin on October the 12th and run until June 2023. However, because of the Supreme Court appeal and the motion to stay, we did seek a new date in January, and so that has been set. We are scheduled to start on January the 16th, 2023, unless Justice Hennessy agrees to grant Ontario their stay. One of the main issues that will be dealt with in stage 3 is the amount of compensation that's owed to the plaintiffs. So that would be the RHT First Nations and the RST First Nations. And to figure that out, it's really a two-part question. What were the net Crown resource revenues from the treaty territory? So what were the stumpage revenues? What was the mining revenues? What were the revenues that were earned through hydroelectric power? And then what share of those revenues should be paid to the RHT? Another very important issue that will be addressed in stage 3 is what we've been calling Crown allocation. And so this is really a question of whether who's responsible for paying. Is it Canada that's responsible for paying, Ontario, or is a combination of both crowns that are liable to pay augmented annuities? And so to answer these questions, we really have to focus and rely on the opinions of experts. And so RHT prepared 4 different economic expert reports. One that was on revenues and expenditures since 1850 within the treaty territory. And that was really two different reports. We ran them in 2 different timeframes. So the first report was from 1850 until 1897, and the reason for that is the Crowns actually already did this accounting exercise back up to 1897, and this really related to that first increase on the annuities back in 1875. They were augmented to $4, and Ontario and Canada actually got into a fight amongst themselves as to who's liable to pay. And so there was an accounting exercise that was done up to 1897, and so it was a very specific kind of exercise in terms of looking through those revenues and those expenses that were recorded as part of these arbitration proceedings between Canada and Ontario. And then the second time period is 1898 until the present, which the data that the experts have to look at is a lot different. And so there were 2 different reports there. The third report was on an economic value estimate. And so and that report is really about what did the Anishinaabe bring to the table? What's the value of the territory that we brought to the table? And so it's a very important question in terms of the value of the territory. And the final report was just on the interest rates that would be applicable for not paying augmented annuities since 1875, since 1850. We also prepared 2 Anishinaabe perspective expert reports. And these are very important on that question of what is the share? How should the Crown be sharing with the Anishinaabe? And we would be looking through or relying and asking these experts to give us some guidance on that question of sharing. The reports right now are confidential until Justice Hennessy instructs us on the official filing, and then when they become part of the official court record. And so we can't share the details or we can't share the actual reports, but we can discuss in very broad strokes as to what they are about. And so just on expert reports, the Crown the Crown prepared their own reports. They were delivered in June 30th, 2022. We prepared reply reports. They were delivered on Halloween, and the Crown, if they ask for a SIR reply, they'll have until December 5th to do that. Another important component to stage 3 trial, and this was also important in stage 1, is the evidence of our elders. And again, this is really going to focus on that second question about sharing. And so we're going to be asking the elders to give the court some guidance on the importance of land, principles for sharing, the process for sharing wealth and resources, including the role of Ogima, the traditional role of Ogima. How do we deal with situations where an issue has been ignored for so long, and what are the appropriate type of remedies? And defining or describing Waawiindamaagewin, and then of course the 7 grandfather teachings, and what kind of guidance they can provide on the issue of sharing. And so, as I mentioned, there is the motion to stay the stage 3 trial, and that could delay our start date until after the Supreme Court makes their decision. Based off the timeline that I had shared a little bit earlier, that would most likely bring, if the motion to stay is granted, then we likely wouldn't start stage 3 trial until it would be well into 2024, possibly 2025. We are anticipating 80 days worth of evidence in stage 3, or it's approximately 80 days. We're still working on the exact schedule, but it'll be about 80 days of evidence. And for comparison, stage 1 was 78 days in total, and that was 67 days of evidence and 11 days of submission. So stage 3 does look like it will be the longest stage for the litigation. And I just have one slide here on negotiations, and this is really just from a press release that was issued back in April of 2022. So the LMC or RHTLF leadership, Ontario and Canada or Canadian officials, they have established a negotiation table in hopes of finding common ground and settling the claim out of court. However, and this is true of all negotiations, they are confidential, and that's really just to allow the parties to be able to have free-flowing discussion amongst themselves, and then once we're able to reach an agreement, we of course are able to make that public. So I think that was all I had in terms of slides, but I did want to open it up if there were any questions.
Hi, Daniel. Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Perfect. So is there any questions in the room or maybe on Zoom for Daniel? If you have any questions online, you can type them in the chat, and we will give you guys a chance to answer them. And while we're waiting for questions, maybe I will call up the chair of a Robinson Huron Treaty Litigation Fund, Mike Ristool, to come and share a few words. Come on up, Mike.
Miigwech, Cheryl. Ani Anishinabeg. Rajesh Nijnakaz. Nabi Singh Donjaba. She can do them. My English name, or my Ojibwe name is Muskrat. I was born in the French River down at Dokis First Nation. But I moved to Nipissing when I joined the railway in 1970. And I've been there ever since. And I've worked with the Robinson Huron Treaty Annuities Claim for a long time now. But I'm not one to stand in the spotlight on this. You know, I'm only a part of the team, and the team is very important for you to understand. We have the legal team under the direction of Nawagabo Corbier. Dave Nawagabo is one of the principals of that law firm. And his managing partner is Diane Corbier from Chagin First Nation. Dave is from Birch Island. And we have Roger Jones that works with the team there. And we have Daniel, who is here with us via video this morning. This is an exceptional team, legal team that we have working on the claim. Dave and Diane and Roger have led this team forward with a lot of things that really the court has never heard before. And I say that in two words, Anishinaabe perspective. It was very, very important for the court to hear that. And even when we went to the Court of Appeal, that Anishinaabe perspective was introduced there at the Court of Appeal as well. So it is well established now that any of the cases, I think, that probably will happen in the future, if they involve Indigenous people, the Indigenous perspective would probably be a part of all of those cases, simply because of the ingenuity of the Nawagabo Corbier law firm to establish this in the court. So that's really important for us. I think it's really important for Indigenous people in Canada. And I think it's really important for the justice system in Canada to understand that. We're part of this land. We've always been part of this land, and we celebrate our treaty this week because of our relationship in this land with the people who came here from Europe and other places. But you know, I work with the legal team, but I also work with our very accomplished and good guidance of our litigation management committee. The litigation management committee are made up of myself as the chair, Peter Recollet, who is the vice chair, and Peter will be handing out some brochures there very shortly to you. And also Chief Dean Sayers, who is a member of the committee, Chief Dean Sayers from Batchewana. Duke Pelche, former Ogama Duke Pelche, is on the committee, continues his work with the committee. Chief Patsy Corbier also is working on the committee. And also Ogama Angus Toulouse from Sagmok First Nation is on this committee as well. This committee helps the law firm to make decisions on how we should proceed through the court system. It works well. We have really important meetings when we do meet together as a team to oversee the litigation process for our people. And I just wanted to highlight those two teams who are in effect one team that works for everybody in our territory, or the 21 First Nations. We have 21 trustees on the Robinson Huron Treaty Litigation Fund. Those 21 trustees meet once a year to provide guidance and to approve budgets and work plans and things like that. So we have a great team that's moving this thing forward, and we've had great success in the courts because of our guidance from Diane Corbier, Dave Nawagabo, and Roger Jones, who have helped us. One of the people I wanted to mention is a lawyer that Dave Nawagabo has engaged in the past is from British Columbia. And this man was very famous in providing guidance to our group, and passed away some months ago. And we're really sorry that he left us, but his partner from British Columbia still works with us on the team. So I wanted to make sure that you understand that we do have some lawyers from British Columbia that are working with us, and they are experts in the Supreme Court of Canada proceedings. So we're happy to have those people with us as well. So I don't want to take up too much of your time, because I know it's important for you to understand about the case, about what the treaty says about our people, and about the successes we've had. So miigwech for listening to me, and I hope you stick around for the rest of the week for the rest of the festivities. Miigwech share.
Oh, miigwech, Mike. Yes, and Diane did do a great presentation yesterday talking about the Anishinaabe perspective. So we will try to get that video uploaded so that you guys who missed it can have a chance to watch it. I do think we have a question in the room, Barrett?
Yes, I think, Daniel, it's Baird here. You can probably read some of the questions, but the first one is the next phase going to be live streamed, or is there a way to watch it online? And there's another question in regards to, is there a template letter for settlers or allies who would like to send a letter to the relevant member of parliament, perhaps?
Certainly. Thank you for that, Barrett. Yes, so for the first question on whether the stage 3 trial will be live streamed or broadcasted, it will be live streamed. We're still working with the technical group for the trial management. It's a huge undertaking, and so there's just a lot of pieces to work out, but we are working on the live streaming component. There will be a link that will be able to be shared publicly for people who would like to tune in. We will most likely be using Zoom as our platform for live streaming it. So you would just log into Zoom as like in a webinar function. So you wouldn't be able to raise your hand or anything like that, but you would be able to listen and watch the proceedings. For the second question on a petition or letter templates, we don't have any active campaigns at the moment. We did have a campaign, a petition campaign going on, but I would encourage you to reach out. And I know we have the contact information, info@Robinson Huron Treaty. I would encourage you to reach out there, and then perhaps we can see if we can come up with some type of letter template or something like that you can use to offer your support.
Okay, perfect. And we can get that link up too, Daniel. So, and there's a couple more questions in the room here.
Yeah, we'll do these 2 questions, and then we'll go into the next agenda item. I understand there is another question in the chat, but maybe Daniel, you can take a quick peek at that and see if you can reply by text.
Hello, Daniel. This is Joe Jones. I was wondering about the fur trade. When trappers took their fur to the ministry, they stamped them, and there was some kind of immunity money taken from our people on that, a commission like. So is anybody mention that in your talks?
Thank you for that question. It's a really good point in terms of revenues that the Crown also received off of the territory, and it's not just from trapping, but also fishing licenses and things like that. Unfortunately, there was no data. Like, the data from the Crown is just so bad. We have no way of actually accurately trying to calculate how much money it's worth, and so all of those revenues have been excluded, and it's just because we have no way of calculating it. So those revenues were included. It was only revenues associated with forestry, mining, and hydro, as well as spectrum revenue.
I may have one of those old trapping checks that has that on there. If not, I'll ask somebody, the old trappers, they have that on there. Right? You know, when you get a check from the ministry for your first, it's written right on there. Hopefully I can find one. Or put the word out there. We need some of that to, any old trapper that's got them old checks, some of them did save them. So it'd be nice if somebody would put the word out there and try to get something like that back. And license, that's another thing. That's another argument, I guess. But that's my question. Thank you.
Okay, I think we got one more question here, and take it away, Nelson.
Good morning, Dan. Nelson here. I get asked this question all the time. In your best and worst scenario, when can we see payment?
A very good question, Nelson. I mean, in a best case scenario, we settle this claim before the start of stage 3. And of course, a settlement deal still takes some time to craft, and then, you know, it would still take some time. It wouldn't be that instant, but that would be a best case scenario. I don't want to put a date on it, but that would be much sooner. If we have to continue to litigate through this process, and Ontario is successful in their stay motion, so we don't even start stage 3 until 2024, 2025. That would be for that trial. That's a 6-month period of time. So now we're looking into 2026. It could be appealed again to the Ontario Court of Appeal. Now we're 2028. And then potentially again to the Supreme Court of Canada. Now we're looking at, 2030. Like it could really drag out if the focus is solely on litigation. I would be hopeful that we don't have to litigate like this, but it's been an uphill battle with the Crowns. They haven't wanted to they wanted to litigate this claim fully. So, I when I say 2030 as like a worst case scenario, that's like a very, very rough guess, but that it could be a considerable period of time before this is concluded if we have to continue to litigate. And then of course the fastest point to resolution would be a negotiated settlement between the parties.
Okay, Chimigwech Daniel for that great presentation. I know there may be a few more questions that they may have, or anybody may have in the room or on the chat. I know Jolene shared Daniel's email or the email he provided, so feel free to send the questions there and we'll do our best to get them answered for you. So Chimigwech Daniel for sharing your time with us, and we are going to get set up for our next panel. So our first panel of the day actually is our TEK elders. So maybe we'll give them about 5 minutes to kind of come up to the table and get ready, and then we'll get started. So I hope everyone on Zoom can stay with us for the duration of the day, and maybe also drop in the chat where you are joining us from. So Chimigwech, and we'll let them get set up. Okay, perfect. Well, it looks like they're all set up here. So I just wanted to acknowledge the people that we have on Zoom. I think we have about 40 people joining us on Zoom as well. And I think we heard that we have a member from Shawanaka who's joining us from India. So
Wow.
welcome from across the world. I wonder what time it is in there. Oh, plus 30 on YouTube. So you guys have a great audience. You have about 70 people online watching. Plus, we probably have about 40 people in this room here. So a great audience for our TEK elders. Very happy you're able to join us. And I will pass it over to Nelson. So,
Okay.
Chimigwech.
Hani Kinagoya. Chimigwech Agibashaik, Nelson Toulouse and the Woning, Danjis Gamuk, Kanojendo them. Bangi kung kwede batan gani mandani and Waawiin chippy tenda with minodish nin pizzet migo squatch yang mandani Waawiin by Madwang ich bin pinagwashkang ich bin gwe the rapnasik winip modot mandan Waawiin michona tasing chippy tenda with this Mishko Paneganism Costags ich bin Manda make mga Waawiindamaagewin treaty abdek ni kadasha kwede when anish wipi 1850 anish wipi ganadzing anish wipi ganwing anish kashnawzing ich bin das kenne mangye mi gets kenum nik wanaking with washtang minonia. Well, good morning everybody. My name is Nelson Toulouse. I'm from Zgamuk. More importantly, I'm from the Pike clan, and really, this is my responsibility sitting up here and interpreting and translating and sort of steering the discussion a little bit. I always reminder, when there are reminders that we need to be really reminded of the stage or of our language. It's in a very, very delicate position in that, we could lose it. And the example I give is myself and people of my age. We're the dying breed. We're the last of the first language speakers, which means we were born into the language. And so you can almost, plan. I hate to say extinction, but we need to plan that. We need to have everything in place before we lose these first language speakers. And hopefully I'm healthy and my friend Martina is healthy and we're around at least another 20 years. So, but hopefully that goes well and hopefully our mental health is good too at that time. So it's really important. And one of the things that's really important is the medium that captures us on video speaking, but also hears us speak. You have to hear the language spoken. You can't read it in a book because the language is spiritual. And I think that's why when we collectively get together as speakers, we basically have a different perspective on things, and we're guided by the spirituality of the language. We have words in there that are talk about the Creator all the time. It's just including language. So with that, Chimigwech. Really honored to be here, to sit with these fine people. And we're going to have presentations from each one. I'll ask them to do just a brief introduction of themselves. And then they'll say they'll tell you their story. Try and if I can keep it down to 10 minutes, that'd be great. And so there's a feather being passed around. And what I'll do, I'll try and time it in a respectful way. So I'm not going to say Mimanik, that's it. I'll just say how, okay. So that'll be your warning sign. The kind of wind it down where I say how. I'm not going to cut you off. You cut yourself off after and thanks. So because we need question and answers after, so we'll allow time for that. How? Come on, stop English. So I'm going to give the honor to, I guess maybe the lady, Caroline. Magiging ka much tantam. Mangigo kawain this mission to the bajamay. Amiwich.
Ani Bosho. Skaknim Kibeneshi Quentisha Kenemigo. Jijake do them. We kwem kong given jaba. One bededas nungkunda bendagos. I'm just honored to be here. I'm the newbie on the block, actually. I'm proud to be a part of and accepted by the tech elders to be part of their group. And so my spiel is about, my spiel is to the youth. So we've talked about bringing youth and having, youth discussions, around a lot of this knowledge that the tech elders or the tech, I guess we all have tech elders in our communities who have that knowledge. And so what we're saying to the youth is that we need the Anishinaabe scholars to attend the university and colleges and to research our Anishinaabe ways of knowing and being, to study Indigenous knowledge, our way of life, Indigenous science, we call it. There are Anishinaabe scholars out there like Ballard. She's an associate professor at the Faculty of Science at the University of Manitoba, who, in a recent CBC interview, stated that, I think One on Earth is called, the CBC interview. And she talks about Indigenous science. It's the science of the way of knowing the land. It's a way of knowing the water, the air, everything about the earth. Knowledge of our elders, their knowledge of weather patterns, their knowledge about how species migrate, everything that Ray, our prime elder here, has been speaking about since he started the tech elders. She says it is this knowledge that has enabled them to survive for generations. She also speaks to the old language, the Waawiindamaagewin. Reminds me when Ray speaks about the spirit who visited him and motivated him to start the tech elders and to stop the spraying. Ray always said the spirit spoke in the old language. That spirit awakened something in him when he spoke in the old language. It spoke to his spirit. And when that Anishinaabe when is spoken, that spirit in that language does speak to you. I was raised, and I come to know that as a child growing up with my mom, who was also a very fluent speaker in the Anishinaabe language. And she used to take me to lots of funerals we used to have, and wakes. And I remember being at those wakes and all the elders being there and talking in that language. And that, and you pick that up, the vibration is in there, the spirit. And even though I went out and off to school and went off reserve and did a lot of my time off reserve and kind of forgot how to speak the language because it wasn't around me. But when I came back home and I was talking to an elder, and the elder spoke in the language when he was giving me a teaching, I remembered, my spirit remembered. My mind couldn't understand the exact word interpretation, but my spirit did. And it brought me back home to that place of my spirit, which I had gone to sleep for a long time while I was out there in the city. And that happens to us, right? So for me, it's a direct experience that I've had with that relationship with spirit. So I understood what Ray was talking about when he talked about the elder talking to him in the language. And what Ballard says in her research about Indigenous languages, the Waawiindamaagewin, she says, the Waawiindamaagewin has a scientific management tool embedded within it. Her research looks at what Indigenous languages reveal about local ecosystems. As Waawiindamaagewin speakers, we have words for various spaces and places right across the country that are very significant to the natural state of the ecosystem. So that knowledge exists, and we need to our Indigenous scholars, our young people, to go out there and put it into the language of the academics so that we can speak to the scientists, on that level, so that they can understand what our elders are saying And we can understand what our elders have been saying all along. They're the ones that spend all that time in the bush, and they've studied the ecosystem, and you know, they live their life by knowing that and having that knowledge. And it's important that we bring that forward. And I know you'll give me a heads up when I'm done. Okay, because I have lots of notes here, and I just want to stick to my time. So when I say Indigenous science is a science of a way of knowing the land, it's a way of knowing the water. I think I already said that. So about the Earth Mother, the knowledge of weather patterns, knowledge of how species migrate. I've heard a lot of elders talking about, you know, a lot of our animals are migrating up north. And when that happens, you know, there's a knowing to that. Okay. So the tech elders on this territory are saying, stop that spraying. Say, you know, Ray always says, no, stop. We don't want that spraying happening in our territory. So that's the primary goal of the tech elders, is to ask the provincial government to stop that spraying. It's happened in other places. I did a quick scan around what our scholars are saying about you know, across the literature in the academic world. So they're saying the destructing of our Anishinaabe food sources, our homes, and medicines violate our spiritual, physical, emotional, and social well-being in ways that are similar to traumatic, violent assault. The physical environment and connections to land have both been noted as critical elements of health for Indigenous populations, as by reading 2009 and his group. Indigenous groups have equated the decline of their traditional territories as a process akin to either a family dying or a physical dismemberment. As traditional custodians of the land, dispossessed Indigenous people have lost their primary reasons for being. That being said from King from 2009. As Anishinaabe tech elders, we believe that the devastation of our lands through globalization and commercial exploitation and climate change is equivalent to the same physical assault.
Wow.
So I just want to also say that the Declaration of Indigenous Peoples Act has been passed by the Canadian government, and there they just released a statement in September 2022 about how they're going to start implementing that in Canada, and we need to be involved in that. So,
Chimiwech, Caroline. Lots of really strong messages that you put out there, and I really hope that the youth will get involved. Maybe you can hear some questions afterwards. So, Chimiwech, I'm going to leave Janet and Ray for the end, because I think we're going to be spending a lot of time in what you guys are saying. So next, we'll pass it to Alan, and he can give you. You said it's going to be brief, so go ahead. Brief.
Yeah. Miigwech.
Tell us who we are.
Alan McDonald. I'm a NVN band member. Lived in Garden River for 25 years or so, but I grew up in that area, so I'm actually from that area. I got involved with the tech group through Joe Jones, who used to come over for coffee quite often, and we were always talking about this. And so one day he says, "Why don't you join?" And so here I am. But, the glyphosate is basically, the government says it's they need it to help their forests, and I actually know somebody that works in that area, and him and I've had a conversation where he's telling me our scientists, which is the ministry scientists, they say it's safe, and so and I tell him, well, you need new scientists. So I recently gave him some information about earthworms, and it showed that there's been studies, an independent study by university, on the damage it does to earthworms. So if it does back to earthworms, just imagine what it does to everything else. They diluted the glyphosate sample by 300 times less than the recommended dosage. And what it did was it sent the earthworms into convulsions, and they eventually basically killed them. So, and this is in the earth, right? This is where they spray this stuff. They spray it on the vegetation, but it goes into the earth. They say it doesn't, the half-life is so short that it doesn't go into the water, which we now know that's not true. It's in everyone. And they've done studies where 80% of the people they tested have glyphosate in them. The glyphosate contamination, it's in cereals, it's in oat products, it's in pasta, it's in crackers. In 2019, further studies found that all wheat-based foods tested have glyphosate, including chickpeas, flour, pizza, and lentils. Despite the EPA's stance, studies found a 41 to 70% increase risk of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma and bladder cancer. So meanwhile, they're claiming that it's safe. Clearly, we know it's not. So Germany has a national wide ban, and it's going to be a total ban in 2023. So ironically, Bayer, who now bought out Monsanto, who Monsanto produced this, and Monsanto, they've produced DDT, Agent Orange, and it goes on and on. It's not very much of it is good chemicals. So Bayer is from Germany. They bought Monsanto in 2018, and Germany has banned the use of glyphosate. If this company, they're one of their companies, is banning it, to me, that's a pretty clear indication that they know there's something wrong. 40 countries have some sort of ban or restriction. Quebec banned it in 2001, yet Ontario increases its use. There's many non-Indigenous, non-Native organizations that are fighting this fight as well, and I think that's what the allies there are. We need them. This is not just a fight with the tech elders, and it's a national issue. It's a worldwide issue. There's the Stop the Spray Canada movement, and I encourage you to go on. You can Google it, and it has a long list of information on it. And so there's the Safe Food Matters, Equal Justice, represented by David Suzuki Foundation, Environmental Defense Canada, Friends of the Earth Canada. These are all organizations that are going after the glyphosate spraying, not just in the forests, and that's what we are talking about, but it's even more so used in agricultural. So recently, Chapleau Cree, Missinaibi Cree, and Brunswick House have just taken the government to court over the use of the glyphosate in their area, and so I think it's a good idea that we support them. I wonder why. Why wouldn't we? What the Crown is saying is that usually it amounts to less than 2% of the forests are sprayed, but approximately 170,000 acres per year are sprayed. So at the end of the day, I don't see that the government is really listening. When you listen to we're here celebrating the litigation for the Robinson here, 1850 Robinson Huron Treaty Week, and you see that the government wants to take the court for everything. Just they're not doing the right thing, right? In my opinion, they should just do the right thing. But the government really, in my opinion, does not listen. So, Miguel.
Okay, Miguel Child. You're going to be sharing your notes, right?
I can. I just made some handwritten notes.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I mean, there's a lot of really relevant stuff that you shared with us, and so I think it'll be very, very important that
have those notes on those various approaches and in fighting this spread of poison.
Hello? Sorry.
So with that, I'm going to take it to our friend Joe Jones from Tigan Zibing. Go ahead.
Nelson, a good friend. Morning, everybody. Morning. That's my name. Start over.
Here.
Good morning, everyone. My English name is Joe Jones. My Anishinaabe name is Makanak, Nishnakas, Todomashi, Taganzi Bing. Rice of fade, aerial spraying, clear cutting. That's the reason why they do the aerial spraying, clear cutting. In my Anishinaabe life, they killed Mother Earth twice with all the clear cutting, nothing left. And they only want the one tree to grow, which is a money tree, which the government is looking for, the Ministry of Natural Resources, the government, environment, and the health. They look at value as a dollar. With this aerial spraying, we look at Anishinaabe value, life. For us today that sit here, and the people, the generation that we created, and the next to come, 5 more, 7 generations ahead of life for our people. When that aerial spraying hits the places where they want, it goes into our mother. And the woman out here that sit with us today, I respect you very much with honor. To give us life and to honor life is to respect it. In our way of life, our battles are always with the governments, not listening to the truth of what our people are bringing forward. They're killing our way of life. They're killing not only our way of life, but they're killing all life. I mean, the life that people do not see sometimes out there in Mother Nature. When you can stand by the riverbank, hear the water, feel that heat from the sun and the wind blowing. It's a combination of life that's in our hearts. And when we feel that, when I feel it out there with the aerial spraying, we're slowly dying. I mean, Mother Earth is slowly dying from all the toxics that are out there. And we, as tech elders, are responsible today, as much as possible, with the aerial spraying. No more aerial spraying. We need help from all people to get this done. ASP. How long will it continue to spray? When will our people wake up and unite together as one and have one voice? The stronger we are. But like I said, when you're standing out there on a beautiful sunny day, the feeling within my heart goes out to the destruction of that aerial spraying. It's in the water where our fish live, where that pike swims. We all go in there. And when you say we are natural people, we are. That spirit is natural. And our ancestry are still there, leading us in a way that it's in our heart to understand all this Anishinaabe way of life. So when we begin to understand our Anishinaabe way of life, we begin to understand the true meaning of my own self. I'll talk about myself, learning our way of life. And I learned that from being on Mother Earth constantly. Every day, the morning sunrise, that we live today in a good, honorable way and speak with our ancestors. Aerial spraying is the disaster. It's in many forms, in our foods, in our perfumes, all life. And to understand my words is to believe in myself, what our ancestry has taught us, our parents, our grandparents, and our grandmothers and grandfathers. And when we begin to understand that, standing out there again, you could hear them. Not only hear them, you can feel them within inside you in that heart of ours again. It brings out the best of us in our good intentions of all that lives. And we need our people to grow inside in our hearts and in our minds and our spirituality, to become in tune to what's happening to our world of Mother Nature. That's who we are, the spirit of Mother Nature. Our ancestry has brought us here today, and they suffered through a lot, schools and everything else. Ever since they landed here, they wanted this land. We never gave it up. We never surrendered. And the fight continues with the aerial spraying. Aha, miigwech.
Chimiwech, Joe. Very inspiring words about people and the need for people, and certainly for the future, our youth, to ensure that we go back to what we were in 1850 and take our responsibilities back. And there's all kinds of friends out there that are sort of fighting the same fight, but we need to collectively and educate ourselves and sort of join the forces and fight this poison that's killing us. And it's hidden in many, many different things. Chimiwech, Joe. Janet, Ray, before you start, Janet, I just want to say that Ray is the inspiration, the face and the voice of why we're here doing this presentation. Ray will tell a story, but I just want to say that because it's terribly, terribly important. It's part of our DNA. It's part of our DNA, and everybody here at the panel talks about our responsibilities. So that's what it is. So with that, Ray, take it away, Ray.
Ani. Nishnabene kaswa no. Sigamok Nunchaba. I'm from Sagamok. We use that don't speak Indian. I know there's many of them, many of you, and many of you that speak the language only. And those are very, very few. So what I'm going to say is going to be, I don't know, maybe it might trigger something. It just might. You might be more fluent in Indian. You might be more fluent in English, which is good for you because that's today's language. And the old language, that's slowly going out, unless we bring it back up. We gestot nishnabemot. When we go nishnabemot, the kendanyo. Oh, this nos nag-responde. Wan kanot man ni anish we are make and the make. As kung giken dan and the man. Gosh, on it wis nagis, on it went panza. It's going to be hard for you. Either one way or the other. I can talk either Indian or Saganash. It don't matter. You got to know them to go him see.
They don't speak French.
Gan that's a senior. Saganash should be ni Krumago was English. That was brought to me. That's what I was learned in residential school. How to write in English. So I'm stuck in English. It was French school. It would have been French school, but it isn't. I had to write. I had to learn English. And I didn't lose my language. I only went to school 6 years. 6 years I went to school, and after that I came back out and I continued my education. Education. That doesn't mean writing and reading. I learned what the nature, everything. You can done. Bish. You know, bem bedek. Bem semagok. You can done you. I learned all that. I learned the hard way. I learned the hard way to where all has come from. It's hard. It's easy in a way. It's easy, but it's hard to remember why this thing is there. The plants. You learn the plants. You learn very early all about plants. Why each plant is there. Each plant, whatever it grows, it might be nothing to you, but somebody else will pick it up and say that, hey, I know that plant. I know it's for. So he knows. He's got that. Somebody taught him that what that plant is. It goes on. Being bish. Ni benashna usagigo. We see is in cause a creature. We see you know, guide nishab madsino. They're there for some reason that you don't understand. You don't have enough time. You don't grow enough to understand unless you're really, really smart. But you're too busy. You're too busy growing up everything, learning everything else. Takes too long to learn nature, but it's actually very simple. You HB Zanagan. It does not stay in you. Anything that's written in English, no matter what it is not there forever. You can't learn from it. But nature itself, you learn every day something. Ma pitchgun, Jabon avoid me with a canman kinegego. Kunima, you should give cinnamon. If you listen while you're growing up, you might learn something. Niyo madsion isnikadik. Kagum mampin bimenshasin. We can madsion. I'm not here to teach you all about life. It's you got to learn. But you got to learn everything else besides that. So I can't teach you anything. Just what I know, which is very little. Very little. What I know. I'm 8 years old, and I already had. They say I had. What keeps calling me? What is it? What is it? What you call me?
Honey,
No. No.
you're trying to explain yourself.
Yeah, when you call me second childhood. Me, no, didn't tell them go. When you get older, you're going to forget. There are things that you're going to forget. But those will come back. Those will come back, but in different terms. You may not know what that word means, but you know that it means something. And you're going to concentrate on it, work on it, that you don't know. You don't let your neighbors know that you're working on that. So there you go. That's life. Not can I go and we can't done. Send done. Send done where they go. Win Waawiindamaagewin. But what we remember this song Toga. Send done. The Kendan go no chip is in. Me minakini mana walk yan. No go pitch go. Ma piminong guding gunema. Gunema. Kinano nam gigo mucha gigo kyan. Manda no commander kaya go ninam dasi. Manda we jibs yan. I didn't know today was going to be like this today. I know I had to speak on something, but I didn't think it was going to be this, how this, it's not dreadful. It's not hard. It's something that you have to do because you learn through life. What you learn through life, you should share it. Share that with knowledge which you have. And that way somebody else can learn off you. Have time to learn. Can't be all sitting around waiting around for somebody to tell you. Just, take time to learn. I'd like to thank you. If you listen, if you listen to me today, what I mean by second choice. Equity non dum. Me which.
Okay. Amiigwech, Ray. There's some really Ray mix a little bit of English, so you might have probably understood that part. But there's a lot of stuff that he says. One very profound thing. He says, I hope that what I say does something to you, that it inspires something in you. Old language is disappearing. It's really, really important. Learning isn't easy. He talks about languages. He learned English in residential school, and then they taught him how to write in English, and somehow he's stuck with it. When he left residential school, he said he started his real education, and that's about learning the environment at a pretty young age. And he said, it's really simple. It can be really simple to understand. All you need to do is pick up a plant and understand what it is and what purpose it serves. And a lot of people don't realize this, but some people do. They see different things and they begin to understand why and how those plants are put on here on Earth. So everyone has to learn to, have this knowledge, and most of all, appreciate the knowledge and the things that are put there. There's so many different types of animals and fish, and he talked about that. And really, everybody needs to begin to learn. You can't say you're too busy to learn. The environment is being threatened, deteriorating. So we all need to stop being too busy to learn. That's a really big message that he said a few times. And so you may learn if you listen. That's the message. You gotta listen to learn. He's 80 years old, and I guess and Janet tells him that he's born again. Except he's born again, and this time when he's born, his memory isn't as sharp as it was in his first life. And so, but it's there. It's there, and sometimes he doesn't know at that instant, but he knows afterwards. And it's just like coming here. You said, I kind of knew I was going to come here, but didn't know why. But he knew I had to speak. So I guess that's the thing about getting older. You lose certain things, but actually you don't lose them. They're there. You just need to be reminded. So the main message, is in this world, we need to really stop and listen. That's how we're going to learn. So I'm going to turn it over to his partner. She's been involved right along the whole process. Janet, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. The name I was given, it's on a birth certificate. I was born Janet Patterson. My spirit name is Wapska Nimpikwe. I reside in Sagamok, and I've been with my life partner here for 40 years. And I'd like to tell you that this is going to be a hard act to follow from him. But in the 40 years I've been with Raymond, he speaks of being reborn. I grew up in a colonial community where you're taught to achieve, find the big goals with the big money and get the big house, and you're going to live happily ever after. You'll marry your prince and all that sort of stuff. My worldview has been dramatically changed in the 40 years I've been with Raymond. I'm whole. I don't know how else to explain it to you. The worldview I carry is from all the teachings that he gave me. Living off the land, raising animals, growing food, going hunting. He even bought me a gun. I could shoot my own moose, so I'm transformed to a peaceful person who really understands the interconnectedness that we all have with all of our relations. And I'm not talking about people relations. I speak clearly to the land, the water, the air, the moose, the deer, the trees. We are all interconnected. And in our communities, we understand that. That's what's being taught to us. The message has to go out to the colonial peoples. It's a money-making industry using glyphosate, but it's going to kill all of us. Nature around us is slowly deteriorating to nothing. Hunting is not as easy as it was picking berries, medicines. It's all very, very different. And as we are here on Treaty Week, we're honoring the treaty this week. I think of what Brenda Rivers from my community taught us. She knew, well, she says that the interpretation of the treaty is that we're supposed to be in two canoes going down the river, basically at the same time, but never jumping into each other's boat. Just live in harmony and reciprocity, and we will all live a healthy life. But that doesn't exist. They keep jumping into our boat and telling us what to do. I'd like to acknowledge Nokomis Martina for her very insightful prayer, because it really touched me when she spoke about, giving grace and thanks to all nature around us, but she spoke of the children. And this is what really affects me in my thinking, in that we are all connected to the past, the ancestors who guide us. We're all connected to those who came before us. We are connected to the present, because what we do right now impacts the future. So when we continually take from the land, we as everybody, and we don't give thanks, and we don't give tobacco, and our intention is not of a good way, then we are robbing those who haven't come yet. They know us. We just don't know them. And when they come here, they're going to look around and wonder, what did we do? All peoples have to really, we have to educate. That's my purpose to be here today, is my sharing of the website for the petition that Jennifer Bishwald, she has initiated this petition with the government. She's the director of the film Into the Weeds. Her contribution to the TK movement is to initiate this petition. So I've distributed the little QR code. I don't even know that language, but that little code that can get you online, or I have paper copies, so you're more than welcome. I encourage you to come and sign it. What else do I want to say? Sorry, too many notes. I shouldn't do this. Yeah, I think that's about all I wanted to say. Like, I know we can teach the others what this is all about, because I learned it. I learned what it's like to be humble, whole, and purposeful in my life. Like as a mother, a wife, a grandmother, I have purpose to give them, like Raymond said, you listen, you learn, and you teach. And this is how we maintain survival on this planet. This is not all about money. The whole world has to come to that realization. I've spoken from the heart. Obviously, I had a little bit of cheat sheets here, but it's not as important as what I feel. I'm very proud of Raymond. I'm very proud of what he has done. His vision, like this started, is all a spiritual journey. The whole thing is spiritual. We're guided by spirit. The first time he had the vision, we were all together in the room, and he rather looked startled, and he told us to be quiet. And he was seeing this ancestor in front of him. He was in a real old Anishinaabe. He had on a blue shirt, and he was facing the opposite direction. He was sitting on a really long bench. And he tells us that he did not understand the words. It wasn't clear to him what was being said because it was an old dialect. He had two more visions since that time. And I've often wondered, what is the significance of the bench? And I started to think, okay, so we've met these lovely people. We've met Sue Chibolo. We've met a lot of people along the way who helped us write our letters and do our demonstrations. That's not the totality of that bench. The bench is the people, all the people. All of the people, the colonial people, everybody, we all have to get on that bench and stop the destruction of the forest, the food, everything that we depend on for our own survival and the survival of the children that are yet to come. Big question.
Jimmy Witch and Janet, there's so much messaging going on, and sometimes especially Ray and Joe, you know, they talk about traditional values, and if we look at our own personal lives, you know, and that knowledge actually comes back from a long, long way. I mean, Ray's ancestor that basically spoke to his spirit. When was that? I mean, how far back do we go with that knowledge? So when we say, you know, in 1850, when the treaty was being negotiated and eventually signed, who were we as a people? I mean, I think that's what we're saying here is we need to collectively get back to who we were as a people back then. There's so many messages, you know, that have been reinforced over and over again. You know, we need to go back to where we came from and begin to understand. So it's open to questions. Is any questions either online or here? You know, this is an opportunity to ask questions. Okay, I see one back there.
You will.
So good morning, everybody. My name is Leroy Bennett. I think one of the, and there's a lot of good points brought up earlier to our speakers, and we say we have to help everybody get on board. But one of the things that, if you look at what science does, it dissects because it wants to understand. But in the totality of it all, really, when you look at it, we're living experiments, all of us. You know, they say it's in the food, it's here, it's there. It's not so much, and it's affecting everything. But one of the things is that there was a little bit of a mention there that, you know, Monsanto sold to these guys. So they're playing chess with our lives. And this is how they do it. And I think the message needs to change for all that we do. Because I do know from my own experience and some of my life experience that, in fact, it's hard to really teach somebody spirituality if they absolutely refuse to believe they have a spirit. It can be done, but it's a difficult thing. Because you're going to spend most of your time banging your head off that wall trying, this is so simple, why can't they get it? It's because they don't want to get it. They see the dollar. And the part then wanted to ask was this. Is there a way, I know through spirit ceremony, all this other stuff, but is there a way that you could somehow, I guess, be more aggressive with your language? Because everybody here today is a living experiment. Like how much more damage do we need to endure before somebody says, okay, this needs to be reworded? Because I can tell you of experience I had back in 2017 when this court case started. I visited some people I know up in Gull Bay. They took me hunting. And I cut open that moose liver. And I saw with my own eyes that chemical inside that liver. So I know it's no good to eat. But, you know, when we did our fall harvest back in our community, I cut open the liver there. It's okay. I can't tell you if it's good to eat, but it's okay. The choice is yours. But when you're looking at how all of this is going and we're busy, in a way, playing safe politics with it, because we don't want to offend other people. The reality is it's almost time to stop playing safe politics and go right at it. Because you say you want to protect the next generation, but if all we're doing is playing politics with it, you can almost guarantee today that you're already harming them anyway. They're not here yet, but you've just harmed them. So it's a matter of, you know, it's a matter of getting these young ones out there, show them that, you know, this is the damage that's being caused. You know, it is still education, but we allow others to determine what that education is. So, I mean, there's a lot of structural weak points in all our arguments, but to me, I think if we get more aggressive with the language, we're going to get someplace. But as long as we play safe politics, we're not going to get nowhere. So that's my question is, when are you going to get more aggressive with your language in what you do?
You want that one?
Miigwech.
Sure. The panel is open. Who's going to tackle it first? Alan? Or Joe?
Joe's going to go first. I don't think you're on.
Okay, understanding again, we'll go back a little bit. Understand education is to getting to know yourself again. Mother Earth provides everything for us. And it's done that through all our, going backwards, all our life since Columbus landed here. And right up till today, understanding yourself in our Anishinaabe way life, they say is hard. Like Ray said, it's hard to understand yourself when you don't know yourself. So one of the biggest education problems today is knowing who you are, where you come from, and what do you want to be, and what do you want to do about what's going on in this world. So to find that out, to be yourself, is like I am saying now, I know who I am, where I come from, and what I want to do. And what I would like something to happen is to stop the aerial spraying. I will say this any place, anytime, anywhere, in front of anybody, and that including Pierre. I keep calling the guy Pierre Trudeau. It's Justin Trudeau. Sorry for that mistake. But see, that's how that works. When you get to know yourself, you have the value of your honesty, truth, and respect to everybody and everything that lives. So in your hearts, we have to stand up and be proud and tell everybody, this is our home and you're destroying it. We need it to stop now, today. And that's where that comes from me, is finding my true identity as a person. And that person is Anishinaabe way of life, connected to all natural life. And that's where my spirituality is, our spirituality is. Anybody else can add to that? Go ahead. Use your own mic. we do like to have some humor once in a while too.
Yeah, Miigwech, Joe. Excellent points. Something I wanted to share to that was, if you look at the corporations, they control so much of our lives and what we do, and there's very little accountability. We talk about the annuities case. We're suing the government, but that's our money already. It's our resources. Whatever payment we get, that's already belongs to the people, right? The government is supposed to be the administrators of our resources, and whether they do a good job or not with that is I guess that's your personal opinion. But so many of these corporations have come here and taken huge amounts of resources away from here, and we deal with money. I mean, how we used to trade before is totally different now, right? The money is the value of the trade now. A lot of the money from here goes overseas or goes to China, Bayer Corporation is from Germany. So the money leaves here. The issue for me personally that I have is when we go after the government for whatever it is, they're just giving us our money back. Like, what happens? What about all the money, the multi-billionaires that have become that rich from the resources from this country or from our lands? So my question kind of is, why are we not going after them, after the corporation? North of Sault Ste. Marie, Algoma Central Railway was given 150,000 acres. They've, the next year they turned around and sold it. They leveraged their fleet of ships. Now, is what I understand is a Chinese corporation bought out that land that the corporation owned, and now that money is going overseas. So, I mean, that's a real issue we have here. So, anyways, Miigwech.
Okay, Miigwech. With that, I guess we're trying to get back into a schedule. I want to thank everybody for being here,
For now.
and our panelists. A lot of wisdom and knowledge being shared, and we're going to be here certainly all day today, and possibly the next day. I'm not sure, but anyway, don't be shy. Ask questions, and I'm sure they'll be more than happy to share their knowledge with you. So, chimiigwech kinawe, miigwech.
Which
Oh, miigwech Nelson, and miigwech to all of our elders for sharing today. I think Jolene's going to bring you guys a nice gift for sharing with us today. And I just wanted to do a little shout out for our magazine, because we do have a great article on there on the TK elders and their white ribbon campaign. So we have copies at the front, and we also have digital copies available on our website. So I encourage you guys all to check that out. And now we're going to get ready for our next panel. So maybe take about 5 minutes while we change up. I do see our Ogomakwe are here, so we will get started very shortly. So chimiigwech, everyone, and we'll take a quick break.
So overshot by Raymond, I completely forgot about it. Well, we
Good morning, Minnow Gishop. We're going to get started now. Bimose Onquet Dijnikaz Tikmikshing Anishinabek Donjnaba Mashkos Dodem. My name is Valerie Riche. I'm from Atikmikshing, and it's a real honor for me to be here this morning to be asked to facilitate this amazing panel. I can just feel the power coming from this table. For the first time in a long time, I feel like one of the cool kids being able to facilitate the group. I just want to really say miigwech to all the chiefs for being here. In case people don't know, we have, this is the all the female chiefs from the Robinson Huron Treaty. I think they're all here. Yes. Yeah. Amazing. Yeah. Maybe what we could do is just go down the road and down the row and ask everyone to just introduce yourselves, like your name and the nation that you represent this morning. We'll start here.
Good morning. My name is Wilma Lee. Can you hear me? My name is Wilma Lee Johnston. I'm from Serpent River. I'm the deputy chief there. Miigwech.
Good morning. Leona Naugabon Dishnikas Gimakwe Ogoskinika Donjba from Whitefish River, Chief Leona Naugabo. And then with the tablecloth.
Oh. Good morning. Minot Kajep. I always introduce myself first with my Anishinaabe name I was given, my clan, because we don't know how many spirits or ancestors that are in this room that are here. And that was our first language. So that's why I always do that. It took me a while, a long time before I used that name till I got to understand it. Anyway, with that, minom jagat kanin dishnikas makundo dem. Kimo kwawadin daw shibasing. My English name is Irene Kells, and I'm the chief from Shibasing. Miigwech.
Good morning, Patsy Corby Dishnikaz, Ondek Tamnikani Donjaba, Okamakwa. I'm Patsy Corby. I'm from the Ondek Tamnikani First Nation on Manitoulin Island, known as AOK.
Bonjour, Minokajet Bagwit, Wasab Indishnakas Sadikdodem, Chiging Donjaba, Linda Debosky, Jognashi knows when, Ogimakwa and Dao. My name is Linda Debosky. I'm the elected chief of Chiging First Nation, and I come from the Caribou clan on Nidom-Nisig. Much.
Try again.
Is it on now? Okay, honey. If I were a cynical person, I would say someone's trying to silence with Kwemkong. Honey, bonjour, good morning. Nagijgat nungwa, makwa, ndodem, minoshni, donishnabe nozwin andanamatkwe. Awan, Jaganashi, Noswin, Rachel, Manitowabi, Malge, Mendoabe, Winishnave Mang, Gimal Kwenda, Ode Wikwempong, Gitchinendam Nangoshinda Ya. I'm very happy to be here, and it's nice to see so many smiling faces, even though we are talking about treaty, not the most popular topic at some tables, but for today, we will do our best to inform and provide the information that we can through these very insightful questions that we've been given. Now, miigwech.
Miigwech. I also should thank the elder Martina this morning for starting us off in a good way, and thanks to the elders also for being here this morning and for staying to take part in the conversation. I heard this chief from BC once who was talking about keeping speeches short, and he said, "If you ask me to speak for more than 10 minutes, it's going to be BS." So I always remember that and thought, try to keep your comments short. But this is a woman's panel, so we're going to do that work in half the time. So we have 2 questions for each chief, and we're going to go for 5 or 6 minutes. We're going to try. I'm going to follow Nelson's lead and say nahau at when you got 1 minute left, at that 1 minute left mark. I also want to say how powerful it was to see all these students walk in from Shawan and Nosway School. Yeah. We have a great group this morning, and I think we have a pretty good online presence too. So let's get started. The first question we have for Deputy Chief Wilmalee, and this is Treaty Week, and Ontario was the first province to pass this legislation back in 2016. So, Wilmalee, what has been your experience with Treaty Week, and what are your thoughts? How do you usually spend Treaty Week, and is there something you do during this week?
Okay. So it's truth time. I'm a newly elected member of council. So I don't have a lot of experience with treaty. I'm here to learn and absorb what I can from everybody. As a citizen of the Anishinaabe, I've only read occasional articles coincidentally put out by RHW. While doing my brushing up on treaty knowledge, my thoughts are that there is enough treaty for everyone. We have a lot of different aspects of the treaty. There's cooperation, the lack of and the need for it, land restitution or reclamation, economy, resource sharing, and then human rights. I think learning about treaty rights and responsibilities is important, not only for governments, but for all people. I don't have a vast knowledge of Robinson Huron. I know the basics. What is interesting to me is what the treaty encompasses. So what it was meant to be then and what it means now. The history of the treaty is important, but so is the future of it. After becoming involved in governance in my First Nation, I realized that I've taken part in my own way by continually asserting treaty rights. And by that, I mean my involvement in land stewardship and protecting the land. Showing up and learning are all part of our individual responsibilities as Anishinaabe and as human beings. So that goes for all people. Indigenous people worldwide represent 4% of the population, but 80% of protection movements start with Anishinaabe or Indigenous people throughout the world. So that's a startling number when you consider the demographics. But it demonstrates the commitment of our people to the land and asserting our treaty rights and the responsibilities that come with those. This week, as my first role as a leader in governance, I'll be meeting with the grade 7 and 8s in Elliott Lake, and we'll be talking about the treaty. And I think my message to them is that treaties are made between nations, nation to nation, and that recognizing treaty is important to land stewardship and the protection of the land and to all people. Miigwech.
Miigwech. So we'll carry on and we'll go to Gama now, Gabo. And what are your thoughts about Treaty Week and where should we be headed with Treaty Week in the future? How would you like to see this Treaty Week evolve?
Good morning. Waawiindamaagewin manda treaty is nekadek kibe kogniwa manda kogi kedok ambe chonya we mean them nongo kinagogia gijita we ne kinage gogi just jagade minobenoji kinagwenchat imaji jagato go de chonya wa kominding skim no komekogeni nwengi min go me o de chonya non chukunapi konekaning maji chukade wejonia na ket konene no git ko gabuok eninosh go kmisnanek kenawej no endasyang no chkenanek go de no go giya nishnabek kanadap kwejek nadap kwem kidam go jege gumzen magoin mishkasho eva kwepi chonya minding kimzen mago mewe Bem gishettok de shemin gome, nongo pigo gaben jobik minding. Charge na dagi gikniga de bomanda. Mino dbajmok, kajak chepiten dago keginwe manda etenakien. Shkakmikwe, kinago gego gimna dinjgade. Migaje madzing. Gipa madzuk nishnabek, gimajin gome kogeninwe. We ba min kyang, we ba mojagen mang, wajem nobjetung, we nem nabmad sing. We go asan gegi mandon gadenon, wingash, kenogo gego wajem nobjetung, im manjechagade. Minor gegi taktige opwipin schnabe, when the chigaman gabriaje give him pina and bejogin jekonge. Me we comes in the magoing. Gabba when go miss in the mago me. Gawi kadash god bagesio. Me kajum kota usat kokchinish nabe. Gawi ka dash god bagesio conduct chigimanang. Nick mes nagiat. Mino manda nongo skakmekwe en go kamga kinwe de bench game me mampi. Kinwe the noin daus me we the magoing we. Mi manda nongo chidbak ne digam gongen chidbak chegade neke nishnabe meznamoin. I will talk about the experience of Treaty Day. The whole family would get ready for Treaty Day, and usually where I came from, it was in the springtime. Shkemaji ingego, the new growth. Mi gajin katmuat. Mi no Treaty Day kidang. We're collecting the money that's owed to us. Migake dwat getchipitsijik. Ka wika wanda dashkot bagesio. There will never be an end to these payments coming to us. Although it was only $4 at the time, and it's still $4. And they believe that so much more is owed to us because we're getting cornered into living in small spaces. All of that treaty territory is ours, and it will never be finished paying for the value of that land. And we look at how the environment is being damaged, and they talked about that. They said our livelihood comes from the land. And Jonia kidang, na Joshkabide, Kamampites Snopane, Mandashrigo. We will always have this earth for us to walk on, but the money, it just slips through our hands. So therefore, we need to speak up for our environment, Mother Earth, and that we have to talk for our future generations, 7 generations ahead of us. We have to make those decisions that will impact future generations coming after us. And talking about the language, we were robbed of our language, our values that were given to us. And the school systems as it is, as long as it's out of our control, we're going to have a difficult time teaching the language to our children, because when I was growing up, that's all I heard day after day. And we're able to translate even modern technology with our language. The language has to be held because it's close to who we are as Nishnabek. And that's what they said on Treaty Day. Panego Nishnabek Tanegigidog Miigwech.
Miigwech. We'll move on to Chief Kells. Gimmick Kells, as a chief, with regards to work, what's keeping you busy? What's taking a lot of your time now at your council table or at your desk? What treaty work is keeping you busy, and how often do treaty issues come up?
I guess it comes up now and then. There's no special time or day that we decide to talk about our treaties. And it only happens when something is happening that's not going right and it relates to them treaties. And yeah, it can be cumbersome because we're very small and a lot of work there, not enough workers to help do the work that's supposed to be done. It's the researching of these treaties that takes a while. But in the end, when you do find what you're looking for, there's a lot of information there, a lot of stuff to say, oh, that's me. I'm an Anishinaabe, and that's my right to hunt, right to fish, right to the land. And there's, like you heard this morning, I missed half of it. There's a lot of teachings that I think the young people, they have to get into learning these the traditions of the land, what it's all about, and how to understand it. I think I heard one elder talk about being connected to the earth. That's so true. Our ancestors a long time ago knew exactly what medicine we were to use for diabetes, whatever it is that we had. They knew because they could talk to the plants. They understood that. And that still happens today. There is a lot of people out there yet that can do that. And so understanding these treaties will explain what it is that government wants us to believe that they're helping us with. But as you go through the treaties and you really look at them and you look at the teachings of your culture, you'll get to understand they're missing a lot of stuff there. And doing research on the treaties, it's all out there. There's all kinds of stuff out there. It takes time, but that's good time that you spent to hear something more, a little bit something more. This treaty week here is a good thing. It's a good time for people to get together and make this, every year, make it happen. Maybe next year it could be something like this with a lot of our younger people can come out together in the summertime or something when they can come out together. Them are the ones that we need to teach is these young people. Because they're the ones that are lost. They're the ones that don't understand. It's amazing out there. A couple of weeks ago, I was sitting in a hairdresser's and my hairdresser knows who I am, that I am the chief. And she's always asking me questions. And she wants to know about the Anishinaabe people. So I would tell her. But the one thing that she said there and asking me questions, oh, so all them, the drugs must be really bad over there where all the murders are happening. What? I'm thinking, what are you talking about? I said, and I did ask, what are you talking about? That's how they see us. See, they see us in that light. They do not see the Anishinaabe people in the history that we have, the spirit power that we have, that we depend on. They do not see that. They just see them alcohol and drugs. Oh, I see, you know, she'd say. And that's how they perceive us. We need to teach our young children how to be proud to say, I am Anishinaabe, I am Anishinaabe. And we need to get out there and promote this, really promote it. I heard another person sitting around in a hairdresser. I'm not always there. I only go there when I can. But I was just listening to them, and I know this one lady there. I know she's Anishinaabe, but she looks really, really fair. Eh? And this other lady was sitting over there, and she says, "Oh, guess what? I'm my daughter's making a ribbon skirt." And the lady says, "Oh, nice." And she says, "But what is a ribbon skirt?" I says, "Lady, you're from Espanola. You've lived here all your life. You don't know what a ribbon skirt is. I mean, who doesn't go to Powell's? Her, I guess. Not to know what a ribbon skirt is. But that's the ignorance that is out there. They do not know what we have. They do not know about these treaties. They may hear about them on the news now and then. I love them signs that are out on the highway. I want one in my community. But we have to start letting the public know who we are and what do we stand for. I mean, we're doing great strides right now with this governance initiative that we're all taking on. This is the time I'm taking to get my elders and our teachings out there as we're talking about governance, so we can understand this land, so we can understand why and how can we make these changes in our communities. Not to copy that Shoganosh, but to have our own real connection to them trees, real connection to that water. And it's so important. I cannot stress that enough. There's another question I was going to be asked. What was the last thing?
I'll come back to you for the next one.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. I can get carried away here.
Miigwech. So here's another question, but this time we're going to go to Gama Manitwabi. And it's a question I kind of always wanted to ask. Your community has the largest treaty population, but at the same time has always been proud of being an unceded First Nation. Can you explain how you have treaty beneficiaries and how you're able to represent those differing treaty perspectives?
Is this still on? It is. Well, you're a brave lady to ask that question. You identified a rule of Nahau for my 1 minute, and it's a Nelson Toulouse rule. And he forgot his laptop at the hotel, and the hotel clerk let me know that there was a Nelson Toulouse who forgot his laptop, which made me late. So when you say Nahau, I'm going to say Bekka, because I may need to say more on behalf of delivering that laptop. I will. Thank you. So it's a huge question that you've given to me, and 6 minutes to answer. So I will do my best. So Wikwemkong has always been proud of its unceded status, and we continue to do so today, and we will always be proud of who we are as an unceded territory. In terms of Wikwemkong's history, we have, to answer the question, we have not only Robinson-Huron Treaty of 1850, but we also have the 1836 Bond Head Treaty, and then we also have the 1862 Manitoulin Treaty in Wikwemkong. We also represent 3 tribes of the Ojibwe, the Odawa, and the Potawatomi, and we call this our Three Fires Confederacy. So in Wikwemkong's history, we have these 3 treaties that are important to us. So in more recent times, Robinson Huron has taken the stage with its annuities claim and the litigation that's before us right now. We all know that 1836 Bond Head Treaty set aside Manitoulin for the Odawa people and for the Anishinaabe of the day. So it was also set aside for the Anishinaabe generally, but it was the Odawa people that populated Manitoulin, and this is why it's known in historical records as Odawa Minis. So we had, because we're a Three Fires Confederacy, we had Ojibwe people on the mainland, so not on the island, and that's where they hunted and they fished. The Odawa people used Odawa Minis, and then the Potawatomi people came from the Michigan area and southwestern Ontario. So when we came together as a confederacy, because of the issues that were going on with colonization, because of government persecution of Anishinaabe people, Ojibwe people, Odawa people, and Potawatomi people came to live together on the island. And Odawa people being kind, Odawa people being just like other Anishinaabe, were welcoming in this way and recognized what the government was doing to the Anishinaabe people. So because we have these 3 treaties, Robinson-Huron Treaty being one of them, the more significant of the 3 treaties has been the 1862 Manitoulin or McDougall Treaty. And that's where Wikwemkong gets its basis for being unceded, because we had other tribal affiliations with us. We had intermarriages between the 3 tribes, and they all came to settle in Wikwemkong. And the principal men, the representatives of Wikwemkong at the time, refused to sign the 1862 treaty. And so that's why we're unceded. And that's why Wikwemkong has always held that treaty in major significance for us. The other reason why we have treaty and non-treaty people in Wikwemkong is because of the INAC registration process. So depending on where or how you were registered, whether it be your mother or your father, it determined whether you were status and whether you were treaty or not. I can give an example of myself. I'm non-treaty. I was registered under my father. Manitowabi has generally been a non-treaty family in our history. And so being registered in the band list under my father makes me non-treaty Anishinaabe. My mother was treaty, and when she married my father, the government extinguished her treaty status. And so she wasn't entitled to collect the annuity annually. And she was promised a $200 payout by the government upon marrying my father, which she never received.
Now,
Becca. So that example is how we have treaty and non-treaty people in our registration. It's INAC's birth registration process. So had I been registered under my mother, I would have been a treaty individual. Had she not married my father, she would still be treaty. As I was going through some of this information yesterday, I happened to be talking with a relative of mine, John Manitowabi, who's our lands director. And he's also non-treaty. He married a treaty woman from Wikampong, and she thought that her treaty right was extinguished as well from having married John. She found out through our membership office that she still, in fact, does have her treaty status, but their children were registered under their mother. So his children are treaty. And so because of that lack of awareness at the time of registration, and this is something that everyone should look into when, and tell everyone in your communities that, you know, if you're treaty or non-treaty and you want to have your children represented by one or the other, then you should investigate and find out from your membership office. So John has non-treaty children. His wife maintains her treaty status. Their children have treaty status. And of course, this whole story wouldn't be something that we can talk about without having a little bit of humor in it. So John says that he has Ojidawa Wadawatami kids. So that's, I hope, helps clarify why we have a great number of treaty Nishnabek in our territory while we maintain our unceded status.
Miigwech. That was really informative. Thank you. And just a quick follow-up question. I'm not sure if I should ask, but I'm going to ask anyway. Do you think if you had been a male chief, you would have been asked to be delayed to bring Nelson's computer this morning? Okay, never mind. Don't answer.
I think so, but I probably would have said, let him pick it up himself.
Okay, so with that, we'll move on to the next question to Gama Patsy Corbier. So this is a women's leadership panel run as part of Treaty Week. So I feel compelled to ask you this question. As a woman leader in a treaty partnership with mostly male chiefs, what's that like?
Yes, you got to hear this story. No. Well, anyway, I don't see no difference in leadership of male and female until I became chief. So I was on council for 18 years. I learned a lot of leadership through that time. My brother was chief for 17 years. So me and him argued all the time. And because he was always right, I was always wrong. But we had council sitting on this side of the three on this side, three on this side. And sometimes, most of the time, they sided with what I was saying. To be a leader, you have to do research. You have to do you have to know what you're talking about when you're trying to push your agenda item through a council. You can't just go there blindfolded like I'm doing today. So I'm trying to talk a little bit slower so I can get in my 6 minutes. So part of the treaty partnership is how you yourself and the elders spoke of that. They speak from the heart. You speak of how you're going to do business. Being a leader is not about power. And through times that I've been on leadership, it is about power. And people think that once they became chief, they have all that power. Well, power doesn't mean nothing if you're not servicing your people. So part of as a chief, a woman chief, and I heard this when I was getting on a plane in Winnipeg when an elder turned around and said to me, didn't know me, from a hole in the ground, and said, the only way you're going to fix this country is if you start electing women chiefs. And if you really actually look at what's going on in the country, other than Elsie Nod, who was the first woman chief in Canada in 1954, you see these turnarounds in a lot of these First Nations where women are getting back in as chiefs. A woman would never run for council. A woman would never run for chief. That was kind of like a no-no in the time frames that I don't know if we were just seen as weak. We were seen as weak with government because, you know, nobody, if you look at the treaties, there wasn't women there that negotiated those treaties. It was all men dominated. I'm very proud of these women that are sitting here today. Majority of them are from Manitoulin, the acting chief from Serpent River. It takes a lot of guts to stand forward and to be a chief. There's lots of stuff. I haven't had a pretty life as a chief since 2011. I've had a lot of difficulties actually, but the people that if you build your relationships with your community, you'll get that support as they vote and they vote and vote. Men have ran, two men have ran actually in all my elections, but it's the point of how you act and how you treat people. Being a leader, that's what I said, is not about power. It's what you can do and how you can communicate, how you can do things in a positive way that's going to affect the whole community. Every woman that's sitting in here, every man, you are all leaders. This elders group, if you look at it, they're balanced over there. And that's part of leadership, of having women and men sitting on a group like that, that you all have different perspectives of what you, the women may come at a different approach, and the men may come at a different approach. But at the end of the day, that balance is sitting at those committees. You look at those youth, Bonnie, and your group that you brought today, you look at the difference in how you brought people here. And when they go back to their community, that's what you teach them from a young age. And when we were young, there was a lot of sexual abuse and all these things that women today, we should be in the grave because of the things that we've had to endure as women, not even just as a chief. And there was a difference when I first started as chief of how you were treated, because they didn't expect women to get in as chiefs because it wasn't about power. So when you took that down to another level of not about power and started building your community, because when I became chief, it was about building community wellness. People were fighting, people were angry, people didn't get along, they never spoken to each other in years. But part of that building of that community wellness in a community is about making people happy. We can build all the buildings we want in the community, but if we don't have community wellness, you have nothing in the community. And that's how I've tried to work on AOK, tried to instill that in the councils. That's why I said the treaty partnership is about how you can respect each other, how you can put that balance into place, how you can bring those children up, not like they were 30, 40 years ago, where people went through a lot of trauma and you get a lot of sickness. Yes, we've gone through the COVID pandemic and we're dealing with the mental wellness of the community right now because of the restrictions you had. You're locked in your home, people were fear-mongered, but the leader had to stay together. Leaders can't fall apart today. They have to stay, even women chiefs. And when I used to go to the AFN, I was ashamed. At a lot of those political levels is because people lined up to talk at the mic. Majority of them were men. When a woman got up to speak about the issue that was at hand of that resolution, that's when people would go for coffee. And they wouldn't listen to those women. And those women had a lot to say. And the worst time I had is when we were dealing with murdered Indigenous women. And they had a great big flag thing over there that all the chiefs had to sign in when they got in the door. And that was about supporting, helping people that are being in those families that have murdered Indigenous people dead, even boys today. But when that speaker went up to the front of the lady that went up to speak about that, the only people that were in that room were women. There was no men there, yet they just signed a declaration that they were going to support and listen to what was being said in that room. So people have to not just have lip service as chiefs. These chiefs need to come together. I get along with all the chiefs that I have because I was on council and I know those same chiefs. A lot of them are still there. There's a lot of new chiefs. Rachel's a new chief. And we all hold her up. We hold up the acting chiefs, right? We can't walk away from those people that they're not left alone. And we see that at the AFN. You see women chiefs sitting all by themselves somewhere. Well, you won't sit beside them. And you stick together and you do that. But men all cluster in one group over there. It shouldn't be that way. It should be a balanced approach to how you deal with leadership issues that are on the table, the environment, and part of everything that we're doing with these treaties. People didn't enforce those treaties. We're going through a 1990 land claim treaty, the modern day treaty that was signed in 1990. It's 31 years later. The land we bought with that money, we still can't use it. We're subject to taxation on those properties, which we signed an agreement said we weren't. But if we don't have that force of that balance coming forward to make sure that we're standing together, you can't have one person standing by themselves over there and they have no support. So my expectations of my community is that they stand behind me and they support what we're doing in building that community wellness and building that strong Anishinaabe community. We lost our language too. But this is what I said, it is because we grew up close to a municipality. We went to municipality schools. We has a day school on the community that you couldn't speak the language. You were beat all the time there, beaten down. But you know what? We have to move forward. We can't live in the past. We have to start moving forward. And most of communities want to stay in the past, depress themselves, talk about all these things that have happened to them. But you know what? Your kids are growing up. My grandson said, well, Grandma, you have to be chief forever. Oh, no, I'm not going to be chief forever, right? I can only go so far. And I asked them, why are you asking that? Well, because we may be poor if you're not chief anymore. Well, that's not a reason why you want me to be chief. I struggle. I have lots of work. And every time I leave the house, they're asking, where are you going, Grandma? I'm going to a meeting, right? Oh, geez, you go to too many meetings. You need to stay home. But then you look at the thing where they're saying, well, you need to be chief, right? So men should not be higher than women. They should be equal. So that's my message. Yeah.
So we'll move on to Waawiindamaagewin. Can you answer the same question? What has your experience been as a woman chief? Do you have advice for someone who's thinking about running for chief in their community?
So you're asking me more questions than Gimwalkwai Corbier? Well, how do I follow Gimwalkwai Corbier? I became elected as chief in my community in 2015. It was a great while prior to my election that a woman held the position. I've only been the second woman to hold this position in my community. I was raised, and I was listening to the panel before in terms of our presentation on the traditional knowledge piece. I really related to the thought of being educated at home first, and then being educated in an educational system. And why I say that is, I was raised by a family who has held our oral history very strong and very proudly for our family and also for our community. And I was raised with my great grandfather being chief, great grandfather being chief, grandfather being chief, and uncles. And so that perspective has ran through my family for quite some time, and even before 1862. So with that being said, I've learned about my treaty and my family, and my family spans across Ontario and into the US. So we have a long lineage there. And throughout that time and that learning at home, there was never a hierarchy of men and women. It was not like that between my parents, my grandparents, my families, my extended family. There was always an equal balance in life. Everyone had their responsibility. And when my grandfather passed, my grandmother took the role of chopping wood, doing the garden, doing everything she needed to do with the support of her sons. And similar to when my own mother passed when I was only 18, my dad took care of my sister and I, my younger sister and I. So he learned how to make bread. He learned how to make cake, but he also reminded us that we do have to pick up responsibilities here and there to move forward. And so when I became the elected leader, I didn't have fear to work with other male colleagues. I was actually, just before I became an elected leader, I was actually running a backhoe, a dump truck, an excavator, and I was actually working in the bush. So it was a wonderful time back then. I was also 50 pounds lighter. But at that point, that's where I found that there is a balance similar to what Gimwalkwai Corbier was talking about. And as I became accustomed and learning to this role and this responsibility, that I did create relationships, collegial relationships with other male chiefs, and I think they quickly found that they can't push me around, bully me, or otherwise. And to this day, some of the male chiefs I've worked with will say, "Don't upset Chief Linda." You know, and other times we'd be in a different type of caucus and we would be talking about something, and some of the men would say, "Well, we should say this." Well, who's going to say it? And just crickets. I said, "Well, I'll go up and say it." And so I did. And it was almost like, "Whoa, she said it. What do I got to lose?" Right? So I think my experience just as a chief has come with a significant amount of challenges. It's come with a significant amount of rewards, weight gain. I talked about that already. Lack of sleep, constant stress, constant worry about the people in my community I love and beyond. Sleepless nights and constant thinking about the community. And I think the greatest sacrifice being my family. And so when I think about my experience, and in the last year, I recently become a grandmother as well. So I'm blessed with that, and a new mother as well. Again, what I've realized is that in my own experience, I feel that I am just that, a mother for my community, because I care about everybody, no matter which band member comes up and swears in my face and makes all these crazy accusations without learning to listen or seeking that knowledge, right? I have to be patient with that. I have to be kind to that. Although I don't deserve that treatment, I have to understand where our people have come from through oppression, through colonization, through different abuses that have been experienced by our people. So being very compassionate to that, just like a mother and a grandmother would. The constant worry I have for my community is the constant worry I have for my own son, my little girl, my grandson, and all of my family. So I just feel that it's a huge responsibility involving more and more people. And to take that, I have to always remember to be kind for myself. But in my experience, I've had to work harder. I've had to prove myself even more. I've had to be able to debate with men. And at times I've felt sexism around my community, around my council table, the councillors I work with. And I have to address that. Because what would all the other little girls need me to do to continue to have room for them to come forward? And lastly, the advice I have for someone who is thinking about running for chief in their community, don't think of it as you're at the top. Never, ever do that. You have to put your people first, no matter what. I work 24/7, 7 days a week, 365 days. I get a day off on a leap year, or I work an extra day on a leap year, something like that. But I think that you can't promise anything. The only promise you can make is to work hard, be honest, and do the next best thing every day. Because being a chief doesn't give you veto power in your community. You have to work with a council who is representative of your community. And why I say that at times, there are times my council makes a decision that I don't personally agree with, but I also have to respect what they say as they are to the voice of the community. So the power rests in the council as a collective, but the biggest power is with the community. And I don't think there should be fear of our community to be able to share advice and guidance. And I think the last most significant piece of advice is to take care of your spirituality. Take the time to go to ceremonies. Take the time to smudge when you wake up and when you go to bed at night. Take that time to pray with your family as well. Because without your family, you're nothing. Without your community, you're nothing. And without your spirituality, we will falter. Miigwech.
So we'll go to Gama Nawagabo next. In your personal opinion, do you think there's a difference between male and female leadership? And how can we do better to get more gender balance on our councils.
Miigwech. First of all, I'd like to thank Earl for the tobacco ties that he handed out to the women. I want to go back to when I first moved to Wawiindamaagewin. My husband and I married over 65 years. And when I moved there, I just started to live the way I was brought up, help people. We used to live off the land, and I was made to watch the whole gathering on the land where we camped out during the summer. And my grandmother had said that non ko do kwe kanajin kas mi gajin kas at gaining gitchugo komisaba. Pamakanich kendan edmingwe. Your name is going to be Clear Sky Woman. You will find out later in life why that name is given to you. It was from a relative of yours that knew how to help people. I'm a great grandmother. I have 2 great grandsons. And when I moved to Wawiindamaagewin, I worked in housing, in recreation, education, parish council, and forever going off to learn about how to benefit the people in my community. Eventually, I got elected on council and stayed there for 12 years and eventually got elected as chief. I was the first woman chief on Manitoulin Island to be elected. And I was also elected as the president of the Ontario Native Women's Association because they were going through a very tough time. They wouldn't be able to speak at chiefs' assemblies because women weren't allowed to speak there. And if you were a chief, you were allowed to go to the mic. And so therefore, I was speaking for those women that wanted to tell their story. And later on as well, I became elected as the Grand Chief for Robinson Huron. And those are the paths that we walk. Once you start helping people, you are seen as the one to benefit those that don't have a voice. And today, I'm sitting as chief again. People wanted me to go back and talk about my experience. When I first was elected as chief, it was at a very difficult time. Our single moms weren't seen to be deserving a house. And I spoke up for them at council meetings. And I became elected as a council at the time because I was speaking for those that wouldn't be listened to. And once that our council made changes to the way they saw our families, I had to drive that into the council tables to be recognized that women do have families. They do have fathers, those children. And I brought that up. I said, those children have 2 parents, male and female. Eventually, they did get on the housing list and were able to get their homes. Those are colonized thinking that were in the minds of the people around the council tables. Today, it's much different. And I think that those are the better changes that have taken as we walk through life. We need to be the reminders. The women are the voice of those that can't be heard. Today, being on council, we want to hear everybody's voice. I felt that sometimes being on council table, I wouldn't be listened to because of the male dominancy around the table. But today, I think that we need to keep our ears open so that everybody is heard. Everybody has experience, and I've said that. Everybody has walked through life with sometimes successfulness, and sometimes there are hardships that come to our people that walk on their path of life. I work with Huron Waawiindamaagewin and our elders to come up with the those are very powerful words. We are one big family. Naha miwe.
So I see we're running out of time and lunch is coming. So maybe what I'll ask the panel to do is to go to 4 minutes on the second round of questions, if you can. So we'll go now to Deputy Chief Johnson. It's often said that we're all treaty people, and as such, we all have treaty responsibilities, including our non-Indigenous neighbors. What do you think is the biggest misconception from our non-Indigenous neighbors regarding their treaty obligations that you would like to get straight right now?
Okay, so I think the biggest misconception is that treaty is about money. Money is a factor, but I think that, as I touched on earlier, a big part of treaty recognition is restoring balance to the land. Land reclamation is a major part of treaty. And again, there's something for everyone. In Canada, we represent 5% of the population. Reserve land accounts for 6.3% of Canada's land mass. So in this 6%, this includes land that's already set aside for future land claim settlements. And as we know, under the Indian Act, reserve land is owned by the government. So land reclamation doesn't mean give us our land back. That would be nice. Though it means return us the responsibilities of stewardship to the land, to protecting the land, to making economic decisions that benefit all people, not just sectors of people. Land reclamation means restoring the land that has been degraded by human use and abuse. Absolutely, we would love our land back. That would work. But really, I think a more practical view is a joint partnership between our governments, or as an eternal optimist that I am, I would hope we would someday hold oversight over the Canadian government and any resource extraction agreements and environmental protection. So the misconception for me is that land claims, land reclamation, the land back movement is only about the appetite for land. To me, it is more than that. When people shut down or learn only what supports their narrative, they do a disservice to themselves as well as others. Land is about sustainability, wellness, connection, and then the economy last. So if you are into protecting the land, then learn about treaty. And if you're about health or wellness, harvesting, hunting, or the economy, learn about treaty. In that way, you can broaden your knowledge and understanding of how things were and how they should be.
We'll go to Agama Manitwabi. What do you wish more people understood about our treaty?
I think that I'd like people to know more generally about treaty is that prior to it, Anishinaabe people, Indigenous people were seen as military allies across Turtle Island. And when we were helping with the different conflicts and wars, we were seen as equals. Once the government started to take numbers, started to see us as a list, that's when the paternalism began and it was introduced. And we still live with that paternalism today. What I would like to know what I would like for people to know about treaty is that before you look at reading the text of treaty, it has to be understood that it's not a surrender of land or extinguishment of land. It's about a shared relationship, how we will share the resources. And in return, we will get a certain amount of repayment for that, equitable repayment. So for the use of the land that was given to the Anishinaabe by the Creator, all of this land. We just heard that reserves represent 6% of the land in the country. And at one time it was 100%. When you look at that disparaging number, that's where treaty comes into play. And the relationship of shared prosperity is what needs to be the foundation of the understanding of treaty. I think the other thing that also needs to be a primer or a precursor to reading or understanding Robinson-Huron Treaty is the Royal Proclamation. And so when you look at the King laying claim to these 13 colonies and that any other land shall only go through the Crown so that the Indians of the land shall not be molested in any way. That's when that paternalism began to enter the minds and in the relations between the Anishinaabe people and the government. But they cannot deny that we've helped them in different conflicts and different military ways. And so as the first people here, we were a nation. We are a nation. We look at one another as nations now in these tracts of land that were artificially created by the government. So I think that it's important for everyone to go and look at the government as the other side of the nation-to-nation relationship in Crown Indigenous relations. And what I would like people to know as well is that treaty affects us every day. When you have a band council meeting and they're asking questions about, can we fix this road? Can we look at the different laws that we need to implement in our community? Those laws require enforcement, and enforcement requires funding. We need the treaty relationship to be honored so that we can continue in our own traditional form of governance. And at the core of that governance is our land and our connection to it. Miigwech.
Miigwech. We'll go to Gema Corbier. In your opinion, what do you think our communities should be doing to prepare for a win right now on our treaty annuities case?
So before I answer that question, I'd like just to acknowledge the chair of the litigation committee, which is Mike Rastool, and Peter Reckley is here. He's one of the directors, those two guys over there. And Leroy Bennett for our traditional advisor. You know, the litigation committee was started in 2012, and I'm part of the litigation committee, and I'm a plaintiff in the Robinson-Huron Treaty Annuities case. So are those guys over there in the committee itself. So we've been working hard to push this case forward with the legal counsel and giving advice to them, and I think they're doing a really great job over there. And Mike's the chair, and I'm really proud of the accomplishments where this case is headed. Whatever your lawyer says, it's a 50-50 roll of the dice. So every time we ask in these cases, and any case that we're in, it's always the same answer, right? But the Robinson-Huron Treaty case has been doing very well. I don't want to put the eggs before the cart. But the issue with this case is that I think people need to understand that's the issue. So what we're seeing through, and they know I'm on this litigation committee, let's just say AOK for instance, and I know these other guys have had the same issues, where people think we want this all distributed under per capita basis. That's not going to help the communities if you're doing that. I can see giving a per capita, but it's going to be up to each individual First Nation how that money is being distributed. We got more battles to fight. We want to develop a war chest that there's claims out there that we could all be fighting. You know, there's the environmental, you're talking about the spraying, the aerial spraying. That's a fight. And we got to look at all those types of things. So when we're looking at it as a community First Nation, and I'm hearing it for months and months now that they want it all distributed. But I think what we should be doing is looking at that corporate structure, even though we don't want to be in a government corporate structure, about a trust account, forming a trust committee, getting the advice from legal counsels, how we can start spending that money, but we don't know yet. It's not the end of this case yet. So we're prematurely, if that was the case, people would, we would look at the infrastructure. We did $136 million gap in infrastructure that we need in our community. Mostly all the First Nations did that. So that's a guideline for what needs to be done in the communities. We need a school, we need a new daycare. All those things could be laid out on the table, but until this case is settled and we have that final nod of how we're going to do it, then that's the way you're going to start being prepared. Because if we lose this case, we're screwed. And I don't see we're going to. I have every faith in this case that it's going to be won because of where we won. We fought battles with Ontario, and Canada is not the argument. It's the Ontario government that's taken us to task. And I think we've jumped over every hurdle that we've had to do. But starting the process in a community might be not a good thing. It can turn sour on you pretty quick because of the demands of the people, right? We just came out of a pandemic. People have mental health. They want money. We have a drug addiction problems in our communities that we can't hide. And that's what a lot of the chiefs deal with. Linda talks about 24/7. I get calls all night about overdoses and things in our community. We had an overdose a couple of weeks ago. But is that what we want to do? Give them more money so they can buy more drugs, right? So we have to seriously look at the community as a whole, where we're going, and we need to get people looking at the future of the community, not just looking at today that you're getting $1 billion here and you're going to just waste it and not have anything for your kids. So that's a really, really hard thing to deal with, is because people just want cash flow, right? They don't want anything, right? They don't want to look at 10 years from now. But as leaders, we have to look at that. And they will be bucking us all the way because they're already doing that, right? Yeah. So I don't have a solution to that problem right now.
Miigwech. Gema Dibasage, what would you like to see happen next with regards to our treaty? What's the logical next step for us?
Miigwech, Valerie. I don't feel that this is a question I can answer all on my own. It is more of I think a conversation that needs to be had with our leadership and members of all of our communities. One of the biggest things I've seen happening over the last couple of years in relation to this particular litigation piece around the annuity is that many members of even my community or colleagues I have in other communities are simply asking, when are we going to get the money? Without understanding or learning about how this has come about, similar to what Gamalkwe spoke of. I think it's important from a personal perspective that we, number one, really think about different and creative ways to educate our children so that they can carry this knowledge with them into the future. And why I say that is because it's not part of a mandatory curriculum, and most of our children are being educated in non-Indigenous institutions that fail to recognize Indigenous people and their inherent rights to Turtle Island, even beyond the borders. We also need to ensure that the work that has been started by our elders in many different ways, shapes, and forms. So Gamalkwe Nalgabo spoke of the work my friend and the late Shika started doing with our Elders Council on Manitoulin. And the ceremonies and teachings he gave to all of us. And I think about the work that Leroy has been doing this whole time and carrying that message, not only here in Ontario, but across Canada. And I really think that needs to continue to happen. And, after this litigation is completed, I think Leroy and his team and his family should come around to all of our communities regularly and to be able to teach our young ones how to learn about these ceremonies and in order to conduct them into the future. To me, I think this current litigation is really only related to the annuity amount. We're forgetting a lot of the broader pieces, and that's the conversation that needs to happen. It links in with the preservation and protection of land, water, resources, because without all of that, the money we may get might not matter in the next 10, 15, 20 years. From an environmental perspective, what we are seeing today is as a result of what decisions and what human actions were done 50 years ago, and we're just feeling the impacts now. So I will tell you today, climate change is going to get worse. We need to do more as a collective and as a treaty people together. We need to unify. We have to put into our minds and to our children so they can carry this on, that sometimes we need to take away our borders to understand that we're related. For example, at one time I had a cousin who was the elected chief of Shegowanda and a cousin that was elected chief of Sgamuk. So our families are all interconnected, and we need to put away those lines that were imposed on us by colonization and a colonial government, to understand that we need to work together. We need to share everything together, because if we keep taking care of our little box, it's not going to matter. It's not going to matter for my great-great-grandchild. So we really have to take that seriously. We have to listen to our elders better. And we can't just keep chasing the money, because money isn't always going to solve. Yes, it's going to help, but it's not going to solve or prepare any of us, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, our great-great-grandchildren for the future. And all we're going to do is dishonor our ancestors. So number one, we need to honor our ancestors, their hard work, their trials, tribulations they went to. We need to educate our children. We need to decolonize ourselves and amongst our community and our people and get together in more of a united front. And number four, together we can determine that where we will go from here, because everybody will have an opinion. And until we get together to have that conversation with all of our people, we can't do that alone in isolation. And to always remind our children, our colleagues, that we have a role and responsibility here that was given to us by the Creator. We won't know what that is until we start our journey back home. But even, before treaties, we had a responsibility and we had these rights. But at times today, all we hear is, I have this right, but they forget about the responsibility even of sustainability and environmental stewardship. So we have to reteach that. So, miigwech.
Miigwech. We have the last question for Gimakels. We've got some young people in the room, and you have the last word. So what would you like to say to them? Do you have any messages for the next generation of our youth?
Okay. I like the sound of that. I can have the last word. That's what I say at home. No. I have the last word. Ani, just a little language lesson here, if you haven't heard it before. Our language today is been watered down, or it's been changed and shortened, and what the language is supposed to really be. So here's one good one. When you say honey, what do you think you're saying? Ani. What am I saying? You're saying hi, hello. No, you're addressing to the spirits and the creator. That's me. Nin. Anin. When I first heard that, I thought, that's ever awesome. So when I use that word ani, I remember that it's me that is talking and acknowledging whoever, hey, the creator, the spirits. Little lesson. I always enjoy talking to the young people at home. I try and get them involved in what's happening. Next week will be the Chiefs of Ontario. I'm not going to Toronto for that meeting. I'm going to go on Zoom. And now that they're not in school, I'm going to hopefully have them all in the back room in the office with a little bribe to get them to sit and listen for the next 3-4 days on what the Chiefs of Ontario have to say. I did that with them with the June UOI meeting. Or was it Chiefs of Ontario? Chiefs of Ontario. And that was quite a little group. And it was really interesting how they sat up and they just listened. They actually moved the couch around on me. I don't know when they did that, but the couch used to be against the wall. They moved it right in front of the TV. So they were sitting there in front of the TV and, watching intensely. And I noticed that the young people are really eager to hear things, to hear different stories and different things. And I try and make that inviting for them when I tell them about, this is what the Chiefs are doing. This is what they're going to be talking about. Would you like to go? And somebody will always say, yeah, I'll go. But it's really important that the young people talk with each other and what they hear from the elders, the panel up here, the chiefs, or any chief, any elder. When you hear of elders gatherings, which we used to have a long time ago, I would always go to them, always. And that's where I learned a lot of things when I was a teenager.
Now.
So guys, be proud to be Anishinaabe clan, Anishinaabe Niece. And, there's a lot of utilities, a lot of people you can talk to about looking at yourself and feeling good. So you have a good day.
Congrats. I would just like to, as a last word, thank all the chiefs for coming out this morning, this afternoon. Miigwech. And so we won't take any questions because we've gone over time, but I believe lunch is being served. Cheryl, did you want to add anything or? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, awesome. Miigwech, what a powerful panel. Let's give another round of applause for our Okamakwek here. So just before we get to our food, I'm going to pass it over to Nokomis here to share some words.
Haga kegnon dance madari nago we sting minashin danangwa. Haga shemenido kinsa kneo vaja toin. Yeget go miigwech gosa mandasa ishimish young shanda mandamicham. Begish na kinage goni chinam na kawyingsa memtige gonango meetings mishomenido is Western Maxoa. Miigwech on the West here, Miigwech Betkiregan, Miigwech Siegi going, Kinnasoe would never is being going so we be mad seeing some other way when they be mad so in Mino be mad so in Nishnakadek. Miigwech just no one the kit, Miigwech, oh.
Miigwech, Nokomis. I'm not sure if we did have any questions, but we'll share them with the leaders over lunch at least. Okay, perfect. So yeah, I think we'll take a break now till 1:30. So we'll start up again at 1:30 with our youth panel. They're all here ready to share. So I hope you guys can stay and listen to their words as well. So Chimigwech, and I believe, are you guys ready over there? Awesome. Listening. Elders first, if we can, please. If there's any youth around, they can maybe help serve our elders as well. That would be fabulous. Listening.
Next year it'll be all day.
our next door treaty area here. So Chimigwech. With that, I think we're gonna cue it up to Waawiindamaagewin if you guys are ready in Weequamcong. And just to show, Duke, we do have your jersey here. I know I've been promising you for some time, but number 26, Indian Reserve, and there's Ogama Duke. So take it away, Chief Pelche.
Okay, so miigwech kinawea. Good afternoon, everyone. All the students of Waawiindamaagewin High School and all those of you that are out in the World Wide Web, miigwech for joining me. I'm going to be sharing a little bit about the history of Weequamcong and treaty making in this territory. And I'm hoping that will pique your interest in learning a lot more about our history and how we're related to the rest of the Anishinaabe peoples throughout the Great Lakes Territory. So I'm going to start there. Nigan Wasa Ganabit Geni Dishnakas, Kondodem, Gemawda Monkey Weequamcong, Miigwech Dish Geni Dinnim, Monkey Bizdagi. So thank you everyone for coming in, all the students, the teachers, and other special guests. And I did bring with me today some of the items that are important to our peoples. I do have our wampum belts here, and I'll tell you a little bit about those during my presentation, as well as I brought a sword that was given to one of our chiefs back in 1815. So it's something that I can talk to you a little bit about a little later. So first of all, I guess Weequamcong, you know about our own history here? Bungie, your teacher's teaching you? No? Jeez. So anyways, yeah, we have, in our community here, Weequamcong, we have 3 separate tribal nations that call this home throughout history. We have the Odawa peoples, the Ojibwe peoples, as well as the Potawatomi peoples. So 3 separate distinct tribes called Manitoulin home. We are the largest First Nation, Anishinaabe First Nation in Ontario. And one of the things that you should know is that you're one of the richest peoples in the Great Lakes territories, one of the richest Anishinaabe peoples. Do you know why? One is we're surrounded by fresh water. And the second most important thing, Waawiindamaagewin thrives here. And I will say this, is that this is where your culture is. This is where all these stories and teachings are embedded. They're within our language. And I would encourage every one of you to, when you go home later today, try and use some of the words at the kitchen table with your mom, your dad, your auntie, uncle, grandparents, your cousins. Even a little bit helps. Then you're going to add an extra word and a few other words. But that's what makes you some of the richest Anishinaabe peoples around, because your language is strong here in our community. And here's a map here of what we call the Dawa territory, where our peoples, where we've traveled to, and what we called our homelands throughout history. And you'll see all the different little lines that are on this map. It identifies a lot of the treaties that have taken place in this territory in the Great Lakes. So there's a number of them, and the ones that I'm gonna talk about are the Niagara Treaty. I'm going to talk about the 1836 Manitoulin Agreement, as well as the 1850 Treaty, which is why we're here today so I'm going to share my thoughts, my views, the things I've learned about it, and I'm hoping that it'll help you gain some interest in sharing this knowledge and learning more about it and being able to pass it on to your future generations. So the first thing that we need to consider if we're talking about treaties is one of the things I continue to hear in Wiipamkong is some of the older generations, they may say, well, I'm non-treaty, or I'm treaty. So the question I have to ask them is, well, which treaty are you referring to? A lot of times they'll talk about what they're trying to get out is there's an event that happened in 1862, October the 6th, 1862 in Manitowoc, that our people do not believe was legitimate. We were opposed to that agreement, and we were excluded from participating in that agreement. In fact, our leaders were told that there wasn't going to be an agreement. So they left and they returned back home to tend to their gardens, and they found out the very next day that there was an agreement that happened. To this day, we're still fighting that. We still fight that on a daily basis, and so, but in saying that, we do have to understand where the foundation of treaties comes from in this territory. And it came from events that were happening in the mid-1760s. The French crown had lost the war with the English crown, or British crown. And part of that, their peace agreement, the New World was given up to the British peoples, the British crown. Prior to that, it was the French that were roaming the lake, the woodlands, and trading with our people. They were provided safe passage. They provided goods, presents, so that they can remain in the area. But after that war, things changed, and the British stopped providing some of these presents. And there was an Odawa chief. Anyone know an Odawa chief who rallied the Anishinaabe peoples in the Great Lakes? Anyone ever hear of this Odawa chief? Famous one. There's a school named after Pontiac, yes. So Pontiac, he wasn't pleased with the new relationship. So what he ended up doing is he asked the leadership of the territory to join him in asking the British people to leave the territory. So they started surrounding forts. They surrounded Fort Detroit, Fort Mackinac, and it was from there that word got back to the British king, that there was discourse, there was angry Anishinaabe peoples in the Great Lakes, led by Pontiac. So what ended up happening in 1763, the king said there's going to be a new way of doing business with the Anishinaabe peoples. And as part of this royal proclamation that he declared was that there was going to be respect for sovereignty for First Nations. He was going to create an alliance. There's going to be free open trade and passage by the Crown amongst the First Nations. Consent will be needed for settlement in First Nations territories. And the English will continue to provide presents annually to the First Nation peoples. And there will be mutual peace, friendship, and respect. And those peace, friendship, and respect peace, friendship, and respect were embedded into wampum belts. This was one of the first ones that were ever done. Anyone know what this one is? It's called a two-row wampum belt, which means these two purple lines symbolize that our people will continue to live the way we have been long into the future, and the settlers would also live their own way. But these two roads would never cross. The white bands are peace, friendship, and respect. That's what the relationship should be, but we know it hasn't been. So once this proclamation was done in 1764, runners went throughout the Great Lakes, and the runners that were charged with that responsibility were the Nipissings and the Algonquin peoples, where they took strings of wampum to all the nations that lived in the Great Lakes and said that the king and the British Crown wants to meet with the Anishinaabe peoples to let them know about all the things that I just finished sharing with you. And the first thing that they did was they entered into ceremony. They entered into ceremony to see whether or not this was a trap, whether or not they were being called into war, and whether or not they should go. So they used what was given to our peoples, the pipe, the tobacco, and they entered into ceremony and sought out those answers. And they went to Niagara along with 2,000
So, Ani Bojo, Stephanie Racklin Dejnikas, Ajijak Ndodam, Wanapting and Donjaba. I'm coming to you from Wanapate First Nation on the northern part of the Robinson Huron Treaty Territory. I'm the Use and Occupancy Analyst for Robinson Huron Waawiindamaagewin. Next slide. So today I'm going to talk to you about our use and occupancy mapping project, as well as our newest initiative, Mija Miigwech, which is our treaty food strategy. Next slide. So I know we've been through the introduction of our organization. So the Robinson Huron Waawiindamaagewin is a body that has been mandated to address many of our longstanding issues that face our treaty signatories. In accordance with the traditional worldview and cooperative philosophy, and reuniting our historical alliances of the 21 member First Nation. Next slide. So the RHW has a number of ongoing mapping initiatives to help us meet our mandated objectives. These will help us protect our Anishinaabe rights and interests on our homelands. It'll help us monitor the ecosystem within our treaty territories, clarify the use and occupancy of our treaty lands, and as Earl mentioned earlier, to assist with understanding our overlapping jurisdictions with some of our neighboring groups, and provide valuable evidence for our litigation, and eventually it could be used towards the development of a resource development policy for the treaty-wide. So we have brought on a GIS specialist and a GIS technician who we'll hear from after this presentation. And they'll be looking at things like recording place names, TEK, story mapping projects, and you'll hear more about that this afternoon. Next slide. The Robinson Huron Waawiindamaagewin will be working with all of our member First Nations to conduct what is called use and occupancy mapping, also known as UOM, in each of the First Nations. So this kind of mapping was created by Indigenous people in Canada about 5 decades ago. And since then, many hundreds of Indigenous communities around the world have done it. And the basic reason is to prove that our communities' homelands and traditional resources are vital to our nation's well-being. So we have a research working group that oversees the mapping project, provides guidance and support for our traditional ecological knowledge capture, identify methods to integrate our community knowledge, and to help with the methodology design and who can participate. So we actually meet monthly. Next slide. So use and occupancy mapping has been proven to be extremely valuable in asserting and protecting our rights. We believe undertaking a robust use and occupancy mapping program is foundational for supporting and fostering our treaty relationship. The primary objective of the UOM is to obtain a high quality baseline inventory of our map cultural and harvesting sites. And these need to be sufficiently comprehensive that it can be used successfully to represent our community's interests in a variety of contexts. This will include an intensive dialogue and transmission with our community members and administrations. So we have engaged Terry Tobias of Tobias and Associates to help guide and support our use and occupancy mapping program. And he's actually the one who written the book, Living Proof, a guide to use and occupancy mapping. So next slide. Cheryl did show the showcase map from Sagamok. So in 2013, our project research director led a team, and they interviewed 115 Sagamok members. Those members carefully mapped 23,000 sites where they had done trapping, fishing, hunting, where they've stayed out on the land. And this map shows 23,000 sites that the First Nation recorded. So through our project that we're undertaking now, we will be gathering data points for each of the 21 member nations and overlay them on a treaty-wide map. And that'll detail our current use of our territory. So much of the harvesting of interest will hopefully be recorded off reserve because that'll help demonstrate the full use of our territory. We will still be recording on reserve sites as well. It's just, it helps us to show, it'll help with the boundary issues more so. Next slide, please.
Hello.
So we have been very busy working on the design and methodology for our use and occupancy research.
Yeah. Okay, I just wanted to let everyone know they're going to be closing up the buffet in about 5 minutes. So if you want to get any more snacks or food,
our research
now's the time to do so. All right.
And help us.
Oh, and the pop machine is on if anybody is looking for something other than water.
As well as
I believe we have coffee and tea at the back.
We'll have the research parameters such as the areas, the species that are being harvested, the medicines. So what essentially we're going to be recording. We will begin testing our research methodology this winter. We are going to be interviewing 2 people from each of the 9 pilot communities to test the questionnaire. So that'll have 18 interviews altogether. And based on that methodology pretest, we'll be improving the base maps and the data collection manual that contains all the questionnaire and the instructors for the interviewers. So once the testing is complete, our team will make any necessary revisions for the base maps and the manual, and then we will begin our data collection blitz, and we're hoping to begin that in the winter or spring of 2022. Next slide. So the 9 pilot communities that have been included with phase 1 is Nipissing, Doquis, Wissahickon, Point Grandin, Atikameksheng, Magnetawan, Shawanaga, Henby Inlet, and Wanapitei. So these are the communities that have been invited to participate in phase 1, and the remainder will be in phase 2. Next slide, please. So the research design workshops were planned with the phase 1 communities. COVID did affect the project timelines somewhat, but our team is fully vaccinated and we're working with the communities according to their reopening plans. We're doing them individually. 7 of the 9 research design workshops have been completed to date.
It is on.
So
it's just really low.
what we're starting to do is build our list of our interviewees. So who can participate in the project. So if you're an Anishinaabe land user from the Robinson-Huron Treaty Territory, if you have direct personal harvesting experience, such as hunting, fishing, picking medicines, doing your maple syrup, we'd like to invite you to sign up for an interview.
Is it okay?
We really want to get
where did Jan
this
go?
project out there, because the more respondents we have, the stronger our maps will be. And they'll be able to, successfully fulfill the purpose of why we're doing that, which is to protect our territories. Next slide, please. So we continue to build and foster the culture of research in our communities. We want to get people excited to participate. So we've developed a number of promotional tools. Our use and occupancy mapping brochure. We're working on a promo video with Sagamuk that kind of highlights the work that they've done. And of course, our magazine. So our next edition is being released, I believe, at the end of this month.
Yeah, right here.
Or I think it's getting released like today. But we have made significant progress in the participation of our project, and that demonstrates growth in our culture of research in our communities. So we're committed to strengthening and furthering this momentum. Next slide. So as part of our brochure, we have a number of FAQs that we wanted to address. Why
so we're
is
just
this
gonna pass
project
the
needed?
mic over to Jan here, who's going to share a little bit about their
A
petition.
strong set of maps that proves where its members have done traditional activities on the homeland.
Hello.
Any nation that does not
I
have
owe everybody an
maps is
apology.
in a real
I had
disadvantage.
a big brain
At a
fart
serious
after Raymond
negotiation
spoke.
or in court,
He made me very
whenever a
happy.
corporation
I
or
had 2
government
jobs to do
agency
today. I was
or even
supposed
another
to
indigenous party wants
introduce
to do
the White
something
Ribbon
on or within
campaign
the homelands
that
of that
TK
First
elders
Nation
are doing,
opposes.
and the
So,
petition. So I did do
when
the
First Nation
petition.
leadership has good
the White
quality
Ribbon
maps
campaign.
to take to
I
negotiations,
did speak
the
how
result
this
is
has
that the
been a
nation ends up
spiritual
with a bigger
journey.
say about what happens
Raymond
in
had
their
his
homelands.
vision. There was a time he had gone to Shake Tent to ask if he was doing the right
So
thing.
how is the project
He looked
being
for
done?
guidance from the ancestors.
So each of the communities
and the
will
answer
select
he got
50
that
to
day
100
was to
members,
take white
depending on the
ribbons
size
and
of the
tie it
nation.
on the
So
trees.
some of the larger communities
So
will have
we've
more
been spreading
respondents.
the information around as we can, and a lot of people
So
are
we
asking
like
the
to get
question, why
the
white?
communities thinking about who their active
what
harvesters
kind of
are,
tree?
who they'd like to put
And
forward.
the answer we came
to
up
come
with,
and
Carolyn
do
and I,
these
is when an
interviews.
elder tells you do something, don't ask why, just go do it. So we encourage everybody to take bed sheets, rip them up, a t-shirt, rip it up, whatever you can, go buy ribbons. Anywhere is okay. Your backyard, the highway, anywhere. The idea of the White Ribbon campaign is to generate the awareness that Mother Earth is suffering. Our trees are suffering. So thank you. Oh. Okay. Okay, thank you. Oh, not plastic ribbons? Yeah, it should be cloth. Yeah, it should be cloth. Okay. Thank you.
It's on now. Happen one more time. It becomes like
Okay, we're getting our youth up here, so we should get started in about 2 minutes. Okay, are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Okay, awesome. Well, I hope everybody had a good lunch. I'm happy to see all your smiling faces still here. And we've had an amazing morning. We heard from some great panelists from our TEK elders and our Ogimakwe. So Chimigwech for sharing with us. And I know both of those panels talked about the importance of youth and how it's so important to hear from our young people. So that's where we're going to start this afternoon. We're going to pass it over to Quinn, and he's going to be our facilitator for the next little while. And then we're going to close up the day with Joshua Mantwabi. So stay tuned. Take it away, Quinn.
Cheryl. Honorable Joel Kanawea, Mishatam Gewin Nagabo, Ninago, Quinn Waawiindamaagewin Indigenous Cause, Makwan Dodem, Nongo Dash, Nimkiaj Bukong Dijida, Gnabjing Donjaba, the Bendagus, Nugacha Mampigi Bijay, Kabizandai Kaye, Gishpitan Dogwood Kanage Go Eshigayek. So welcome everybody. So my, I guess my GST name is Quinn Waawiindamaagewin. So I am from the Bear Clan. That's my kinship. So there's a couple Bear Clan members out there. Any Bear Clan? I guess we'll find out. Yeah, cousin. So so my name's Quinn Waawiindamaagewin. I'm from Serpent River First Nation and currently live up at Nimkiajbakong in Nishnabek Serpent River's territory up in the headwaters of the Serpent River. And I have the privilege to moderate this session here today with all the Eshkanigjik, the Nishnabek young people here. So I just want to, before we get started, just to acknowledge the speakers before us. So the TEK elders for sharing their knowledge, as well as the Kwewak. So the Ogimakwe, those are the chiefs that were here who came and were very inspiring and shared some very important words. And so before we get started, I just want to acknowledge a lot of the young people out there from Shawanasway School. Could you actually stand up? Yeah, do we want to give them an acknowledgement? I want to just I just want to celebrate them. I think it's important. So these are our young people. So I just want to celebrate you. You are here. So yeah, so say hi. So, these are the young people, as well as the young people up here. And I just wanted to put that acknowledgement out there. So we see you. Miigwech for coming and stuff. So really great to have you here. All right, so we're going to get going into our panel discussion. So acknowledging that this is Treaty Week and our theme is restoring the balance. So before we get started, we want to make some time for the panelists to just share a little bit about who they are. So some introductions. So at this time, I'll just pass it over and we'll go down the table and I'll give you time to introduce yourself.
Bonjour, Robert Waawiindamaagewin, Wasikame Zibi Indigenous, Sigamok Donjaba, Gnojakaning Dida, Jijakadodem. And meanwhile, Waawiindamaagewin Kinamage. My name is Robert Waawiindamaagewin. It's the name my parents gave me. I'm from Sagamok, Anishinaabe. I live in Bay Mills, Michigan. And I work at Lake Superior State University. And I said I was Waawiindamaagewin Kinamage. I teach Ojibwe lacrosse. For this panel today on inherent rights and responsibilities, I wanted to highlight what we do, kind of who we are, or what I do that operates within that. First and foremost, for inherent rights, I believe that we have the obligation to the people who have passed away before us, the dead. And that spans from within the last 100 years and then previous to that, we have an obligation to those who have passed before us. But how do we honor them? How do we continue to fulfill their vision that they had for us in order for us to build our vision and then for the youth to do theirs? That through even land occupancy, the places where we don't have are marked dead, that we can start to rebuild our spirit houses and put them in general areas and locations of where they rest. And this goes to companies, corporations, governments having no issue with bulldozing over our mounts. We'll let them know that it's there. Put those spirit houses in those areas. And how else can we fulfill those obligations to our dead? Is to do the things that we used to do. And like I said, I teach our game, one of our games among many. It was during the pandemic. I was taught this game. I was taught this life way from a man from Minnesota, and my partner helped me refine that skill. And I worked at Boys and Girls Club for a long time, and I played these games with them, this life way with them, and coordinated cultural stuff for them. And we've seen the retention rates go up. We've seen them do way better in school. But there's a really big teaching aspect and an element to it that anybody could learn and play this game and have a storytelling aspect to it too. And it was during the pandemic, and I was hearing things from back home that, there's different community members that are struggling, right, with whatever addictions and whatnot. And I thought, man, what about those kids? And I had some visitors, and I feasted those visitors, and I told my mom about that. And she said, feast. And I said, I'm going to come home. I want to go play this game at Bidabin, at that school. I see the good that it's doing where I'm working. I want to go home and do it. So I've volunteered the past 2 years to just go home and play the games with those kids. And nothing beats the laughter of those kids, man. Like that you want to hear it, and it's amazing, and it's something for them to look forward to. I look forward to it too. So, inherent rights, bring our life ways back. Part of the balance, right? That physical aspect. Miigwech.
Hello, Ani. My name is Caleb Mawaski. I am from Serpent River First Nation. I live in Barrie, Ontario. I'm 18. I still go to school. I go to school in Barrie, Ontario. It's a little school called Barrie North Collegiate. Right now I'm doing a co-op placement at a auto shop just down the road from my house. I don't know my clan. That's it. Bewitched.
Good morning. Good morning. Well, I guess it's afternoon. It's morning somewhere. Hello. Maingan Megazin, Dijnakas, Sagaring Donjba, Ojibwe Maingan Dodem. My name is Maingan Megazin. The story that goes along with it is I'm the one that runs with the wolf and the eagle. And I'm from Nipissing First Nation. I'm Wolf Clan. I'm Ojibwe. My pronouns are they, them. I'm two-spirit, non-binary. I've indulged a lot of my efforts into education. I was a student trustee for the Nipissing Parry Sound Catholic District School Board for 2 years, where I actually helped implement the role of an Indigenous student trustee specifically for that board, because 20% of their student population was Indigenous. And so I felt that that was important, and that school board helped me advance Indigenous student voice, and I'm proud of that. Currently, I go to Canada College for digital cinematography after 2 years at Carleton University for political science, where I encountered a lot of systematic racism and systemic racism. And of course, because we're learning about Canadian history and they're teaching it from the colonial standpoint, it was not a safe environment for an Indigenous person. And so I had to leave. And now I'm much happier at back home in Nipissing and studying digital cinematography, which I hope to obviously highlight Indigenous issues, because media and film really seem to be a core piece of or a core way that we can educate the general public. Thank you.
Ani, Kiara or Eagle Eyes Indigenous, Shishkwaning Dunjaba, Makwa Dodem. My name is Kiara Eagle Eyes. I was born and raised in Toronto, but I come from Shishkwaning First Nation on Manitoulin Island. And I'm Bear Clan. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm working in Shishkwaning as a food security worker at the moment, and my background is also in food. I worked in the industry for about 8 years before moving back home. And Kaylee and I, along with some other youth in our community, started a youth organization called Land First Youth Initiative. And we're just focusing on reclaiming our traditions as Anishinaabe people and making it more accessible for community.
Ani Bojo, Ozawa Gunukwe, Indigenous Makwadodam, Shishikwaning, and Donjba. Hello, my name is Kaylee, or Yellow Eagle Woman. That's my sister. So I was also born and raised in Toronto, but am from Shishikwaning First Nation and recently moved back after just graduating in June with my honors Bachelor of Science in Mental Health and Sociology. And now I'm working as the interim community support worker. And as she mentioned, we're also Land First Youth Initiative, where we're bringing back culture, language, ceremony, teachings, as much as we can, because it's so important. But where my heart really lies is in emotion work. And that's the future of what I want to do, because emotions are very, very important. And that's why we get so reactive and take things personally, is because we don't know how to handle our emotions, let alone know what they are. And so that's where I really see it. And the last thing I want to mention before we get started is that next week is our actual first treaty week in Shishiguaning. And so we're pretty excited for that. Miigwech.
Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. So we got a great number of young people up here coming from throughout the Anishinaabe, throughout the Robinson Huron Treaty Territory. They come from different places. They have different lived experiences. And we're really looking forward to what they have to share. So I'm just really wanting to put it out there, since there are people also online. So, and all the people here, it was mentioned earlier about Land First Use Initiative. So y'all should check it out on social media, give them a follow and see about some of the amazing work that they're up to. So it's really great to see young people supporting other young people. And that's one of the great initiatives here. So really great to highlight that. Awesome. So we have some guiding questions that we have prepared that we talked about in advance. But, we wanted to create a space up here for, these young people to share their perspective on treaty. So we wanted to create that space. So hopefully we can get through everything. Then we can have some questions from the audience. But I'll start off with this first question. That's going to be like a part 1, part 2 question, and I'll provide space for our panelists to share. So the first question that I have, and I guess we'll just go down the line. Is that okay? Looks good. Yeah. All right, cool. All right. Okay. So the first question that we have is, what is your understanding of treaty? And I guess that's part 1. And then part 2 is, how can we make treaty education more accessible for youth? So I'll hand it over to you, Robert, and it'll make its way down to the rest of the panelists. Take it away.
Part 1. Just kidding. What is treaty to me? That's the question. Treaty is a recognition of our sovereignty. It's our agreement with the Crown, in that it doesn't provide us rights, but it has recognized and protected rights within. It could potentially lead us into seeing ourselves as organizing our own citizenships without having to go through a whole different country to say who is status or not. It can go into us accepting other folks as who is status or not type of deal. We can even potentially recognize other sovereign nations through treaty. For example, 1850 treaty signatory nations making treaties with other nations throughout Canada. What would we make treaties about? We can make treaties about recognizing each other's sovereignty. That's just an idea. Maybe it's too youthful, but I'll wait for part 2. Miigwech.
What is my understanding of the treaty? I'm young and I'm new to all this, but from what I do know is that the 1850 treaty is made from, I think it was 20 nations, correct me if I'm wrong, and that it was made in 1850 and was excuse me. I don't want to use the word seal, but it was the treaty was sealed by a belt. I forget what the belt is called, but that's all that I know about the treaty of 1850. Thank you.
The wampum belt. Yeah, so I guess treaty to me would kind of complicated because having studied political science for 2 years, and that education being based in the colonial understanding of their right to this land, I see treaty as the basis of their right to this land. The treaty does not signify our right to our land, but is more of our agreement that they can also peacefully live on our land with us. It wasn't a guarantee for our inherent rights. That's something that, like, obviously it is guaranteeing our rights, and that's part of it, but that wasn't the core idea. I think that treaty, to me, really highlights the history of Canada in the same aspect as the Constitution, as the Royal Proclamation, as the Doctrine of Discovery, because treaties are based in these other documents, especially the ones that came after, like the 1850 treaty. So to me, it's less about our inherent rights and more about the rights that Canadians have living on this land hundreds of years after we've still agreed to peacefully live with them, and they just haven't upheld their end of the deal. And so I think that's just what treaty means to me.
I agree with all my fellow panelists up here. And for me personally, it means building relationship with the land and the water, and really putting an emphasis on protecting and making sure that there's resources left for future generations to come. And as well as Indigenous people having the rights to steward the land. Miigwech.
Yeah, everyone, it's hard to go after everybody because they have such good answers. But to me, it really depends if you're talking about a real treaty or a fake treaty. So to me, a real treaty, it's kind of like how Ogamakwei Kels was saying about the meaning of anin, and how that's that acknowledgement of spirit rather than just hi and hello. I think it's similar to that in the sense of it's not just an agreement. I think that it's an agreement rooted in reciprocity between spirits of nations and of people. That's how I see treaty, like a real one. But I believe that there are also fake treaties, which are the ones that are, rooted with deception and coercion and intoxication, which many of the treaties have been. So those aren't real treaties to me, but the real treaties are, rooted in reciprocity between spirits to me. Miigwech.
Awesome job. So you guys highlighted some really awesome stuff. So, from the recognition of our sovereignty as Indigenous nations, I think that's really important, and because we never gave up or surrendered that sovereignty. That sovereignty is something that is Creator Gi Mina Gona. I think that's how it's said, but that's something that, that was given to us by the Creator. And it was mentioned earlier as well that it's a spiritual agreement as well. Something that's rooted in reciprocity. And it's about building relationships. I think it was mentioned about, our responsibility, our inherent right, the responsibilities that we have to the land, to the waters, to our non-human kin. Like we don't get our rights from the treaty. Our rights come from, the original instructions that we were given, so, and then also, is the basis for settlers' right to exist in the territory, right? It's, kind of lays down the foundation of Canada, the Indigenous settler relations. So all really important stuff. And that's why it really needs to become more accessible, not only for, our communities, for our young people, but also for the rest of Canadians as well. So that kind of leads us into the part 2 of this question. And that part 2 is, how can we make treaty education more accessible to our young people? How can it be more accessible in general, whether it's to our communities, our young people, our families, maybe even to the rest of settler society, to the rest of Canadians? How can we make that more accessible? So I'll send it down. Robert, if you want to start, and we'll move along.
Just a couple ideas on making treaty education acceptable. Like classroom education right now is a pretty dated system, and it doesn't work with everybody. And there's different European nations that recognize that, so they change their classroom around. And it made me think about how communities are good at hosting. We hold spaces a lot, right? And we feast at the same times. It made me think about coordinating a non-traditional treaty-based curriculum for communities in order to engage their own citizens. Because once they're out of elementary, once they're out of high school, and if they don't do post-secondary, where else are they going to get it? Aside from a Facebook post, even if they're even connected. And just make it a safe space to discuss these things. And then actually pursuing treaty curriculum by advocating it within Canada, or in this case, Ontario, for their citizens to know about treaty and for them to understand their obligations. Because we recognize in the room today that it's lacking. They don't understand First Nations rights, sovereignties, unless it's us booting in the door. And then either coming from grassroots or RHW or from communities advocating towards universities. The universities don't always have to wait for the federal government to mandate a curriculum. If you can advocate or tell or ask them, at least, they can start floating around with that dialectic. Which?
Oh, bonjour. All right, cool. Jimmy got awesome words there, Robert. So Caleb, you're up next. So once again, the question is, how can we make treaty education more accessible?
Just some thoughts on that question of yours there, Quinn, is that as a First Nations kid who grew up in an urban area, some of the education for treaties and just overall First Nations in general is very bare there in cities. It's harder to find because it's a city. Most people will find that most natives live on reserves and whatnot. But growing up, I never really learned about treaty education. It was only I only discovered it when I turned grade 10 in high school. Before that, elementary, they never taught it to us. It wasn't much of a educational, like, it wasn't needed, I guess it was what some people would say. And still then that there was only one person that actually managed to teach a little bit to me about treaty education in elementary, and that's someone named, it was my librarian teacher. She wasn't First Nation, but it interested her a lot. And so I'm really glad I had that experience from her to teach me about First Nation culture and treaty. I even brought in a few artists to help me understand my culture more. As I was in grade 10, they came up with, well, the class has been there for a while. The class was First Nations Arts and First Nations Studies. Yeah, there was some education in that in those things, but a whole semester is only 5 months. You need more than 5 months to actually learn about First Nations people, where they come from, and their treaties that happened long ago, right? So right now, they opened something up about last year. It was the start of the year of 2021. It was it's called the Lodge. It's a First Nations room that is accessible to all. And sometimes they would bring in a guest speaker who would talk about fire teachings and tell us about our culture. And it's not just for First Nations kids. If you're non-First Nations, you're allowed to come in, because I've learned that you don't have to be brown to be First Nations. That's not what it signifies, right? You could be white, you could be black, you know. It's accessible to all. As long as it interests you, you're welcome, right? So I'm really glad that they opened that. They have they let us practice our cultural practices like cleansing or smudging. We're allowed to burn sweetgrass. We've had a few complaints actually because we've cleansed or smudged. Someone said they were allergic to it. No one really liked that. You're also allowed to bring in, cultural items such as hand drums, the cleansing bowls. You're allowed to bring those in for other people to use. You're allowed to bring in your own tobacco, your own sweetgrass, and other cool plants like that. It's also a spot where you could hang up your art if you want to express your First Nation culture through art. You're allowed to do that too. And I'm really glad that they really opened that up for a bunch of kids, and it wasn't just for First Nations. It really gave me understanding that, some places in Canada are really trying to open up education to First Nations, to youth. But I still feel like they should do more, because we had a class that was supposed to open up, and it was supposed to be Ojibwe class. It taught us Ojibwe and about our language, but it got canceled due to there was no kids for that class. The only people that signed up were me and a few other niche kids. And it was kind of sad to see them say that, there's not enough kids for this class, so we're going to cancel it. We would have brought in a guest speaker to teach us. So that's my experience as a urban Native kid who doesn't have really much access to First Nations teachings. Miigwech.
Miigwech for sharing. I think, if that Ojibwe class had even one person signed up, they needed to run that class. That's how important, our languages, and that's how important, education is, because education is also a treaty right, and so we should be able to determine what education is for us. So I'm sorry that happened. And, hopefully that the people working here, the people that are listening, take that into account, is that, how important, this education is.
If it was only one person, I would have helped run it too. I don't know much, but you got to walk before you can, you got to crawl before you can walk and run. Right. So, it's all part of the learning experience.
Awesome. Awesome stuff. Miigwech for sharing, Caleb. Great stuff. Okay. All right. So moving along in the panelists. So Kyle, so once again, this question is how can we make treaty education more accessible?
If we kind of look back at the basis of treaties, if we go back to their creation, were the youth involved? Was youth involved in the creation of the treaty? Was their viewpoint brought forward? Was the women's viewpoint brought forward? Were the two people spirit brought to the negotiation table? I've heard a lot of rhetoric about the settlers only willing to negotiate with the men in our tribe. And I think, of course, that sexism is still very, very prevalent, as we saw with our Ogimalkwa panel. But I think a lot of it is kind of going back and reframing how we see the treaty, because I get very frustrated that it's a choice to learn about Indigenous history. Meanwhile, the Indigenous history is directly why Canada exists, directly why the Canadian nation is still thriving due to the stewardship and their relationship with the Indigenous peoples, because the Canadians have only been here for 200 years, 400 years. How long have we been here? More than that. So it's kind of, it's ridiculous to me to be sitting here talking about our right to the land when they came and stole everything just a couple centuries ago. And they continue to teach the rhetoric that they conquered this land, that they made peace with the Indigenous peoples, and now everyone lives in peace, and people all over the world are welcome to come to this beautiful and accepting nation. Meanwhile, there are so many First Nation communities that still live in poverty. There are still so much like third world attributes that can be described for First Nation communities. Meanwhile, Canada is considered a first world country. How is that possible? So they've separated the Canadian or the colonial history with the Indigenous history, trying to exact this narrative that they are different, that the Canadians have their own nation, their own history on this land, without the acknowledgement that we were there every step of the way. One of the reasons I really had to leave my political science program was because of the way that they were teaching the basis of Canada, the way that Indigenous peoples were almost a footnote because they had to include at least one Indigenous class in their curriculum. Meanwhile, we spent a whole month on Quebec. I don't understand that, but I know that it's because of the lack of education and the lack of push for interest. The idea that there needs to be an acceptable amount of students to sign up for a class in order for that class to continue is wrong in so many ways, because it continues down that colonial path of we will only do what we need to do and not everything that is actually needed. We're going to only satisfy your current problems. We are not going to try and address the root problem that is causing all of these other problems. And I think that education would be the separation from a Canadian society and treaties, and having more of the basis of Canadian history being rooted in treaties and being rooted in the connection between Indigenous peoples and the Canadian ancestors, because we're all living the repercussions of the relationship. We're all feeling the devastation of the choices that were made. And we have no control over the past, but we can learn and cater our way forward to sort of make sure that Canada doesn't still have the hold on the stick, because they haven't rightly grabbed the stick from our hands. They continue the rhetoric that we gave them it. And I think a lot of just a big part of education would be changing that narrative into a more truthful narrative. Thank you.
Awesome. Jimmy Gretsch, Kyle. So, you know what? I'm gonna be honest, I haven't really thought about that. During the time of treaty, where were the women? Were they represented? You know, at that signing, like were their voices included? Where were the young people during the treaty talks, the treaty negotiations? That's something that, you know, I haven't thought of myself. So I'm glad for sharing that, and it really starting to sit and think, you know, and how you talked about education as well, that, colonial violence is still manifesting in these systems currently that we have to navigate every single day. So it's not just something of the past, it's something that we currently are experiencing as young people, and something that, we are looking to collectively address. So miigwech for sharing that, and Indigenous history is Canadian history, right? So that's part of, what makes Canada. So miigwech for those. So moving along. So Kiara, once again, what are ways that we can make treaty education more accessible?
Some really great points from our panelists here. Definitely getting some thoughts flowing. But I think how we can make education more accessible for Indigenous youth in our communities are like always creating space for them at the table, and not just like expecting them to show up, because sometimes it can be overwhelming and intimidating to come into these kinds of spaces, but really reaching out that hand and like helping guide the way, I think would be really helpful. And on that note, making language accessible for youth and community, really, like a lot of times at these sorts of gatherings, and especially when it comes to like the litigation discussions and talks, like I have no idea what's being talked about. Like I don't have the understanding. And I think that we should come up with some ways to make it a lot more accessible and understandable on a community level. So yeah, and also I think a big part of that would be like interactive teaching as well, and not just the classroom setting. Listening to a discussion for 3 hours sometimes can be really daunting, and everyone has different learning styles as well. So I think making more interactive, getting out on the land and really showing people and building those connections with the land will really be helpful for youth. Because oftentimes these things can get lost in technology. I think technology can be a great tool to help youth learn, especially in this day and age, but it is good to have that, restore that balance between being outside and as well as use technology.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Creating space for young people to be at the decision-making table. So you hear that, all the leaders out there and other people online, decision makers. So take note, because they're giving us tangible actions and ways that we can include young people's voice at the decision-making tables in order to design, whether it's programs, different solutions that are brought up by our young people, right? Like, how do we identify the needs and how can we be more included? And I think it's best to come from the young people themselves. And you also said to make it accessible language. I too will admit that sometimes, when I'm listening to litigation things, I'm like, okay, that's very high level vocabulary that, I might not have access to. So sometimes it goes right over my head, and then it's hard to follow along, right? So making it, more community based, more community accessible is very important. So I really appreciate that. So interactive learning, I believe it was Elder Ray Owl mentioned earlier about, the importance of being able to go out and learn on the land, to learn by interacting with each other, that, you can't learn everything from books. And sometimes it's, often through experiencing, right? Experiencing, so, and it's about relationships. So awesome. Good stuff. Miigwech for sharing. So moving on. So Kaylee, so you're the last panelist for this question. So I'll hand it over to you. How can we make treaty education more accessible?
I feel like a lot of what I was going to say was already said. So I'll kind of just reiterate like some of the things that I was going to say. Adding on to like accessible language, the reason why things like that is so important, and the different methods of learning, like rather than just lecture based, because obviously that doesn't work for everybody. Our people learn by doing. We don't learn by always just sitting and listening and expecting not to just follow along all the time. And also like there's even evidence in Western science that we lose focus every 12 minutes. So like the system that we have right now doesn't work. So I definitely think that having more interactive and engaging ways of learning, like even workbooks and activity books, by doing actual activities to show people like what treaty means. Like there was a Play-Doh activity that I don't exactly remember how it went, but basically it illustrates how you need to think of the future generations and other people in resources. Because at the end, like there are going to be people without Play-Doh once it's spread out among the circle. And then it's up to them to decide if they want to share it or not before even understanding really what the activity is and what it means. And things like that really help people understand better than just like speaking to them with like the terminology that we can't understand. Because especially when it is like inaccessible language or like lecture based, there's often the time where that acts as a barrier and people will put up that wall like, well, I'm stupid anyway, so I'm not going to listen to this. And then how are you supposed to be passionate and make decisions going forward if you don't understand what's happening? So those are really important points. And definitely in order for youth to understand, like the whole community needs to understand, because then if the youth have questions, like they need someone that has the answers. Even if you don't have the answers, you may know someone to refer them to. And so it's really ensuring that everybody has that access to education of what treaty is and what it means. And then again, that like land-based learning and cultural, back to culture, because that's really how we learn best, I believe. Because again, with language, I know I keep talking about it, but it's really important because when I hear people speak our language, even if my mind doesn't understand it, my heart does. But when I hear that litigation speak, both my mind and heart don't understand. So it's really important that we make sure that it's accessible for everybody in that way of like meeting us where we're at with our worldview and not just the Western worldview. I think that's everything I wanted to say.
Awesome. Chimigwech. So I think what you said is really important, is meeting the young people where we're at. And not everybody learns the same, right? So when you try like, like a cookie cutter approach, you got a cookie cutter and you try to make it work for everything and everybody, that doesn't exist, right? So the more we try to do that, and like, cause we only work within, like we only have 9 to 5, or we only have this amount of time in order to get to whatever we're trying to achieve, then we're leaving out other people who don't learn that way. So when you put these strict timelines to things and you're always trying to rush something in order to achieve a goal, then you could be missing a lot of people who don't, fit into that same process, right? So if we're going to be working with young people in the community, different people learn differently. Sometimes it takes time, and sometimes it takes more time than, we anticipate. So it's important that, we do what we can to, work with the young people to design processes that work for them. I think, it's a community approach. I think you mentioned it's a community approach. So this is great. Y'all inspire me. Y'all are doing a good job. Y'all, yeah, you're good role models. Give me a round of applause. It's great. Yeah. So for a lot of you young people out there too, like, these are, young people who, I look up to myself, and it's great that we have these role models in here. So, and I'm sure you can approach them at any time as well afterwards. So if you want to come up for some questions later, I encourage you to do that. So we're going to continue on with some of the guiding questions that we did have identified. So moving on to this, question number 3 is, how do we exercise or implement the treaty today? So how is the treaty realized today? Contemporary terms. So we'll go over to Robert. How do we exercise and implement the treaty today? What are your thoughts?
I just had a thought, like when it comes to treaty and who we are as sovereigns, communities should start to sponsor community buy-in events or projects. If we're treaty signatories, then we're sovereigns. And if we're sovereigns, we should have some level of what makes us, holds us sovereign. And let's say it started with just a garden, and you just sponsored that garden in order for community members to tailor it and keep that there and teach in that setting. Whenever you do anything during a project, whether we're making our Gmons, whether we're playing our games, making our sticks, whether we're crafting, whether we're hunting or fishing, whether we're deliberating in our old school diplomatic styles, there is always storytelling, feastings, and teachings within that. Earlier, I heard somebody say, like, this is about the litigation process. Don't give them the money because they're probably going to spend it on something we don't want them to. Is that a sense of control over them? Because we're all autonomous in Anishinaabe. They need something to do. I need something to do. And a lot of those times, those opportunities aren't there. And that's why, like I said earlier, I brought the game to my school to show those kids there's other things to do. If there's going to be a void, we need to fill that. And we know what to fill it with. We have it. We have the language. We just need to be sponsored in order to preserve that, restore it, and push it forward. The tools are here. They just need to be sponsored and made accessible to us, just like making the treaty education accessible. We can do it. Right? We need to make, rather than electoral terms of 4 years, we need to start making 10 to 20-year plans of these sponsorships and give people something to do, give them some community buy-in in order to make them feel proud of who they are. If you don't do anything, you're not going to have anything to be proud of. And support them. I don't know if I got off track much.
No, I think what you said was very important. You know, like if we don't have access to those resources, you know, community members need access to those resources, and they need meaningful investments. You know, if you're going to invest it for 1 year, how do you plan for future years, right? If you just, you know, the funding will run out, the support will run out, and then they're not able to exercise those activities anymore, right? So there needs to be a big community buy-in. And it needs to be supported by, you know, the leadership and the rest of the community. Like, that's community work. That's nationhood. You know, awesome job. Good job. Robert. So Caleb, once again, so this question that we have, I just want to hear your thoughts. So what are ways that we can exercise and implement the treaty today?
I think a lot of what I was going to say was said by Robert over here. Robert. So I don't know how much to say anymore. But there's a little like veering off from that was like expressing our culture more outside of in public, you know, where I don't have one, but you know, people would like to wear their like not like to, but there's some influencers there on social media who like to dance with their regalia on in public and show off their love for their culture, right? And so we could be doing that, or you know, a lot more buildings like associations out there could, you know, have language classes for Ojibwe. We could practice it that way, you know, as well as, you know, our hair and our language was taken from us from residential schools. So having as a male who has long hair, I do get criticized sometimes saying that I look like a girl because of it. I don't listen to them. I want to express and I want to practice my inheritance rights of having my hair long and putting it in a braid, as it was taken from us a long time ago during the residential school era. And I want to be able to express that and have love for the people who didn't get out of residential schools back then by having long hair for them. As well as language. I want to be able to practice that too. They should, make schools have language classes, not by choice, but, well, I guess you could say by choice, because they give you French class for as mandatory. I feel like you could be able to switch that to Ojibwe class and it would be the same thing. That's all I really wanted to say. Plus what Robert said over here. Miigwech.
Caleb, I think you look badass with your long hair, man. Awesome job. You make me proud. Good job. So let's give another round of applause, Caleb. So you should never feel ashamed of that. Be proud. Keep your head up. Awesome job. Okay, Kyle, we're moving over to you. So once again, what are ways in today contemporary society, how can we express and implement the treaty? What are your thoughts?
Was it on the whole time? Hello again. Sorry. I was just trying to get my thought. You made me think about something that I wanted to touch on, but then I lost it like right away. 12 minutes or 12 seconds? Sorry, what's the question?
Yeah, so the question is today, how can we express or implement the treaty? What does that look like today?
Yes. Yeah. So I guess just one thought I had is that the treaty being, I can't do math really fast. It's over 200 years old, right? No. 175? Okay, we'll go with 175. So 175, almost 200 years is not enough for DNA to change. It's not enough for a species to evolve past what the species was at that time, if we're looking at it as scientific fact. So our DNA is still unchanged from our ancestors who negotiated the treaty. And I think about that a lot because then all of the violent attacks on our children and communities, those still exist within our DNA. Our biological bodies still remember that because that essence is what we were created out of. You can't create matter and you can't destroy matter. So simply that matter was redirected into a human being, which is, reproduction. But what I'm getting at is that our parents literally passed down their experiences to us. And so just growing up, I was terrified of residential schools and terrified of Canada in general. And I know that has filtered the way that I interact with the Canadian world, Canadian public, and just Western society in general. I had a thought about just the returning to culture and how that can, or that is like one of the foundational pillars that we focus on. And of course, culture and language are two of them. I think there has to be more. I can't list at the moment, but just the focus on like not only redirecting our energy into a more abundant future, but a more peaceful and accepting, I guess, because we are different than the people who who signed the treaty. We are, 175 years down the line. Our advancements have changed, our society has changed, and our history is ever impacting on our everyday life. So there's just got to be that sort of balance between acknowledging that the past currently continues to affect the future and our present, but we still have the present choice to make certain decisions and take certain actions. I think part of that is going back to what Robert said about youth council. I don't want to call out my community. I love my community and I love them so much, but we had a youth council election and then I got elected as deputy chief. And that was, 5 years ago. Nothing has really come about that. So I think the point I just want to make is that if you really want to involve youth, please do it in a way that is meaningful and that you have that 10-year plan. You have that long-term plan of youth not only being incorporated into our leadership, but our youth being incorporated into every other aspect of the way that our community functions, because they are a very important part of our community. And so we just have to continue to ensure that we're not only making that space, but we're making the space for that to thrive and grow along with the rest of the community. Yeah. Thank you.
Awesome stuff. Yeah, I think that's really important. We're living in history right now. You know what I mean? Like, we are in a story, like this will be talked about. Our time here on earth and decisions that we make today will impact, those that are not yet here, right? So, and as young people who take on this burden and inherit these responsibilities, it makes sense that we're part of the decision-making processes. So that means now, that doesn't mean, tomorrow. And that means, you're planning for it. Like you said, 10 years, 5-10 years down the line. And so that's actively planning, and we had words for that. We had processes for that, we talk about 7 generations all the time, and we're talking about, living it, being it, having it a part of everything that we do. So very good words. Chairman Gwech, Kyle. So Kiara, moving along in our panelists, we have going to go back to our question. And so what are ways today that we can implement or exercise our treaty rights or implement the treaty? What are your thoughts?
This on? Yeah. So for me, I think that really unlearning the colonial systems that our communities are so dependent on these days, and really teaching and finding and researching what were those traditional ways and how can we start implementing them back into our communities, because the youth do care and they are wanting to learn these things, and even help in the process of bringing them back, practicing our inherent rights and getting back to our own governing systems, really protecting the land. And for me, a big one is really reclaiming our food systems and way of life. I really think that if you want to know a nation and a culture and who they are, if you look to the food, it brings people together, people gather, come into community together. And that's when I feel closest to community is during feasts and stuff, and pre-colonial food systems and revitalizing those, I think are really, really important. As well as looking to our community champions. And by that, I don't only mean people with degrees, but also the community members that do everything from heart, our knowledge keepers, the trappers on the land. Who knows the land better than people that are out there trapping and working with it all the time. And I really think that there's place for all these people at the table, and not just only the leadership and only the people with degrees or that have these more colonial education. in making space for that in the room as well. Yeah, so that's it. Miigwech.
Yeah, I think that's really important. Everybody has a valid role to play in our community. Everybody has a responsibility as well, right? So because of, colonization, we often have been made to forget or we lost, our understanding of those responsibilities. So by bringing those responsibilities back into community, we're also giving, a lot of our community members purpose and belonging and knowing that they have an active role in our community. So very important. Thanks for sharing that. So yeah, Chimigwech. So we're moving on. So Kaylee, you're at the end of the panel, so I'm always looking over towards you. Once again, this question here, what are ways that we can implement or exercise our treaty rights or implement the treaty today? So I'll give you the mic to share.
There's lots of ways we can, as my peers said, but I think one of the most important ways and one of the easiest ways, well, it's not easy for everyone, but we're almost all capable of it in one way or another. We are, is using our voices, like being able to speak out. And for us being on this panel right now, that is exercising and implementing our rights. Because for so long, colonizers and settlers and they've been trying to silence us and erase us. And so also just by existing, we are also honoring our rights, especially because for most of my life, I've been in Western education. And so I was taking up space in a colonial place. And that in itself is exercising my rights to exist and to learn different ways, and so that I can move forward and help our people by balancing and taking what is needed from what we've learned either in the Western world or in our Indigenous views and our culture. So I also, with Land First Youth Initiative, like our ability to apply to grants and take that initiative to revitalize our culture and our community, because we don't have very many ceremonies and knowledge there. Being able to bring that back into the community is a way of exercising and implementing our rights, and being able to learn that. And most recently, on Sunday, we actually had some teachings, and that was my first time ever being allowed to light a sacred fire and keep the fire, because I've been told throughout my entire life, I'm not allowed to do that. I'm not allowed to do that because I'm a girl. But I understand that we do have certain gender roles, but being so strict is also not fair. And that erases two-spirit identity. People don't look at me and see that I'm two-spirit as if two-spirit has one look, which it doesn't. And we need to honor our two-spirit people in the fact that we walk two worlds. And I'm drawn to the sacred fire and I should be allowed to do that. So it was very, very powerful, powerful day on Sunday. Yeah, so that's another way that I've been exercising and implementing my treaty rights. Miigwech.
Well, Chimigwech for sharing that. That's really important, and I'm proud of you. That's really good. So, Miigwech for doing that work too, because it shows our other two-spirit relatives and citizens that things are possible. And we can take up our responsibilities. And exercising our rights is exercising and carrying out our responsibilities. So that is a way that we're implementing the treaty, is just by existing, by taking up our responsibilities in community. And so often it's like rights based, but it's also like responsibilities. We have responsibilities, and often that's seen as a way of exercising our rights. We're just carrying out our responsibilities in community, right? So Good job. Good job, everybody. So let's have another round of applause. I would think that, people are doing really good. You guys are doing great. So we have one more question here. So I was told we have until 3:00. So we have 15 more minutes. So we want to go through one more last question that we have, and then we'll start wrapping up for some final thoughts. But right now, so the last question that we have is about a theme. So the theme of Treaty Week is restoring the balance. And so, and that could mean so many different things. So what does that theme mean to you, restoring the balance? And how can we do that for ourselves and for our communities? So Robert, if you want to start to share, and it's about the theme, and how do we do that for ourselves and for our communities?
That question's too loaded, Quinn. I'm going to have to pass. Just kidding. All right, really quick story before I get into it. With restoring balance, right? If we look at our contemporary medicine wheel, right, we got the 4 life ways, and I sometimes think that the physical part's missing. When I say physical, I mean physical activity and the way we eat. And I remember one time I was at the gym in Sagma, okay, and I'm like bench pressing some weight, struggling. And Ray is sitting there on the pedal bike thing, and he sees me struggling, And then I have to ask my buddy, help, pick it up. And Ray from the other side of the room there just, not enough baloney. And ever since that day, that's what some of the boys and I say. We say, not enough baloney. I've eaten quite a bit of bologna since then, Ray. So, but in restoring the balance, it's that we're continuing to try to hit every aspect of our lives, because if we can look at some of our communities and the way we're struggling, that we can see that there's definitely an imbalance there, and I don't like leaving those people out. I'm trying to service struggling youth, struggling adults, and struggling elders, right? There's some folks who aren't comfortable in their own homes. How do we engage them? How do we get them back out? How do we make them feel comfortable again? How do we make them feel safe? Right? It's a nationhood, the security and safety of your citizens and of the youth. And to the youth that are here. I was told this by Angeline Bowley, the author of Firekeeper's Daughter. I'll mix it a little bit. Is that we operate in a lot of spaces that were not created for us. Own every space that you occupy and just kick butt. You go ahead.
Yeah, that's very good words. We can't leave anybody behind. Everybody in our community is deserving of love and support, no matter what is going on in their life. So, and that's something that we have to do, right? And yeah, very good words also for those young people. So, Miigwech for sharing. Okay, so Caleb, so going back to the last and final question, I want to hear your thoughts about the theme that we have for the gathering here. And so it's restoring the balance. And so what does that mean to you, and how can we do that for ourselves and for our community?
This question has always stumped me, even when I went to Mary Brown's with you last night. You were telling me these questions. That's the one question that I was stumped on. How can you said balance what was it? How can we restore the balance? I thought about this all night. This question really stumped me. I don't think I have an answer for this question. It's kind of hard to answer. Yeah, sorry about that. Miigwech.
That's okay. Miigwech. Yeah, I want to circle back to it. When you have any thoughts, we can make some space afterwards.
Okay.
Okay, awesome. Kyle?
I was just going to say, I feel like a lot of youth being confused about just the idea of restoration and reconciliation in general, because we're not innately taught that. I have a lot of thoughts on the idea of restoring the balance, because if we were to look at the just the base idea of the phrase restoring the balance, there's an imbalance, which obviously, but if we were to restore the balance and looking at it from a scale, if it's imbalanced, the only way you can really rebalance it is by lowering the other side equal amount that the lower side currently is at its weight. So I did a horrible job explaining that, but if you get what I mean, Canada's basically put all the responsibility of our relationship with them on us. They took away our ability to govern ourselves before giving it back. They took our community's ability to love our children before giving our children back. They took a lot of it's strategic, I think. Kind of, again, sorry, with my political science background, it was literally only 2 years, but the strategic education and the strategic moves of the Canadian government all operate from the one goal of the continued nation of Canada. But the nation of Canada is a hostile, imperialistic, and occupational nation. It's not a free democratic nation, not the way they're teaching you what democracy means. If we redefine democracy, then maybe we could define Canada as democratic, but this hostile, imperialistic, and occupational nation continues this rhetoric of the colonizers having every right to be here, and the Indigenous peoples are now left to fight for their right to still be here. But I think about that a lot, and it seems like a really big thing to try and accomplish, especially if we're coming at it from only Indigenous people and we're not actually going to the other side to ask them to help lift our side and educate their own side, because restoring the balance, I feel like, does innately suggest that there are two sides. And if I go back to the separation between Canada and Indigenous peoples, at this point, there might as well be a separation because of just the rhetoric and the way that history has gone at this point. If we were to go back to the original idea of nation to nation relationships, then we wouldn't be sitting here having this conversation. And it's not that, it cannot be that we dropped the ball. There was no way that we forgot to enact our rights and our treaty rights, and that we forgot to remind the government to keep their promise. But that's our responsibility at this point. And so as much as I'm very bitter about it, it's kind of just the plain truth. And so it's come back to this restoring the balance being more of accepting that there's an imbalance and just moving towards more of reciprocity and a relationship that values both sides. You can't have a one-sided relationship. We need to value the European settlers and the other settlers that are here now as much as they need to value us having always been here. It's a reciprocal relationship. It's that's what balance really means, is that every energetic force has the exact same opposing energetic force to counterbalance and equal it out. So if we're at a point where we need reconciliation and we need to have education because of the incorrect and untruthful rhetoric that has plagued this island for 400 years, that needs to be counteracted with a challenge of that narrative equal to the power that the statement of Canada, the nation, has. So if Canada has the power to appeal our appeals to their laws, then we also have the right to appeal their appeals of our appeals, if you know what I mean. But if we keep going down that road, we're just going to continue in this cycle. And so I think as much as it's giving back what has been, or like restoring what has been taken, it's finding the facts that have been forgotten and dropped along the way, of the ideas and the core concepts of the nation to nation relationship that have been considered obsolete or not important at this point. We need to get those back so that the nation to nation relationship is actually possible once again. Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. Miigwech Kyle, I think you make a really good point. We're often asked to invest into, Western systems, and we're having to do a lot of the labor and a lot of the work in restoring Western systems and educating Western systems in society, when we should be putting in the work to restore Indigenous systems. I think that's important, right? Is this, we're always in Western systems, Western institutions. What about our institutions? What about our systems, Indigenous systems of knowledge, of education, of everything, right?
Why can't we force our children to need an Indigenous education? Why does the Canadian government have the authority to tell us what to do with our children when that is based in, I don't want to say it's just based on a piece of paper that some rich dude said, because I say so, but that's quite literally where everything originates from the Royal Proclamation and the Doctrine of Discovery, which already is on the basis that we are less than. So we can't really, the balance is kind of getting tricky when they came to us already on the premise that they are higher than us. So they were already coming to us unbalanced. And so it's like, it has been our job to sort of reiterate that balance needs to be there, and that they're forgetting a lot of key pieces to relationship.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's nation to nation. Yeah.
You
know what I mean? So like, we're doing the work, we're doing almost all of it. You know what I mean? So we got you for sharing that. So I guess we'll just move on, and just keeping in mind, we're going to have the last two panelists share, and then we'll begin to wrap up our panel here. So miigwech everybody for tuning in. Also the people online, great job sticking out in all the audience, and the young people over there. I'm always looking over and being like, hey, what's up? Yeah. Woo! Sorry. I just really want to celebrate y'all and celebrate all these amazing panelists. So I'm continuing on with that final question for our remaining two panelists is about our theme, restoring the balance. So what does that mean to you, and how can we make that for ourselves and for our communities? So Kiara, what are your thoughts?
Hello. Yeah. Okay. So I think that a lot of it really starts with self. And I feel like a lot of our community leaders are so drained from working 7 days a week, 24/7, and you can't pour from an empty cup. So I think that really understanding that their rest is so productive for us to keep strong for our communities, and to also lead by example and stay strong. And then as well as going back to our teachings, as was mentioned, really finding the connection and the balance between mind, body, and spirit, and sorry, I lost my thought. But yeah, just making sure that we're healed and fully taken care of. I think that you can't restore any balance if there's not balance within yourself, and that in turn will show people to do the same. I think it's really important to lead with that. So, miigwech.
Awesome. Chimigwech, Kiara. So I think it's important. Self-care, community care, right? Taking care of yourself, being present, being aware. I think that's important. Very good reminder. So miigwech. Kaylee, last panelist. So to this question on the theme of restoring the balance, what does that mean for you and how can we bring that about for ourselves and our community?
Kind of like what was already mentioned, like reconnecting to ourselves, the community, the beings around us in the land, reconnecting to our roles and responsibilities. A big way for that is I actually once heard a knowledge keeper say that many of us walk around as half people, and we are always constantly trying to find our other half. And that other half is ourselves, but we just aren't taking care of ourselves. And so we never find that other half because we're looking in the wrong places. And so one big thing for me, like I already mentioned, is emotions, because many of us don't know how to identify emotions, let alone express them and communicate them in healthy ways with each other. And so we take things very personally and we're very reactive and we act before we think, well, why am I triggered? And sometimes you think it's triggered from nothing, but really something small is triggering the many traumas that our people have endured. And like mentioned, our DNA is still with our ancestors. Like we have all of that in us as well. So many of us neglect our emotions and we turn to unhealthy coping mechanisms because we don't know what else to do. And then we get stuck in that pattern because many in history, the colonizers, they attacked our worth. They attacked so much of us, including I find like a really good analogy actually for what Kiara was kind of saying in like taking care of yourself is that we all have our own inner fire. And what I like to call that is our own sacred fire. And so in the teachings of the sacred fire, you don't let it go out. You're supposed to be keeping that fire. And so why wouldn't you keep your own fire inside? Why would you let your own fire go out? And so that I feel is really important, that we are taking care of ourselves and tending to our own fires, which is our passion, our drive, our love, everything about us, because we're all so worthy and we have so much love to give. So that's really restoring our balance to me, is ensuring that we keep our fire and reconnect to ourselves and all of our relations. Miigwech.
Oh, that was really awesome.
I am so sorry. Can I just, sorry, just back on the DNA thing, because we still hold all of the trauma that our DNA is holding on to, but it's not the only thing our DNA is holding on to. It's also holding on to that strength and that resilience and that need to get back up no matter how many times we're knocked down, that is also within all of us, that it also carried on through our DNA. So as much as we have those traumatic experiences, we have that strength to continue to go and to ensure that the next generation also has the tools to continue. Thanks. Sorry.
yeah, for sure. Our ancestors loved us. They loved us. They thought about us. They prayed about us, and it's our job to do the same, right? So we're ancestors, now. And so, it's our job to carry on that love. That love doesn't stop with us. That love is reciprocating. So for the next generation, to the young people, we love you, we think about you, and we'll do what we can. This is all about you. This is for you, right? So great job to the panelists, great words. So let's give them another round of applause. They make me so proud and so excited about, that we have young people that are taking up these roles, these understandings, and are carving out the space and asserting themselves wherever they are, whether it's in an urban center, still Indigenous territory. So, this is the youth panel, everybody, for the Robinson Huron Treaty Week, Restoring the Balance. Let's give another round of applause. Good job, everybody.
Okay, awesome. Chimigwech Youth, that was a great panel. We're so happy that you could be here to join us. I don't know if we have any questions in the room. Leroy has a question for you at the back over there. I don't know if you have a mic, but you have a big, bold voice.
interesting or thought-provoking question. You know, they actually came here lost and confused. They didn't come here to discover anything. They actually left Europe to escape what they brought to us. We don't talk about that enough. And when you look back at some of the knowledge that's carried in the ceremony, you won't find this written anywhere in any record book or any form of documentation. But you only find that answer in ceremony when you listen to these old people. And they only do it in ceremony. They're not going to do it, come to a workshop. They're not going to come to anywhere else but ceremony. So my question to you then is that when you look at the environment and we talk about all of these things, one of the things that even like I used to travel, I used to do all those things, hunting, I still do all those things. But my question to the youth is, although we talk about culture camps, we talk about all of these other things about getting back to the land back. My question to you is, when are you going to get back to the land? Don't leave it at a saying. Put it into action. Get back to the land. Because if we're not back out there, that knowledge I'm talking about where I learned in ceremony with that old man, that's going to disappear too. So in a sense, that's my question to you. When are you going to get back to the land?
Just want to say Chimi Gwetch for that awesome panel. I just wanted to make a comment. So I had a couple of youth there. You guys were asking about were the women and children represented at the treaty negotiations. Well, during the 19th century, I'm not sure if they were, but during the 18th century, so in the 1700s, at the treaty proceedings at Detroit in 1760, in the fall of 1760, the women, the Anishinaabe women and the Anishinaabe children were represented by their own wampum belt. So what they did was when the British, the crown representatives came, they would give them a bunch of belts. So there wasn't just one, at these treaty proceedings, there wasn't just one belt. There was lots of belts. They would bring out lots of belts, different belts, because there's all kinds of belts out there, and a lot of them have been lost. But we carry the knowledge of the ones we still have the knowledge of. But the women and children would have their own wampum belt. So that's how they were represented at those negotiations. I just want to share that with you guys.
Okay, well, Chimi Gwetch, we do have some gifts here to share with you. Oh, there was a question over here too, Barrett. We're going to get you a mic, Dolores.
You are the one that's going to make the change in what you've said today. And I just love listening to you. He's had so much to offer. Keep up the good work.
Oh, Chimi Gwetch, Dolores, that was great. Okay, that's so good. Sam's going to share with you guys some gifts. Did any of the students? You guys are good? Okay. Awesome. So yeah, Chimi Gwetch, I know you guys said some really important things. I know you guys talked a lot about curriculum. I just wanted to let you know that we are starting to we're working on the treaty curriculum project that North Shore Tribal Council started, that Dr. Pamela Toulouse was working on. So we have took over that project on behalf of North Shore Tribal Council. We're doing it K to 12. So we're going to hope to get that developed in the next few years. And then I also just wanted to acknowledge the youth. They're the ones who asked for this space. They were at the treaty gathering. They said, there's no space for us to share our voice. So we invited them here. And then we've also been talking about organizing their own gathering. So we've talked to some of the youth to start helping us coordinate and to set their own space to, coordinate their own agenda and see what they want their gathering to look like. So on behalf of Robinson Huron, we're going to work on finding some funding to make that event happen for you guys. So Chimi Gwetch. And then we're just going to get set up for our next presentation. Josh is going to get ready and we'll be live again in about 5 minutes. So if you guys need to get a drink or go to the washroom, we'll have our last presentation of the day.
Obviously. Yeah. They're all gonna just a spread. Yeah, we'll get you guys. Take a photo. I think so. Yeah. Yeah. And show it off to my students. I'm gonna get my photo too.
I go on the side.
I can't stand myself.
Thanks for listening. Thanks for coming. You got questions
Oh
too?
my God.
Yeah, good God. Someone has just come over a little bit.
Yeah, you guys want to like, okay. Hey, yeah, you guys can leave on this way. You guys come in. So happy you guys are all here. Yeah, my shirt ain't on. Mama's gonna hold me yet. Okay, yeah, I know.
Okay, how about this? On three, we'll say treaty. Okay?
Yeah.
So on three, we'll say treaty. So one. Wait. Becca, he says Becca.
Okay.
Okay, so on three, we'll say treaty. One, magic, me, treaty, sweat.
Treaty.
We'll all drink now.
Awesome. Not me on my
Good job, everybody.
I'm the same height.
Okay, we're going to get started in just 2 minutes. So if our Zoom audience is online, get ready for our upcoming Odawa Scholar. Give you guys 2-minute warning before we start. Okay, Ani, welcome back to our last event of the day, Robinson Huron Treaty Week. What a great youth panel we had. We've had over 500 people join us online today throughout the day. So that's quite the huge audience. So Chimigwech for everybody online joining us. And I hope you can continue to join us on Thursday and tomorrow. So before we pass it over to Josh, I just wanted to do a quick introduction. So we have upcoming, up next is Josh Mantawabi. He's an Odawa scholar. He's a PhD candidate and an assistant professor at Brock University. So Josh has been doing much research over the past few years on our nation-to-nation relationships, and he's going to share a little bit with us today. So I'll pass it over to you, Josh.
Chimigwech. Just want to say I'm really honored to be here today. Ani, bonjour, 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 bonjour. Jaganashi Nozwin, Josh Nendawi, Dishnakaz, Dishnaben Nozwin, Shpimming, Bemajat, Megaze, Dishnakaz, Makwa Dodem, Wikwam Kong, Dunjaba, Brock University, Dunjaskunu, PhD, Gadapna. My name is Josh Mantawabi. I'm from Okwamakong. I'm Bear Clan. I'm currently a PhD candidate and an incoming assistant professor at Brock University. So I started my PhD in 2017. I've been researching Odawa, Great Lakes, Nishnabek history, specifically in the 18th century, so around the Treaty of Niagara. But I also did a lot of research on the 1862 Manitoulin Treaty. And I've been recently doing a lot of research on the 17th century when the French first came. But today, what I'm going to talk to you about is I'm going to talk about the Anishinaabeg diplomacy with the British Crown and their origins of when the Anishinaabeg first came into the covenant chain with the British Crown, when it first began, and the history and the timeline of when the Anishinaabeg were adopted into the covenant chain, when that happened and why it happens, and how our governance systems looked, like how we understand nation-to-nation relationship based on the covenant chain and what the diplomatic relations we had with the British Crown. So the title is Nation to Nation. I wanted to be talking about this Detroit Wampum Belt of 1760. So I'll start off talking about what is a treaty. So is a treaty, is it a piece of paper? Is it a nation-to-nation agreement? Is it a wampum belt? Is it an ongoing relationship? For Anishinaabeg people, it's all four. It's all of the above. We acknowledged those pieces of papers, like we acknowledged that Royal Proclamation when they first brought it in 1763. And what happened was it was sent all over the Great Lakes. So the Anishinaabeg people would send runners, and those runners, they would literally run on foot and go to all the communities as far as like Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio, Ontario, Quebec. They sent that document all over. But what the chiefs said was that they did not acknowledge the piece of paper until it was ratified through wampum. So they knew that we had to ratify these piece of paper, these written documents on our own terms, and that's what we did. We ratified it through wampum. And it was a nation-to-nation agreement. We were sovereigns. So a treaty is a relationship between two sovereign nations. You cannot have a treaty without two sovereign nations. And we acknowledge those through wampum belts. And it's an ongoing relationship. We had, for example, we have what the 1850 treaty, Robinson-Huron Treaty meant in 1850. And then as we've seen just now with the youth, what does it mean today? What do they want it to mean in the future? So it's an ongoing relationship. It never ends. It's still going to keep going. So reasons for making a treaty was to heal harm caused by settler colonialism and warfare, compensate for lands taken illegally, to prevent rumors of war, to end unfair trade and commerce practices, was to protect our indigenous economy. So for example, when we had the Robinson-Huron Treaty in 1850, we had a thriving fishing economy around Lake Huron and all the Anishinaabe communities around the shores of Lake Huron and Manitoulin Island. We had maple sugar economy. We would ship out maple sugar, maple syrup. We would trade with other nations. So we wanted to protect these things. Those are some examples of why we made treaties, and it was to make up for unfulfilled promises. So we could look at treaty relationships as a circular philosophy of when the Jagna-Shuk and Wemtego-Shuk, when they first came over the Great Waters, what kind of relationships did we have with them? So we wanted to make peace. We wanted to live on peaceful relations with them. We wanted to regulate trade. So they had some goods that we benefited from, but we also had knowledges and gifts as well. And we traded that. We had that reciprocal relationship when they first came. We wanted to settle the differences that we had. A good example of that is the two-row wampum belt, and I'll explain. I'll get into that later. Economic aid, just like what we talked about with the with that economy I was talking about. We had these military alliances in all these major wars. So the Anishinaabe fought in all these major wars: the 7 Years' War, the War of 1812, World War I, World War II. And it was they wanted to acquire land. So we had to have these, when settler colonialism first started to peak in the early 19th century, we had to negotiate with them. And today we want to renew relations. We want to keep these treaty relations going. So it's like a big circle, and it comes back to making peace. We're talking about reconciliation today, and what do treaties mean today? This is a portrait that Samuel de Champlain drew when he first met the Odawa people in August of 1615. He described how they look. So at the mouth of the French River, just west of the French River, he met 300 Odawa warriors who were in full warfare attire. They had their shields with them. They had a bow and arrow with them. So this is how they look. So he drew how they looked. And what he called them the raised hairs, because the Odawa men would wear their hair sticking straight up. So they would carry a big long bow. They carried a large shield, which was made out of buffalo hide or moose hide. They had their arrows with them. They had their bodies tattooed. Some of them would have a tattoo of a sun, representing that we came from the east. The migration story, that we had that history of coming from the East Coast. They had their ears pierced, and some of them would have copper beads as earrings, and they would also have their noses pierced. So another name that the French called them were the pierced noses, the nez pierce. So the Mi'kmaq people that lived on the north shore of Georgian Bay, they were known as the Nez Perce at first. In the early 17th century, the French called them the pierced noses because of the way they would pierce their nose. So this is how we looked. And this is when Champlain first seen our men, he drew a portrait. And this is, you could find this in the works of Samuel de Champlain. Was a book that was written in 1929. So all of his diary is in there, and in the portraits that he drew. But I wanted to show this because it's historical significance on these maps. When they first started mapping our territory, they put chevu reliefs right across Manitoulin Island. That meant the raised hair. So they were saying that those are the people who lived there. That's what they called them at first when the French first met us. So this is the Odawa tribes and the neighbors. So there was 4 main Odawa tribes when the French first met us. There was pronounced Tigishgun, or it was spelled Kisgun. Odawa, it means cut tail. What I've been taught is that it actually means it's cut off. So that's talking about the bear.
because the bear, there's a story about the bear when the bear used to have a long tail, its tail got cut off. So there's a story behind that. So these Odawa were called Tigishkan Odawa. They were called the Cuttails. And they originally came from the Bruce Peninsula area, around Collingwood area. And they lived, I guess their ancestors would be people from Cape Croker and Saugeen area. But they were a very populous tribe, Odawa tribe. And they had really good relations with the Payton, with the tobacco people who lived just west of the Wendat, which would be around Collingwood area. And there was the Stable Odawa, also known as the Kimiga. They were known as the people of the fine sandy beach. And these people originally came from Manitoulin Island, maybe northern part of Michigan. I've been trying to do more research of these specific locations of these villages. I know there was one at Providence Bay. There was a large Odawa village there. They've done archaeological digs there. There's archaeological evidence dating to like the late 1400s. There was a large Odawa village there right at the mouth of the Mindamoya River. So the French called them the people of the fine sandy beach, and it just reminds me of the sand dunes that are there on the south shore of Manitoulin Island. And there's also these large sand dunes in Odawa territory in Michigan, just west of Traverse City there on which would be the east coast of Lake Michigan. And then there was the Sinago Odawa. Some people call them the black squirrels. Others been calling them the gray squirrels. And I just came across recently, actually last week, I seen this word. It said Sinago and it said gray squirrel. And that and in the Jesuit relations, it says that all it says in there. So if you look at the historical record, all it says is that they came from the south shore of Lake Huron. And the people down in Waawiindamaagewin First Nation, that area, Detroit, they have a lot of oral history and archaeological evidence that they've always been there as well. And that was one of the sacred stopping places there. It was the third stopping place in the migration. So the Sinago Odawa, and then there was the Naskutin. They were known as the forked people, the Forked River. They came from, I've seen it, people calling them, they came from a forked river. Other historical records, I've seen it, a forked lake, or some people say that it was a forked clan represented at the Great Peace of Montreal. They had a fork, a picture of a stick with that looks like a Y, and it represented that fork. But they were known as the Fork people. And the French first encountered them in Green Bay around 1650, and they were there at that area. But these were all Odawa people. They all spoke Odawa. They all had the same dialect. And the French even say that in the records, that they meet these different tribes and they're defining them, but they're saying that they come from the same tongue. So it means that they all spoke with each other. I mean, they all spoke the same dialect. And then there was the Mi'kmaq people. So they came from like Beaverstone Bay area, the north shore of Lake Huron, the north shore of Georgian Bay, which would be like from the French River to Point Grandine, Beaverstone Bay to Whitefish River, all the way to Sagamok area. There was all these people were known as the Mi'kmaq, and they were actually Beaver clan people. That's what it means, the clan. The early anthropologists and research have identified them as Ojibwe, that they were Ojibwe. But there's been some research that I've come across that the Mi'kmaq actually moved into Wacomakong Bay, and that actually Weequem Mi'kong actually means Bay of the Beaver. It means it doesn't mean there was a bunch of beavers there. It means that the Mi'kmaq people moved from the north shore of Georgian Bay. They moved into that bay, into Wiki Bay, and that was a story that one elder had shared with me, and that's why they called it Weequem Mi'kong. Means the bay of those Mi'kmaq people. And if you make the connection, because the French called them the Nez Perce, they called them the Pierce noses. They were identified as the Mi'kmaq, the the Pierce noses. And then around 1670, there was this French trader named Huron who spent the winter on Manitoulin Island, and he hunted on the North Shore with the Mi'kmaq. And he writes this in his journal. He's living on Manitoulin Island, but and they're taking him to hunt on the North Shore. They're hunting moose. So it just made me think that they're still practicing what we do today. So some of us from Manitoulin go hunt moose in the North Shore. We go off the island. So basically that's what they were doing back then too. So it made me think that maybe these Mi'kmaq were actually Odawa people, or mixed, you know. We're all one people, Ojibwe Odawa, living on Manitoulin in the North Shore. And then we had the Wendaks, who lived around Midland, Ontario, Barrie area, around Christian Island area today. The Paytons, they were known as the tobacco people. And we had the Nipissings, who came from the Nipissing area. The Ojibways from the South Shore of Lake Superior, North Shore of Lake Superior, and the Budwai-Otomies, who came from southern Michigan. So these were the neighbors that the Odawa had. And we had relations and trade relations all throughout the Great Lakes. And this is what the French encountered when they first met our people. So to understand Anishinaabe governance, we need to look at our clan system and how did we govern ourselves before. So this is a picture of what we call the 7-star clan system. These were the 7 main clans of the Anishinaabe. So when you look at the clan system, there's different clans that branch out from these 7 clans. For example, if you look at the Hoof clan, there's caribou there, reindeer, moose, deer. It all fall, and buffalo. It all fall under the Hoof clan. But these were the 7 main ones. So we had the Fish clan. They were known as the intellectuals and the mediators. And we had the Deer clan, the Wawashkesh, known as the gentle people and reconcilers. The Martin clan, they were our warriors, our hunters, and our providers. And the Crane clan were one of the chieftainship clans. They were known as the external chief, because the story, how they came with that job was because the crane has a long neck and it could see really far. So they were known as an external chief. The Loon clan, they were a chieftainship clan as well. And they were known as the internal chief. So they would have 2 chiefs in the community, an external and internal. And if the 2 clans ever came to a dispute, these 2 chieftainship clans, they would have that mediator clan come in, and that's where the Fish clan came in. They were also known as the mediators. So they would come in and mediate, kind of like a third vote kind of thing, like a tiebreaker. So they were known as the mediators. And then we have the bird, the Beneshi, that they were known as their spiritual leaders. And we had the bear, the Kwa, our protectors and our healers. So these were the 7 main clans of the Anishinaabe. And this is how we governed ourselves and how our political structures looked, that we had government systems, we had political structure, and this is how we governed our communities. So this is the two-row wampum belt. This belt was actually first came between the Mohawk and the Dutch in 1613. So what it represents is it has 2 lines of 2 purple rows, and one row represents Joganashi Ogzi, or the Joganash way of the Western world view, which represents the British ship. And then the other row represents the Anishinaabe Ogzi, indigenous ways of knowing, or the indigenous way of life, which is represented by the indigenous canoe. And in the middle represents this river of life. So when the Dutch first had that relationship with the Mohawks, they said to them, we're going to agree to share the land, and we're going to let you live with us in our territory, but we're going to travel down this river of life together. You're going to stay in your British ship, we're going to stay in our indigenous canoe, and our two lives, our two worlds are not going to interfere with each other, and we'll live in these peaceful relations. And that became known as the covenant chain. So there's another belt that's known as the covenant chain. It actually looks, it just represents the British ship with the indigenous canoe. It represents that chain of friendship. So it represents a link. So in 1764, it became known as the silver, that's the 24 Nations belt. So this covenant chain of friendship, it first started with the Mohawks and the Dutch in 1613 through the two-row wampum. And then the Anishinaabe got adopted into the covenant chain in 1764 at the Treaty of Niagara. And this is the 24 Nations belt, which represents the 24 nations that were at the Treaty of Niagara in 1764. Sam. And I just want to show you a couple of maps. This is a map made by Samson. It has indigenous place names. These are actually Wendat place names. As you can see where Manitoulin Island is, it says Chavou Relieves. So this is a map that was made in 1656. So when these cartographers first came into the Great Lakes, they would get their knowledge off indigenous peoples. And that's how they made these, that's where they got their cartographic information from. That's how they were able to make these maps. So what they would have is they would have indigenous people leading them into the interior on canoes, and they'd be taking their notes, and they'd be telling them the place names, the geographic spaces, and that's how they actually made these maps. So these first maps were actually put in indigenous languages, like this one's in Wendat, for instance. But I just wanted to show that it shows, you could see on the north shore of Lake Huron there, like where Sault Ste. Marie is, and where like Sagamuk would be, and where like the French River is, there's some names there. So that would be actually the Wendat would actually have these names, what they would call us. They had their own names for us, these Wendat people. But on Manitoulin Island, it says the Chavou Relieves. They're called the Raised Hairs. The Odawa people are living there. That's in 1656. This is the Berzani map of 1657. Part of this is in Latin. And if you zoom on here on Manitoulin Island, it says Ikentuton, P-O-P. So Ikentuton was the word that the Wendat called Manitoulin. And what that actually meant was it described the southern shore of Manitoulin, that a lot of debris washed up on the southern shore. And that's what the Wendat people called Manitoulin, Ikentuton. And POP, that's Latin for populace. That means that people live there. It's populated. There's people living there. And there's little dwelling places there. They look like little wigwams or little teepees, or they're trying to describe them as little dwellings. You could see them on different parts of the island. And then there's bigger ones there on the North Shore where the French River is. So where Beaverstone Bay would be today, or Point Grandine area, that's probably the Mi'kmaq people living there. And then as we can see, when you move west towards Sault Ste. Marie, Bokting there, it'll say POP, and it has two large dwellings there, showing that there's a large Ojibwe village there as well. So in Sault Ste. Marie, this is very important that we need to start discussing in our conversations. This ceremony took place on June 14th of 1671 at Sault Ste. Marie. And what had happened was the governor of New France had heard about these copper mines in the Anishinaabe, in the Ojibwe territory. He heard about these copper mines, and they wanted he sent the intendant there, Talon, to go explore these Ojibwe copper mines. But what they did was, so what happened was they appointed St. Lusson to seek out the copper mines of the Anishinaabe, the homelands of the Odawa, Ojibwe, Potawatomi, Nipissing, and Mississaugas On June 4th, 1671, St. Lusson held a large ceremonial gathering with 14 indigenous nations. And what he did was he called it the Pays de Hun, which actually means the upper country. So what they did at that time was they claimed all the land for New France, from all the waters that fall into Lake Superior, Lake Michigan, Lake Huron, all the Great Lakes. So all the headwaters, as far as down the Mississippi, and they called it the Pays de Hut, and he claimed it for France. So they asserted New France over Anishinaabe, and they had 14 indigenous nations there. I don't know if there was any wampum belts over there at that time, but I'm probably presuming there was. But I haven't come across anything in my research to date. But why this is so significant is because in 1760, when Britain defeats France in the 7 Years' War, they take all of New France's land. They say to them, all the land you guys own, it belongs to us now. So the French give it to Britain. But where did they get it from in the first place? This is when they got it, on June 14th, 1671 in Sault Ste. Marie. So our people, our Anishinaabe people, did not give them the land over there, on June 14th, 1671. They didn't say, hey, here you go, New France, here's all of our Anishinaabe, we're going to give it to you. They were starting a relationship with them based on the trade, based on the fur trade, and inviting these people, the Wimpegosh, to come and live with us in our territory. That's all that was happening there. So that fur trader, Perrault, what he did was in that winter, and what's really interesting is this St. Lusson actually spends the winter on Manitoulin Island before he goes to the Sioux. But Perrault, what he does is he goes all over the Great Lakes and he tries to get all these indigenous nations to go over there to this ceremony. And what they did was they planted a big cross on top of the hill overlooking Sault Ste. Marie. And I think, to the best of my knowledge, that village at the time was on the American side. So that's a significant event that more research needs to be done on this, because that's when the actual transfer, that's when New France claims the land, our land. And that's how the British got all of the land, what they called British North America in 1760. They got it from New France. And this is when New France acquired it. So we have the Great Peace of Montreal on August 4th, 1701. So there was a treaty signed between 39 indigenous nations, 13 indigenous leaders were there, and the French. This ended half a century of warfare between the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee during the Beaver Wars. The Wendat leader, the Huron leader, Kondiaroc, they call him the Rat. He advocated this peace treaty to end the conflict. So there was a huge conflict between the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe. It lasted about 50 years, and it was over the fur trade. There was some people call it the Beaver Wars, or some people call it the Morning Wars, because what was happening was so many warriors were dying that what the Haudenosaunee women would do was they would send another male to go get a captive to replace that dead person that they lost in their family. So they would go take women and children as captives and bring them into their society, adopt them into the Confederacy as their own people. So by the mid 17th century, by 1660s, about 60 to 70% of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy came from all of these different nations. So like the Wenros, the Eries, the Neutrals, the Wendats, the Paytons, all of these groups. So the Haudenosaunee agreed with the new French fort being established at Detroit. They also signed the Nanfan Treaty during the same summer, claiming the Ohio country as their hunting grounds. So this happens in 1701. So this is a picture of some of the Anishinaabe clans. There was Odawa clans there. So those 4 Odawa groups that I talked about earlier, they were all represented at the Great Peace of Montreal. And what's really interesting here is the chief of the Mi'kmaq was actually represented by the Odawa at this gathering. So when they went to the Montreal in 1701, the chief of the Odawa spoke for the Mi'kmaq. So that just made me think that I think these people, they called them the Mi'kmaq. I think they were actually Odawa people. So that's just a picture. You could find this online. I know Heidi Boeker has done a lot of research on this, on the different clans that were at the Great Peace of Montreal. But this is how our people signed the first treaties, these first agreements that we had. And that's at the Great Peace of Montreal. So this is the Dishwood 1 spoon belt. This belt was represented at the 1701 Great Peace of Montreal, but it dates further than that. So what happened is the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee, they had peaceful relations before. And what they wanted to do was they created a buffer zone between their 2 territories, and they agreed to share the land and the natural resources within that buffer zone. And to share the hunting, the medicines. So the dish, which is that purple part there, that represents all the land and the natural resources, the medicines, the hunting. That represents, that's actually the bowl. They call it the bowl or the dish. And in that middle part, the white part there that's right in the center, that actually represents the beaver tail, because beaver was very, there was lots of beaver at that time. And beaver tail is actually, it's really good food. I don't know if you ever tried it, but it was considered a delicacy back then. So they agreed to share the land and the natural resources. And they said that we were all going to eat from the same dish with the same spoon. So that's why it's called the Dishwood 1 spoon belt. So it became, it was actually, the origins of this belt is it was just amongst the Haudenosaunee people, the 6 nations, the 5 nations at the time. And then they invited the Anishinaabe people into this, the Dishwood 1 spoon belt. And then in 1701 at the Great Peace of Montreal, when they had that gathering there, they called it the Dishwood 1 spoon renewal, that they renewed the Dishwood 1 spoon belt. So this is the original name of Fort Detroit, Fort Pontchartrain. So some Odawa, when they first opened up Fort Detroit in 1701, there was some Odawa from Manitoulin and the Lake Huron North Shore area that had moved down to Detroit. And that's how a lot of Odawa ended up down there, because originally there was Potawatomi people living down there. So Odawa chief Ataboy, on September 3rd, 1700, he says, Ataboy represents a wampum belt. He presents a wampum belt to Governor Calories. His speech says he spoke for the 4 Odawa nations, that he spoke for the Odawa of the Sable, the Odawa Sinago, the Kiskans, and the Odawa of the Fork, the Nisakwitins. So he's considered as a grand chief at the time. And he's saying that all of these Odawa people, we come from these 4 Odawa tribes. We're all one nation, the Odawa nation, and I represent them. So he presents the belt to them. In 1712 to 1716, we had a conflict with the Fox, known as the Fox Wars, and the French wanted to control the Fox River system leading to the Mississippi. And they got help from the Anishinaabe. So the Anishinaabe helped the French fight the Fox, and those are known as the Fox Wars. That took place between 1712 and 1733. It was actually another longer conflict that happened. This is the Jules May map of 1703. As we can see on the top there, it says Ottawax, Odawak. That's what that means. So it's plural form for Odawa. We see the Amiku, Le Amiku, and you could see two dwellings there. So right where Beaverstone Bay, Point Grandine area would be. It says Mississauga, Le Mississauga, and it shows a couple of dwellings there where the Mississauga River is. And it says Sainte Marie. So it's showing Sault Ste. Marie. And it says River Village de Salters. So Salters was a French word. The French called the people of Boating, the Rapids people. So it actually means rapids or falls, Sioux. So that's where then the French called them the Salters, the people of the Rapids. And they called themselves the Boating, the Boating Neneok, the people of the Rapids. And just west of them, around those little lakes there on the south shore of Lake Superior, there is a group known as the Chibboos. And that's where that word comes from, Jibwa. So they were known as Ojibways. And that's where they lived originally. And what would happen in the summertime is that all the Odawa, Potawatomi, and Ojibwe, they would all gather in Bokting in the summer. And they would have these great festivities there. They would catch a lot of fish. They would play a lot of games, like a lot of sports. Kind of like our little Nishnabek Olympics. We would have them during the summertime there. A lot of council meetings took place, political alliances, marriages. There was a lot of political alliances through marriages and kinship relations. So all of these things took place. So there was lots of people would be living in Boating during the summer. This is the Zella map of 1718. We see Michilimackinac there on the northern part of the lower peninsula of Michigan. We see the villages there again. It says Lake Nipissing, the Nipissing peoples, Lake Nipissing, the French River, Le'emiku, and it's showing two dwellings there. The Mi'kmaq people, the Mississaugas, and it says Teslon Point. So I bet you there's probably people living there. That's why they indicated that place name there. And Sault Ste. Marie, and it says Ottawax. So this is in 1718. This is a map I found online. I'm not sure exactly where it comes from. I couldn't find the source, but I thought it was very interesting. We have some information on here. It says Portage de Reclès, Lake Nipissing. We see the Mi'kmaq village there just on the north shore of Georgian Bay, the Mississaugas. And Manitoulin is called Island de Quai-Touton. So that's another word of trying to pronounce that E-Quai-Touton, that Wendat word. Mission de Sainte Marie, Michilimackinac, and it has the Odawaks there living on the upper peninsula of Michigan. This is the north shore of Lake Huron, early 18th century. Same thing again, showing all of the villages on the north shore. This is the first time I've seen Manitoulin as it's written, Manitoulin. This is a French map that was made in 1744. And on this map, when you zoom in on it, it says Le Mi'kmaq Habitat Set Isle. What it means there in French, it means that the Mi'kmaq people, this is who's living on this island. These people live on this island. So it's Island Manitoulin. So this is in 1744. And this is actually the first map I came across when I first started my research, was because at first I was researching the Great Fire of Manitoulin Island. Did the Anishinaabe really burn the island and desert the island for 150 years? So I always heard that story growing up. So I wanted to do more research on it. So I found this map of 1744, and it's saying that the Mi'kmaq people are living there. So obviously the Anishinaabe didn't leave the island. There was always people living there. So it shows you on these maps. So what I'm doing is I'm presenting a timeline of when did this rumor start of the Anishinaabeg deserting the island and leaving. But as you can see on these maps, there's people living there all throughout history. So we have this. It says nest. I think it says point. Let's wait. If we could. I can't read that, but it looks like it says point. I don't know. I haven't worked with a French speaker. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like this whole map is in French. So this map in 1744, most of this map is in French. So when the cartographers first came in, when they first made these maps, some of them were in indigenous languages, and then some of them were in what I call a hybridized Anishinaabe French maps. So they tried to put Anishinaabe words into the French phrases, as we can see, le emiku. So when I first came across this research, I asked the French speaker, I said, what does that say? It says, these people live on that island, whoever those people are. She goes, I can't recognize that word. I said, I recognize that word. It says a Mick. That's a Mick. It means beaver people. It's like, that's where my name of my community comes from. Wee Kwem Mikkong, the Bay of the Beaver. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. So I started doing more research on these maps. So I've been looking at all of these colonial maps. And once in a while, I'll come across a French speaker who will translate some of these maps for me. So we have the 7 Years' War, 1754 to 1763. This is the world's first global conflict. It was fought mainly between Britain and France. So Britain defeated France. The outcome determined the balance of power in Eastern North America and resulted with Britain becoming the dominant political power in Europe. The Anishinaabe were considered sovereign allies with the French. So the Anishinaabe people fought with the French in the 7 Years' War. One of the major battles that took place in the 7 Years' War was the Battle of Fort William Henry, which was fought between August 3rd to August 9th of 1757. There were 2,000 First Nations who helped France, and about 1,000 of them came from the Pays de Hunt. So as I was saying earlier, the Pays de Hunt, I call that Anishinaabe Aki, because if you look at the map of what they called the Pays de Hunt was actually Anishinaabe Aki. It's where all the Anishinaabe people lived, the Odawa, Ojibwe, and Potawatomis. So there was about 300 Odawa, 350 Ojibwe, and about 300 Potawatomi. This also included 820 Catholic First Nations, but it doesn't identify what they are, if they're Ojibwe, Odawa, Potawatomi, but it says that all of these people came from Michilimackinac area. So at that time, Michilimackinac is the major fort that's in our territory. And there's a large, huge Odawa village there, present-day Harbor Springs Cross Village area. That village went, I think it went 16 miles from present-day Cross Village down to Harbor Springs area. But that's where most of the Odawa people were living at the time. So a lot of the warriors go to Fort William Henry. The Ojibwe, Odawa, Potawatomi, Mississauga, and Nipissings, they could muster a strong force of military strength. So the fall of New France, September 1759. So New France is defeated at the Plains of Abraham. And Britain, like I was saying earlier, they take all that land. They claim all that land, what they called New France, what they called the Pays de Hunt, which is actually Anishinaabe Aki. It's actually Anishinaabe lands. So General Amherst, the British general at the time, he orders Robert Rogers and George Croghan. So they leave Fort Niagara in September 1760. On September 12, 1760, Amherst to Roger writes a letter. On November 7, 1760, they meet a party of Odawa warriors who came from Detroit at the Cayuga River, which is the Cleveland, Ohio today. So Pontiac is among them. This is the first time Pontiac meets the British officers. He meets Major Rogers and they have a pipe ceremony. So they know that the British are coming into the territory. So this is the first time the British are coming into Anishinaabeg territory. It's the first time the Anishinaabeg are inviting them into their territory. So what happens at this time is there's chiefs and representatives that come down from northern Michigan, the Anishinaabeg people. So people from Michilimackinac, the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, presuming people from Northern Ontario. They travel down to Detroit. So November 12, 1760, the British meet 400 warriors at the entrance of the Maumee River, which is right at Toledo, Ohio today. So there's a lot of Odawa Anishinaabe people that were living there in that area outside of Detroit. So this is the first time that the British. So what happened was, the reason why I showed that Battle of Fort William Henry is the Anishinaabe could muster a strong force of military might, and the British did not want to fight the Anishinaabe people. So right away, as soon as the war is over, as soon as they defeat France, they do not want to attack the Anishinaabe. What they do instead is they say, let's invite them into the covenant chain. Let's adopt them into the covenant chain of friendship, and let's go do some wampum belts with them. Let's go send one over there. So that's what happens. This is in the fall of 1760. So on November 22nd, 1760, strings of wampum and one belt is exchanged. There's a council of the Odawa, Potawatomi, and Huron, and a long speech is given by one of the chiefs. November 23rd, Cedar Point, the Odawa and Huron have a large village on the southeast Maumee Bay. On December 3rd, 1760, a belt of wampum and speeches were made by 3 chiefs. The Detroit belt of December 4th of 1760. He says, brethren, on the condition of your performance of what has been said to you, I, by this belt, renew and brighten the ancient chain of friendship between His Majesty's subjects, the 6 United Nations, and our brethren of the several Western nations. So the Western nations are the Anishinaabe people. To the sun setting, and wish it may continue as long as the sun and moon give light. And he says, brethren, as my orders are to return to Pittsburgh, I now recommend Captain Campbell to you as he is appointed of this place with him, and you must transact the public business, and you may depend he will do you all the service in his power and see that justice is done for you in trade. And it says a belt. So he's representing that ancient chain, that covenant chain, friendship belt. And he says, brethren, chief and warriors, as the ancient friendship that had long subsisted between our ancestors is now renewed, I wash the blood of the earth that has been shed since the present war. So he's talking about the 7 years war that just ended, that you may smell the sweet scent of the springing herbs and bury the war hatchet in the bottomless pit. So he's saying that he's going to bury the hatchet. We're going to make peace. And he represents a belt. I know your warriors have all martial spirit and must be employed at war. And if they want diversion after the fatigue of hunting, there is your natural enemies. So he's saying that he's just telling them that they are at war, that they want to go at war with the Cherokees. So he tells them that they can go continue their war with the Cherokees, but they want to make peace with the British. So this is the first time they're adopted into this covenant chain of friendship. You desired us yesterday to perform our promise and deliver upon your prisoners. It is very true, as we did promise to deliver them, and have since delivered up many. What would you have us to do? There's a very few here at present. They're all yours, and you shall have them as soon as possible, that we do not choose to force them, that have a mind to live with us, a belt. Yesterday you renewed and brightened the ancient chain of friendship between our ancestors and the 6 nations and you. So he's talking about the Haudenosaunee people are there also at this gathering. Brethren, I am glad to hear that your brethren, the English and the 6 nations, have renewed and strengthened the ancient chain of friendship subsiding between us, and we assure you that if ever you broke it, it will be on your side. So he's saying that the Anishinaabe are saying, we're going to come into the covenant chain with the British Crown, but if it's ever broken, it's going to be you that's going to break it. We're never going to break it. That's what the Anishinaabe are saying. And it is in your power, and you are an able people to preserve it. For while this friendship is preserved, we shall be a strong body of people, and do not let a small matter make a difference between us. A belt. Yesterday, you desired us to be strong to preserve the chain of friendship free from rust. So that's why they called it the silver covenant chain, because at first it was made of iron, and they said that iron is going to rust. So they wanted to change it to silver. Brethren, look at this friendship belt where we have the 6 nations and you by the hand. This belt was delivered to us by our brethren, the English, and the 6 nations when they first came over the great water, that we might go and pass the trade where we pleased, and you likewise with us. This belt we preserve that our children unborn may know. So he's talking about the future generations. So when they're talking about these treaty relations, they're always thinking about the future, thinking about the young people. So on December 4th, 1760, the covenant chain of friendship belt as present at the council and conference is a belt of 9 rows, and the ancient chain is bright. So that's what he's saying, that they're making this friendship. A belt of 7 rows from the warriors representing the women and children are also given to the British. 2 medals represent the friendship and that the British would take care of the land for joint use. They smoked a pipe under the tree of peace. They invite the chiefs of the 6 nations to come to a conference in Detroit in 1761. So this is in the fall on December 4th of 1760. So they're having this large gathering in Detroit. That's when all the Anishinaabe leaders come down from Michilimackinac area. They come down to Detroit. And it says here that the warriors, the women and the children gave the warriors a wampum belt. And that wampum belt represented the women and the children. So they gave it to the British so that they were acknowledged in that treaty negotiation. And they're saying that they're going to have a larger conference next year in 1761. So that happens in September 1761. So this is the actual belt that took place on December 4th, 1760. It's known as the Detroit Belt, or some people call it the Treaty of Detroit. So you could find this belt in Detroit at the Detroit Historical Society in the museum down there. On the right-hand side was a portrait I got from my friend Richard Hamill. It just shows the Treaty of Detroit, but this actual treaty actually came with a deed of a land it's showing geographic spaces of land. So it goes all the way as far west as Lake Superior, as far east as some river called the Copper River. I'm not sure exactly where that is, but it's basically it's talking about all the Anishinaabe people who live north of Michilimackinac, who live north of Detroit, and that they come down. So this is the first time that the Anishinaabe are adopted into the covenant chain of friendship with the British Crown. So we have Pontiac's War between 1763 and 1764. After the 7 Years' War, Odawa Chief Pontiac declared that Britain had not defeated the Anishinaabe nation within the Great Lakes area. This conflict forced the British Crown to amend policies to the 1763 Royal Proclamation regarding clauses to Indigenous nations, which were specific to their land title and ownership. So when they first had the Treaty of Paris in February of 1763, there was no clauses of Indigenous lands when they were first going into negotiations between Britain and France. So that spring, Pontiac, they launched this war. So this war, Pontiac's War, actually took about 2 or 3 years in the planning. And they planned that in secret from the British, where they took war belts all over the Great Lakes. They started shortly after that Detroit conference, actually. In 1761, 1762, they send these war belts all over the Great Lakes, and they get the best warriors from all over to go fight in Pontiac's War. So what happens is it forces the British to make clauses to Indigenous lands and title and ownership in the Royal Proclamation. So basically, this war forced So all of our treaty relationships today are founded on the Royal Proclamation of 1763 and the Treaty of Niagara. But that could not happen if it wasn't for Pontiac's War. This is just a picture of the Royal Proclamation of 1763. There's a map showing the Indian Territory. So all the way from northern Florida up to the north shore of Lake Superior, all the waters that fall into Lake Superior, Lake Huron, Lake Michigan, all the Great Lakes. It was known as Indian Territory. So all the lands were protected by the Crown, that they could not sell the land to private landowners, that they could only sell it to the First Nations. So it could only be sold, land transactions could only be sold on the federal level between the British Crown, which is today the Canadian government, and the First Nations. With whom we are connected. The 1763 Royal Proclamation makes a distinction between nation or tribes of Indians with whom we are connected and those who live under our protection. Connected means nation to nation with military or trade relations. Protection is Crown jurisdiction over individuals and territories. This resulted into the Treaty of Niagara of 1764. This is just a picture of the Treaty of Niagara in August of 1764. This is a view of Fort Niagara taken by William Johnson. You could find this picture on the Library and Archives Canada. These were the 24 nations who were at the 1764 Treaty of Niagara. We seen that belt earlier, the 24 nations belt, the Haudenosaunee and the 7 nations. So the Western Confederacy at the time, they were known as the Ojibwe. We have the Cree there, the Potawatomi, the Odawa, the Algonquins. I'm not going to go through them all, but I just want to point out the Anishinaabe, our closest people here who were part of the Western Confederacy. So this is in 1764. So there was 2,400 leaders, Indigenous leaders who attended that. It was a 6-week conference that took place in the summer of 1764 at Fort Niagara. And the Western Confederacy at that time is mostly Anishinaabe speaking people. And these are pictures of the belts. That's a 1764 belt that Sam's passing around right now. And we've seen the 24 nations belt earlier with the 24 nations. So that represents the British ship at the bottom and the Indigenous canoe, and the 24 individuals represent the 24 nations who are linked together. So that link represents that chain of friendship, the covenant chain, they call it. So at that proceeding in Detroit of 1760, they first became into that covenant chain, and they call it this bright friendship. So the covenant chain wampum belt. So when we look at, that's how the covenant chain wampum belt looks, and that represents the 3 links of the silver covenant chain. So the first link is a metaphor that represents friendship. We're always going to have friendship when we have these treaties. The second link, we will both have good minds. So we went into treaty negotiations. They would have these condolence ceremonies. I seen these condolence ceremonies in the historical record as well when I was doing my research. They always start off with a ceremony with wampum strings. They cleanse the eyes, they cleanse the sweat, and they smudge the leaders because they want everybody to have a good mind. The third link will always be peace, that these treaties are always going to be built on peace. And that's a picture of the covenant chain wampum belt there at the bottom. The Treaty of Greenville in 1795. So on November 4th, 1795, we had the Battle of Wabash, or also known as the St. Clair's defeat. There were 656 Americans killed and 279 wounded. It was the largest defeat of the American army in their history. So what happened was we had these wars with the Americans between 1790 and 1794. We were part of the Northwest, so that Western Confederacy, they became known as the Northwestern Confederacy, and they allied with the Delaware, the Shawnee, the Miamis, the Kickapoos, the Ojibwe, Odawa, Potawatomi. And we fought the Americans because basically after the American Revolution, the Americans just wanted to take our land. They didn't even want to have treaty negotiations with us. So we had to go to war with them. And we fought some really major battles with them. But these are some of the major ones. On August 20th, 1794, we were defeated at the Battle of Fallen Timbers. The Northwestern Confederacy was defeated. So they signed on August 3rd, 1795, they signed this Treaty of Greenville. So that was all of the lands south of Ohio, which made all of the lands north, which would be Michigan today. They were still considered Nishnawbek lands. So there was a chief, his name was Agashaway, and he came from Grand River, Michigan, and he was an Odawa. And he was considered one of the grand chiefs at the time. And he says a speech here in the summer of 1795. He says, "All you nations present know this to be the commonwealth of the three fires. It is 6 years," so he's talking about 1789, "since it was sent from the north to Michilimackinac to the three fires who live at the gate to be presented to them by the Wyandots, to presented by them to the Wyandots, the Delawares, and the Shawnee. I present you this commonwealth that came from the north and has gone all around the lakes." So this chief of Gushua, he has this pipe, and he's saying that this pipe represents the Three Fires Confederacy, and it came from the north of Michilimackinac in 1789, and it was sent down to Michilimackinac by the Nishnawbek of the north. So it doesn't say exactly where, it just says north of Michilimackinac, which would be, I'm presuming, northern Ontario. Agashaway was a leader and pipe carrier for 21 Anishinaabe nations, including those in the north of Michilimackinac. And I thought that was just really interesting when I came across that. And that's just a map of the Robinson Huron Treaty areas in the Great Lakes. And as we can see there, where Michilimackinac is, St. Ignace, Michigan. North, if you look at a map, north of there would be the Robinson Huron, Robinson Superior Treaty areas. This is a quote from Chief Leslie Cameron, a 2013 Supreme Court case. It says, "The historical treaties are living documents. The ongoing fulfillment of their solemn promise is both the challenge and the virtue of Canada. The applicant asked this court for direction as to where the Aboriginal peoples of Canada are to look to ensure that their spirit and intent of the treaty promises made to their ancestors are fulfilled." So I was just thinking about the youth panel earlier, and they talked about this, that Canada still finds it a challenge to work this treaty relationship with Indigenous peoples, but at the same time, they claim it to be a virtue. They take pride in it. Oh, we have this great relation with Indigenous peoples. And I just thought that was an interesting quote. And this is my last slide before I end. I just want to talk about reconciliation. All our colonizers and settlers and the Canadian government, we've been told throughout history, especially since the 60s and 70s, that we have an Indian problem. We need to help the Indians. They need help. They have a problem. But actually, if you want to talk about treaty relationships work both ways. There's two parties to a treaty, and it's a colonizer problem. They have a problem as well. It's going back to the Turo, going back to that original agreement when the Europeans first came across the Turtle Island. What did they say to them? They said, "We're going to live in our Anishinaabe canoe, have our Anishinaabe way of life. You have your Joganaw Shiatzi and Western ways of knowing." Reconciliation is about honoring treaties. Canada must resolve ongoing land claims as soon as possible. There's no reason why we should have outstanding land claims since the 1970s. Canada is the second largest country in the world, and First Nations make up only 0.2% of the land area. We're not asking them for, when we say land back, we're not telling them to give back all of our land. We're just saying return some of it, some of our lands back to our Indigenous nations. Miigwech.
That was great. Are you going to share your slides with us? Are you able to share your slides with us? Share your slides. People are asking. Yeah. Okay. So Miigwech, Josh, was there any questions for Josh and his wealth of knowledge that he has on our wampum belts and our relationship? I know it's kind of getting late. You guys may be tired, but that was amazing. We were passing around the belts as we were going. I don't know if you've seen any online.
No, but I think I'm turned.
While we're waiting, I just want to present you too.
Sorry about that. Just for clarity, we had someone online, I believe her name was Amanda McLaughlin, I believe, did the translation, and it just basically says that the coast was not known.
Ah.
And by the way it's drawn, you might actually, it looks like they kind of skipped across and didn't go around like through Niswakamuk.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why it looks kind of straight, because it says French River and then it goes straight across to the North Shore. So. Yeah, that's the one that they online someone said it means the coast is not known.
Oh,
like basically they didn't map that part of the coastline.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Miigwech, what a great, beautiful day we had. I don't think we had any questions from the room. Oh, Gimakwe.
Miigwech, Josh, for that very important and informative presentation. The only thing I wanted to ask you is in Turo Wampum, I've also heard that, you know, each of our societies, Anishinaabe Society and Jagnash Society, would live side by side, and no way of life would intersect the other unless by invitation.
Mhm.
So I've heard that before, and I was just wondering if you had ever come across that particular part in your research.
Well, living with the Haudenosaunee people and learning more about the Turo Wampum, they talk about some of their teachings. They say that not to have, that some people believe that you can't have 1 foot in the British ship or 1 foot in the Indigenous canoe, that you have to pick either or of the other. And a lot of biracial Native people who are half European and half Native, they have conflict with that, of these teachings of the Turo. And I've met biracial Native people who actually respect the Turo, and they just pick, I'm gonna be an Indigenous person. I'm gonna live as a Anishinaabe or as a Haudenosaunee, and I'm gonna follow Indigenous ways of knowing. And that's what I've come across in those. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, Miigwech.
Any more questions? Oh, here you go.
You use Indigenous nations. Why Indigenous nations?
What's that? Oh, I use First Nations or Indigenous nations interchangeably. I think a lot of people today are starting to use the word Indigenous. I just mean First Nations people in Canada, whether you're Blackfoot or Cree, Indigenous nations, Indigenous people, because we all have that struggle, right? So what I'm talking about there is Canada is a very large country. You know, there's no reason why they should have outstanding land claims. You know, it makes me sad when you have all of these negotiations for land claims that are just outstanding. You know, some of them are 50 years. And the government spends so much money on land claims. Lawyers make so much money on land claims. And they're just ongoing, like the whole process of a land claim, the actual process of it, that Indigenous peoples have to prove that we lived in that specific geographic place since time immemorial. That's what they have to prove in the court systems, right? So what I'm saying is that when I used to see these signs and all of this movement about land back, a lot of Europeans probably wonder why. Do they mean give them all their land back? And that's going to be impossible. We're never going to be able to have that, right? But what we can have is some of our lands back to Indigenous nations, Indigenous people, whether you're from the United States, you know, people, First Nations in the United States have the same struggles as we do in Canada. There's no differences. Mexico's a different story. They're more assimilated into the Mexican society, but Canada and the US, yeah, that's what I mean by Indigenous nations.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. I was late coming in because I had to do some work, so I missed part of your earlier presentation. So if you did speak of this, I apologize. I'm just wondering, as far as the border, like the U.S.-Canada border that is now there, what have you found through your research to support the fact that there really is no border to Indigenous people? Like, is there? Have you found much in your research on that issue?
Yeah. So what I do is I use critical cartography, it's called, or decolonial mapping, where basically you just take out the border. So if you want to get into mapping, you just create a map and you erase that border, and you just got to think back in your mind. You got to decolonize your mind and think, how did this land look before Europeans, British and Americans and French people came? It was a Nishnabek Aki. That's what it was called. You know, Odawa, Ojibwe, and Potawatomis, we lived in this area. That was all our land. Like, we even have stories. Like, I know I traced my family tree all the way back to Grand River, Michigan. You know, some of the Manitowabis used to come from that area, and they used to travel by boat, by steamship to Wequampong Bay, all the way up to Traverse City. There was no border, you know, that's how we lived. The 1850s, 1860s, 1830s, we still, at that time, we were still practicing no border. I practice my rights. I live in the States. I practice my J Treaty rights, you know. I work in Canada, but I travel home. I travel the border every day, you know. And we got to teach young people that there is no border. There is no border for Anishinaabe people. Yeah.
Perfect note to close up on, Josh. So, Chimigwechni Ties, that was a great presentation. And are you staying with us for the rest of the week? Are you going home? Okay. Well, we'll get you his contact information in case you have any other questions that you want to ask Josh. We'll be happy to share that. So I just wanted to say Chimigwech. And before we close up, I wanted to say Chimigwech to Daniel and Mike for doing the litigation update this morning, to our TEK elders here for sharing with us, as well as our Gimakwe. That was another amazing panel, and our youth at the back. You guys did a great job as well. So happy everyone could be here. Tomorrow is our education day. So I know the youth were talking about how, urban schools need to have more access to treaty information. So tomorrow we're hosting treaty talks with tomorrow's leaders. So our Ogimak will be going into the high schools here in Sudbury, as well as the high schools in Sault Ste. Marie, to take on questions from students to talk treaty. So that'll be an exciting event. It will be streamed on Zoom if you want to check it out. We're encouraging a lot of classrooms to join. I think last year we had over 100 classrooms that joined online. So super successful event. And I know a lot more schools wanted to be involved. So we're going to be organizing a few more treaty talks, probably outside of Treaty Week where it's not so busy. But I know Sudbury District School Board is interested in having one. So that'll be coming up soon. And then Thursday, we have our play starting at 11 a.m. So everybody is invited. I hope you guys all can attend. It's a free event. Starts at 11. The play has been directed and produced by Shara Gartshore of Chicago Health Center. And they also have an evening session happening at 7 p.m. that you're also welcome to join. And that'll be at Place des Arts downtown. Place des Arts, a brand new facility that's opened up by the university, state-of-the-art auditorium. So really looking forward to be there. And I think our treaty store might be there if you're looking for any treaty gear. So that's a plug for Green Medicine and Mitch and Carey. And then we also have teachings from our elders that day. And then we're closing up with the elders panel on Thursday. So all the events after the play will be held at City Hall, Council Chambers in Sudbury. So that's at Civic Square. Is that what it's called? Civic Square? So yeah, you guys are all welcome to attend that as well. And on that note, I think I'll pass it over to Nokomis to send us off in a good way. Okay. I missed something.
Misanango Megishi Tang Mandani up to Nibanagego Kenda Swen Nango Hidebanashanda. Nibana the Geshkini like gay no get none get on not up to me go trend them up to a mushkane dash and the hunger care Agis Maso when the door Manda Jimmy Guetrog Sanango Mandani Imbigishgok. Yeah, get go Miguetrog when the answer can again or Kibibsenda going gain or Shandanangwa. Yeah, get go the Mami Quenamagomes. When the Bishop Sanani cook Vesanic charge of message and go up my way, mother medbat the big Monday and Yegashwe Bakmersha. Big Wetcho other shum the Donangua, Kenegay was Gashabina going. Mother the Shinga Kenegam. The Miguetrenda, the Madzewin. Miguetrendan bemadzewin, ne miguetrendan bemadzewin, ne miguetrendan bemadzewin. Oh.
We're done. Safe travels, everyone.